HarperCollins presents The Paris Apartment by Lucy Foley. Read by Shopay Derisu, Sophia Zervudaci, Charlie Anson, Claire Corbett, Daphne Kumar, and Julia Winwood.
To Al, for everything.
Prologue. Friday. Ben. His fingers hover over the keyboard. Got to get it all down. This is the story that's going to make his name. Ben lights another cigarette. A gitan. Bit of a cliche to smoke them here, but he does actually like the taste. And fine, yeah. Likes the way he looks smoking them too. He's sitting in front of the apartment's long windows which look onto the central courtyard. Everything out there is steeped in darkness, save for the weak greenish glow thrown by a single lamp. It's a beautiful building, but there's something rotten at its heart. Now he's discovered it, he can smell the stench of it everywhere. He should be clearing out of here soon. He's outstayed his welcome in this place. Jess could hardly have chosen a worse time to decide to come and stay. She barely gave him any notice. And she didn't give much detail on the phone, but clearly something's up. Something's wrong with whatever crappy bar job she's working now. His half-sister has a knack for turning up when she's not wanted. She's like a homing beacon for trouble. It seems to follow her around. She's never been good at just playing the game. Never understood how much easier it makes life if you just give people what they want. Tell them what they want to hear. Admittedly, he did tell her to come and stay whenever you like. But he didn't really mean it. Trust Jess to take him at his word. When was the last time he saw her? Thinking about her always makes him feel guilty. Should he have been there for her more, looked out for her? She's fragile, Jess. Or not fragile exactly, but vulnerable in a way people probably don't see at first. An armadillo. Softness beneath that tough exterior. Anyway, he should call her, give her some directions. When her phone rings out, he leaves a voice note. Jess, so it's number 12, Rue des Amants. Got that? 3rd floor. His eyes drawn to a flash of movement in the courtyard beneath the windows. Someone's passing through it quickly, almost running. He can only make out a shadowy figure, can't see who it is. But something about the speed seems odd. He's hit with a little animal spike of adrenaline. He remembers he's still recording the voice note, drags his gaze from the window. Just ring the buzzer. I'll be up waiting for you. He stops speaking. Hesitates. Listens. A noise. The sound of footsteps out on the landing. Approaching the apartment door. The footsteps stop. Someone is there. Just outside. He waits for a knock. None comes. Silence, but a weighted silence, like a held breath. Odd. And then another sound. He stands still, ears pricked, listening intently. There it is again. It's metal on metal, the scrape of a key. Then the clunk of it entering the mechanism. He watches the lock turn. Someone is unlocking his door from the outside, someone who has a key but no business coming in here uninvited. The handle begins to move downwards. The door begins to open with that familiar, drawn-out groan. He puts his phone down on the kitchen counter, voice note forgotten. Waits, and watches dumbly as the door swings forward, as the figure steps into the room. "What are you doing here?" he asks. Calm, reasonable, nothing to hide, not afraid. Or not yet. And why? Then he sees what his intruder holds. Now the fear comes.
3 hours later. Jess. For Christ's sake, Ben, answer your phone. I'm freezing my tits off out here. My Eurostar was 2 hours late leaving London. I should have arrived at 10:30, but it's just gone midnight. And it's cold tonight, even colder here in Paris than it was in London. It's only the end of October, but my breath smokes in the air, and my toes are numb in my boots. Crazy to think there was a heat wave only a few weeks ago. I need a proper coat, but there's always been a lot of things I need that I'm never going to get. I've probably called Ben 10 times now, as my Eurostar pulled in, on the half-hour walk here from Gare du Nord. No answer, and he hasn't replied to any of my texts. Thanks for nothing, big bro. He said he'd be here to let me in.
Just ring the buzzer. I'll be up waiting for you.
Well, I'm here. Here being a dimly lit, cobblestoned cul-de-sac in what appears to be a seriously posh neighborhood. The apartment building in front of me closes off this end, standing all on its own. I glance back down the empty street. Beside a parked car about 20 feet away, I think I see the shadows shift. I step to the side to try and get a better look. There's a squint, trying to make out the shape. I could swear there's someone there, crouched behind the car. I jump as a siren blares a few streets away, loud in the silence. Listen as the sound fades away into the night. It's different to the ones at home. Nee-naw, nee-naw, like a child's impression, but it still makes my heart beat a little faster. I glance back at the shadowy area behind the parked car. Now I can't make out any movement, can't even see the shape I thought I glimpsed before. Maybe it was just a trick of the light, after all. I look back up at the building. The others on this street are beautiful, but this one knocks spots off them all. It's set back from the road behind a big gate with a high wall on either side, concealing what must be some sort of garden or courtyard. 5 or 6 stories, huge windows, all with wrought iron balconies. A big sprawl of ivy growing all over the front of it, which looks like a creeping dark stain. If I crane my neck, I can see what might be a roof garden on the top, the spiky shapes of the trees and shrubs black cutouts against the night sky. I double-check the address. Number 12, Rue des Allemands. I've definitely got it right. I still can't quite believe this swanky apartment building is where Ben's been living. He said a mate helped sort him out with it, someone he knew from his student days. But then Ben's always managed to fall on his feet. I suppose it only makes sense that he's charmed his way into a place like this. And charm must have done it. I know journalists probably earn more than bartenders, but not by this much. The metal gate in front of me has a brass lion's head knocker, the fat metal ring held between snarling teeth. Along the top of the gate, I notice, is a bristle of anti-climb spikes, and all along the high wall either side of the gate are embedded shards of glass. These security measures feel kind of at odds with the elegance of the building. I lift up the knocker, cold and heavy in my hand, let it drop. The clang of it bounces off the cobblestones, so much louder than expected in the silence. In fact, it's so quiet and dark here that it's hard to imagine it's part of the same city I've trundled across this evening from Gare du Nord. All the bright lights and crowds, people spilling in and out of restaurants and bars. I think of the area around that huge cathedral lit up on the hill, the Sacré-Cœur, which I passed beneath only 20 minutes ago. Throngs of tourists out taking selfies and dodgy-looking guys in puffer jackets sharking between them, ready to nick a wallet or two. And the streets that I walk through with the neon signs, the blaring music, the all-night food, the crowds spilling out of bars, the queues for clubs. This is a different universe. I look back down the street behind me. Not another person in sight. The only real sound comes from a scurry of dead ivy across the cobblestones. I can hear the roar of traffic at a distance, the honking of car horns. But even that seems muffled, like it wouldn't dare intrude on this elegant, hushed world. I didn't stop to think much, pulling my case across town from the station. I was mainly concentrating on not getting mugged or letting the broken wheel of my suitcase stick and throw me off balance. But now, for the first time, it sinks in. I'm here, in Paris. A different city, a different country. I've made it. I've left my old life behind. A light snaps on in one of the windows up above. I glance up and there's a dark figure standing there, head and shoulders in silhouette. Ben? If it were him, though, he'd wave down at me, surely. I know I must be lit up by the nearby street lamp. But the figure at the window is as still as a statue. I can't make out any features, or even whether they're male or female. But they're watching me. They must be. I suppose I must look pretty shabby and out of place with my broken old suitcase trying to bust open despite the bungee cord wrapped around it. A strange feeling, knowing they can see me but I can't see them properly. I drop my eyes. Aha. To the right of the gate I spot a little panel of buttons for the different apartments with a lens set into it. The big lion's head knocker must just be for show. I step forward and press the one for the 3rd floor, for Ben's place. I wait for his voice to crackle through the intercom. No answer.
Sophie, penthouse. Someone is knocking on the front door to the building. Loud enough for Benoit, my silver whippet, to leap to his feet and let out a volley of barks. "Arrête ça!" I shout. "Stop that!" Benoit whimpers, then goes quiet. He looks up at me, confusion in his dark eyes. I can hear the change in my voice as well. Too shrill, too loud. And I can hear my own breathing in the silence that follows, rough and shallow. No one ever uses the door knocker. Certainly no one familiar with this building. I go to the windows on this side of the apartment, which look down into the courtyard. I can't see onto the street from here, but the front door from the street leads into the courtyard, so if anyone had come in, I would see them there. But no one has entered, and it must have been a few minutes since the knocking. Clearly it's not someone the concierge thinks should be admitted. Fine, good. I haven't always liked that woman, but I know I can trust her in this at least. In Paris, you can live in the most luxurious apartment, and the scum of the city will still wash up at your door on occasion. The drug addicts, the vagrants, the whores. Pigalle, the red light district, lies just a little way away, clinging to the coattails of Montmartre. Up here in this multi-million-euro fortress, with its views out over the city's rooftops, all the way to the Tour Eiffel, I have always felt comparatively safe. I can ignore the grime beneath the gilt. I am good at turning a blind eye, usually. But tonight is different. I go to check my reflection in the mirror that hangs in the hallway. I pay close attention to what I see in the glass. Not so bad for 50. It is partly due to the fact that I have adopted the French way when it comes to maintaining my form, which essentially means always being hungry. I know that even at this hour, I will be looking immaculate. My lipstick is flawless. I never leave the apartment without it. Chanel, Les Somptueuses, my signature color. A bluish regal color that says, stand back, not come hither. My hair is a shining black bob, cut every 6 weeks by David Mallet at Notre-Dame du Victoire. The shape perfected, any silver painstakingly concealed. Jacques, my husband, Made it quite clear once that he abhors women who allow themselves to go grey, even if he hasn't always been here to admire it. I am wearing what I consider my uniform, my armour. Silk equipment shirt, exquisitely cut dark slim trousers. A scarf, brightly patterned Hermes silk around my neck, which is excellent for concealing the ravages of time to the delicate skin there. A recent gift from Jacques, with his love of beautiful things. Like this apartment. Like me, as I was before I had the bad grace to age. Perfect. As ever, as expected. But I feel dirty, sullied by what I have had to do this evening. In the glass, my eyes glitter, the only sign, though my face is a little gaunt too, if you were to look closely. I am even thinner than usual. Recently I have not had to watch my diet, to carefully mark each glass of wine or morsel of croissant. I couldn't tell you what I ate for breakfast this morning, whether I remembered to eat at all. Each day my waistband hangs looser. The bones of my sternum protrude more sharply. I undo the knot of my scarf. I can tie a scarf as well as any born and bred Parisian. By it you know me for one of them, those chic, moneyed women with their small dogs and their excellent breeding. I look at the text message I sent to Jacques last night. Bonne nuit, mon amour. Tu vas bien ici? Good night, my love. Everything is fine here. Everything is fine here. I don't know how it has come to this. But I do know that it started with him coming here, moving into the 3rd floor. Benjamin Daniels. He destroyed everything.
Jess. I pull out my phone. Last time I checked, Ben hadn't replied to any of my messages. One on the Eurostar. On my way. And then, at Gare du Nord, do you have an Uber account? Just in case, you know. He suddenly felt generous enough to send a cab to collect me. Seemed worth a shot. There is a new message on my phone. Only it's not from Ben. You stupid little bitch. Think you can get away with what you've done? Shit. I swallow past the sudden dryness in my throat. Then I delete it. Block the number. As I say, it was all a bit last minute coming here. Ben didn't sound that thrilled when I called him earlier and told him I was on my way. True, I didn't give him much time to get used to the idea. But then it's always felt like the bond between us is more important to me than it is to my half-brother. I suggested we hang out last Christmas, but he said he was busy. Skiing, he said. Didn't even know he could ski. Sometimes it even feels like I'm an embarrassment to him. I represent the past, and he'd rather be cut loose from all that. I had to explain I was desperate. Hopefully it'll only be for a month or two, and I'll pay my way, I said. Just as soon as I get on my feet. I'll get a job. Yeah. One where they don't ask too many questions. That's how you end up in the places I've worked at. There aren't that many that will take you when your references are such a shit show. Up until this afternoon, I was gainfully employed at the Copacabana bar in Brighton. The odd massive tip made up for it. A load of wanker bankers, say, down from London celebrating some Dick or Harry or Tobias's upcoming nuptials, and too pissed to count the notes outright. Or maybe to guys like that it's just so much loose change anyway. But, as of today, I'm unemployed. Again. I pressed the buzzer a second time. No answer. All the building's windows are dark again, even the one that lit up before. Christ's sake. He couldn't have turned in for the night and totally forgotten about me. Could he? Below all the other buzzers, there's a separate one. Concierge, it reads in curly script. Like something in a hotel. Further proof that this place is seriously upmarket. I press the button. Wait. No answer. But I can't help imagining someone looking at the little video image of me, assessing, then deciding not to open up. I lift up the heavy knocker again and slam it several times against the wood. The sound echoes down the street. Someone must hear it. I can just make out a dog barking from somewhere deep inside the building. I wait 5 minutes. No one comes. Shit. I can't afford a hotel. I don't have enough for a return journey to London. And even if I did, there's no way I'm going back. I consider my options. Go to a bar? Wait it out? I hear footsteps behind me, ringing out on the cobblestones. Ben? I spin round, ready for him to apologise, tell me he just popped out to get some ciggies or something. But the figure walking towards me isn't my brother. He's too tall, too broad, a parka hood with a fur rim up over his head. He's moving quickly, and there's something purposeful about his walk. I grip the handle of my suitcase a little tighter. Literally everything I own is in here. He's only a few meters away now, close enough that, by the light of the street lamp, I can make out the gleam of his eyes under the hood. He's reaching into his pocket, pulling his hand back out. Something makes me take a step backwards, and now I see it. Something sharp and metallic, gleaming in his hand.
Concierge, the lodge. I watch her on the intercom screen, the stranger at the gate. What can she be doing here? She rings the buzzer again. She must be lost. I know just from looking at her that she has no business being here. Except she seems certain that this is the place she wants. So determined. Now she looks into the lens. I will not let her in. I cannot. I am the gatekeeper of this building. Sitting here in my lodge, a tiny cabin in the corner of the courtyard, which would fit maybe 20 times into the apartments above me. But it is mine, at least. My private space. My home. Most people wouldn't consider it worthy of the name. If I sit on the pull-down bed, I can touch nearly all the corners of the room at once. There is damp spreading from the ground and down from the roof, and the windows don't keep out the cold. But there are 4 walls. There is a place for me to put my photographs with their echoes of a life once lived, the little relics I have collected and which I hold on to when I feel most alone. The flowers I pick from the courtyard garden every other morning, so there is something fresh and alive in here. This place, for all its shortcomings, represents security. Without it, I have nothing. I look again at the face on the intercom screen. As the light catches her just so, I see a familiarity. The sharp line of the nose and jaw. But more than her appearance, it is something about the way she moves, looks around her. A hungry vulpine quality that reminds me of another. All the more reason not to let her in. I don't like strangers. I don't like change. Change has always been dangerous for me. He proved that. Coming here with his questions, his charm. The man who came to live in the third-floor apartment. Benjamin Daniels. After he came here, everything changed.
Jess. He's coming straight for me. The guy in the parka. He's lifting his arm. The metal of the blade gleams again. Shit. I'm about to turn and run, get a few yards on him at least. But wait. No. No. I can see now that the thing in his hand isn't a blade. It's an iPhone, in a metallic case. I let out the breath I've been holding and lean against my bag, hit by a sudden wave of tiredness. I've been wired all day. No wonder I'm spooking at shadows. I watch as the guy makes a call. I can make out a tinny little voice at the other end. A woman's voice, I think. Then he begins to talk, over her, louder and louder, until he's shouting into his handset. I have no idea what the words mean exactly, but I don't need to know much French to understand this isn't a polite or friendly chat. After he's got his long, angry speech off his chest, he hangs up and shoves the phone back in his pocket. Then he spits out a single word. Putain. I know that one. I got a D in my French GCSE, but I did look up all the swear words once, and I'm good at remembering the stuff that interests me. Whore. That's what it means. Now he turns and starts walking in my direction again, and I see, quite clearly, that he just wants to use the gate to this building. I step aside, feeling a total idiot for having got so keyed up over nothing. But it makes sense. I spent the whole Eurostar journey looking over my shoulder. You know, just in case. Bonsoir, I say in my best accent, flashing my most winning smile. Maybe this guy will let me in, and I can go up to the third floor and hammer on Ben's apartment door. Maybe his buzzer's simply not working or something. The guy doesn't reply. He just turns to the keypad next to the gate and punches in a series of numbers. Finally, he gives me a quick glance over his shoulder. It's not the most friendly glance. I catch a waft of booze, stale and sour. Same breath as most of the punters in the Copacabana. I smile again. Excusez-moi. Please, I need some help. I'm looking for my brother, Ben, Benjamin Daniels. I wish I had a bit more of Ben's flair, his charm. Benjamin Silvertongue, Mum called him. He's always had this way of getting anyone to do what he wants. Maybe that's why he ended up a journalist in Paris, while I've been working for a bloke affectionately known as the pervert in a shithole bar in Brighton serving stag doos at the weekends and local lowlifes in the week. The guy turns back to face me, slowly. Benjamin Daniels, he says. Not a question, just the name, repeated. I see something. Anger. Maybe fear. He knows who I'm talking about. Benjamin Daniels is not here. What do you mean, he's not here? I ask. This is the address he gave me. He's up on the third floor. I can't get hold of him. The man turns his back on me. I watch as he pulls open the gate. Finally turns round to face me a third time, and I think, maybe he is going to help me, after all. Then, in accented English, very slowly and loudly, he says, "Fuck off, little girl." Before I even have time to reply, there's a clang of metal and I jump backwards. He slammed the gate shut, right in my face. As the ringing fades from my ears, I'm left with just the sound of my breathing, fast and loud. But he's helped me, even though he doesn't know it. I wait a moment, take a quick look back down the street. Then I lift my hand to the keypad and punch in the same numbers I watched him use only a few seconds ago. 7561. Bingo. The little light flickers green and I hear the mechanism of the gate click open. Dragging my case after me, I slip inside.
Mimi, 4th floor. Merde! I just heard his name. Out there, in the night. I lift my head, listening. For some reason, I'm on top of the covers, not under them. My hair feels damp. The pillow cold and soggy. I shiver. Am I hearing things? Did I imagine it? His name. Following me everywhere? No. I'm sure it was real. A woman's voice drifting up through the open window of my bedroom. Somehow I heard it 4 stories up. Somehow I heard it through the roar of white noise inside my head. Who is she? Why is she asking about him? I sit up, pulling my bony knees tight against my chest, and reach for my childhood doudou, Monsieur Gus, a scraggy old penguin toy I still keep beside my pillow. I press him against my face, try to comfort myself with the feel of his hard little head, the soft, shifting scrunch of the beans inside his body, the musty smell of him. Just like I did as a little girl when I'd had a bad dream. You're not a little girl any longer, Mimi. He said that. Ben. The moon is so bright that my whole room is filled with a cold blue light. Nearly a full moon. In the corner, I can make out my record player, the case of vinyls next to it. I painted the walls in here such a dark blackish blue that they don't reflect any light at all. But the poster hanging opposite me seems to glow. It's a Cindy Sherman. I went to her show at the Pompidou last year. I got completely obsessed with how raw and freaky and intense her work is. The kind of thing I try to do with my painting. In the poster, one of the untitled film stills, she's wearing a short black wig, and she stares out at you like she's possessed, or like she might be about to eat your soul. Putain! My flatmate Camille laughed when she saw it. What happens if you bring some guy back? He's gonna have to look at that angry bitch while you're screwing? That'll put him off his rhythm. As if, I thought at the time. 19 years old and still a virgin. Worse, a convent school-educated virgin. I stare at Cindy, the black bruise-like shadows around her eyes, the jagged line of her hair, which is kind of like my own, since I took a pair of scissors to it. It feels like looking in a mirror. I turn to the window, look down into the courtyard. The lights are on in the concierge's cabin. Of course, that nosy old bitch never misses a trick. Creeping out from shadowy corners, always watching, always there. Looking at you like she knows all your secrets. This building is a U-shape around the courtyard. My bedroom is at one end of the U. So, if I peer diagonally downwards, I can see into his apartment. Nearly every evening for the last 2 months, he sat there at his desk working late into the night, the lights on. For just a moment, I let myself look. The shutters are open, but the lights are off, and the space behind the desk looks more than empty, or like the emptiness itself has a kind of depth and weight. I glance away. I slide down from my bed and tiptoe out into the main part of the apartment, trying not to trip over all the stuff Camille leaves scattered around like it's an extension of her bedroom. Magazines and dropped sweaters, dirty coffee cups, nail varnish pots, lacy bras. From the big windows in here, I've got a direct view of the front entrance. As I watch, the gate opens. A shadowy figure slips through the gap. As she comes forward into the light, I can make her out. A woman I have never seen before. No, I say silently. No, 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 no. Go away. The roar in my head grows louder. Did you hear that knocking? I spin around. Putain! Camille's lounging there on the couch, cigarette glowing in her hand, boots up on the armrest, faux snakeskin with 5-inch heels. When did she get in? How long has she been lurking there in the dark? I thought you were out, I say. Normally, if she goes clubbing, she stays till dawn. Oui. She shrugs, takes a drag on her cigarette. I've only been back 20 minutes. Even in the gloom, I see how her eyes slide away from mine. Normally, she'd be straight into some story about the crazy new club she's been at, or the guy whose bed she's just left, including an overly detailed description of his dick, or exactly how skilled he was at using it. I've often felt like I'm living vicariously through Camille. Grateful someone like her would choose to hang out with me. When we met at the Sorbonne, she told me she likes collecting people, that I interested her because I have this intense energy. But when I felt worse about myself, I've suspected this apartment probably has more to do with it. Where have you been? I ask, trying to sound halfway normal. She shrugs. Just around. I feel like there's something going on with her. Something she's not telling me. But right now, I can't think about Camille. The roaring in my head suddenly feels like it's drowning out all my thoughts. There's just one thing I know. Everything that has happened here happened because of him. Benjamin Daniels.
Jess. I'm standing in a small, dark courtyard. The apartment building proper wraps around it on 3 sides. The ivy has gone crazy here, winding up almost to the 4th floor, surrounding all the windows, swallowing drain pipes, a couple of satellite dishes. Ahead, a short path winds between flower beds planted with dark shrubs and trees. I can smell the sweetish scent of dead leaves, fresh turned earth. To my right, there's a sort of cabin structure, only a bit bigger than a garden shed. The 2 windows seem to be shuttered. On one side, a tiny chink of light shows through a crack. In the opposite corner, I make out a door, which seems to lead into the main part of the building. I head that way along the path. As I do, a pale face looms suddenly out of the darkness on my right. I stop short. But it's the statue of a nude woman, life-size, her body wound about with more black ivy, her eyes staring and blank. The door in the corner of the courtyard has another passcode, but it clicks open with the same set of numbers, thank God. I step through it into a dark, echoing space. A stairwell winds upwards into deeper darkness. I find the little orange glow of a light switch on the wall. Flick it. The lights hum on, dimly. A ticking sound, some sort of energy-saving timer maybe. I can see now that there's a dark reddish carpet beneath my feet, covering a stone floor then climbing up the polished wooden staircase. Above me, the banister coils around on itself, and inside the staircase there's a lift shaft, a tiny rickety-looking capsule that might be as old as the building itself. So ancient-looking, I wonder if it's actually still in use. There's a trace of stale cigarette smoke on the air. Still, all pretty posh, all a long, long way from the place I've been crashing at in Brighton. There's a door to the left of me. Cave, it says. I've never let a closed door stay closed for long. I suppose you could say that's my main problem in life. I give it a push. See a flight of steps leading down. I'm hit by a waft of cold underground air, damp and musty. I hear a noise then, somewhere above me. The creak of wood. I let the door swing shut and glance up. Something moves along the wall several flights up. I wait to see someone appear around the corner, in the gaps between the banisters. But the shadow stops, as though waiting for something. And then suddenly, everything goes dark. The timer must have run out. I reach over, flick it back on. The shadow's gone. I walk over to the lift in its metal cage. It's definitely on the antique side, but I'm too exhausted to even think about lugging my stuff up those stairs. There's barely room for me and the suitcase inside. I close the little door, press the button for the 3rd floor, put a hand against the structure to steady myself. It gives under the pressure of my palm. I hastily pull my hand away. There's a bit of a shudder as the lift sets off. I catch my breath. Up I go. Each floor has one door, marked with a brass number. Is that only one apartment per floor? They must be pretty big. I imagine the sleeping presence of strangers behind those doors. I wonder who lives in them, what Ben's neighbours are like. And I find myself wondering which apartment the dickhead I met at the gate lives in. The lift judders to a halt on the 3rd floor. I step out onto the landing and drag my suitcase after me. Here it is, Ben's apartment, with its brass number 3. I give it a couple of loud knocks. No answer. I crouch down and look at the keyhole. It's the old-fashioned kind, easiest in the world to pick. Needs must. I take out my hoop earrings and bend them out of shape. The convenience of cheap jewellery, leaving me with 2 long, thin pieces of metal. I make my rake and my pick. Ben actually taught me this when we were little, so he can hardly complain. I got so good at it, I can unpick a simple pin tumbler mechanism in less than a minute. I wiggle the earrings back and forth in the lock until there's a click, then turn the handle. Yes, the door begins to open. I pause. Something about this doesn't feel right. I've had to rely on my instincts quite a lot over the years. And I've also been here before, hand clasped around the door handle, not knowing what I'm going to find on the other side. Deep breath. For a moment it feels like the air contracts around me. I find myself gripping the pendant of my necklace. It's a St. Christopher. Mum gave us both one, to keep us safe. Even if that was her job, not something to be outsourced to a little metal saint. I'm not religious, and I'm not sure Mum was either. All the same, I can't imagine ever being parted from mine. With my other hand, I push the handle down. I can't stop myself from squeezing my eyes tight shut as I step into the space. It's pitch black inside. Ben? I call out. No answer. I step further inside, grope about for a light switch. As the lights come on, the apartment reveals itself. My first thought is, Christ, it's huge. Bigger even than I expected. Grander. High-ceilinged. Dark wooden beams up above, polished floorboards below. Huge windows facing down onto the courtyard. I take another step into the room. As I do, something lands across my shoulders. A blunt, heavy blow. Then the sting of something sharp, tearing into my flesh.
Concierge. The lodge. A few minutes after the knocking, I watched through the windows of my lodge as the first figure entered the courtyard, his hood pulled up. Then I saw a second figure appear. The newcomer, the girl, clattering that huge suitcase across the cobbles of the courtyard, making enough noise to wake the dead. I watched her on the intercom screen until the buzzer stopped ringing. I am good at watching. I sweep the residents' hallways. I collect their post. I answer the door. But also, I watch. I see everything. And it gives me a strange kind of power, even if I'm the only one who's aware of it. The residents forget about me. It's convenient for them to do so, to imagine that I'm nothing more than an extension of this building, just a moving element of a large machine, like the lift that takes them up to their beautiful apartments. In a way, I have become part of this place. It has certainly left its mark on me. I am sure the years of living in this tiny cabin have caused me to shrink, hunching into myself, while the hours spent sweeping and scrubbing the corridors and stairs of the apartment building have winnowed my flesh. Perhaps in another life I would have grown plump in my old age. I have not had that luxury. I am sinew and bone, stronger than I look. I suppose I could have gone and stopped her. Should have done. But confrontation is not my style. I have learned that watching is the more powerful weapon. And it had a feeling of inevitability, her being here. I could see her determination. She would somehow have found her way in, no matter what I did to try and prevent her. Stupid girl. It would have been far, far better if she'd turned and left this place and never returned. But it's too late now. So be it.
Jess. My heart is beating double time. My muscles tensed. I look down at the cat as it weaves its way between my legs, purring, a blur of movement. Slinky, black, a white ruff. I put a hand down the back of my top. My fingers come away with a sheen of blood. Ouch! The cat must have jumped onto my back from the counter next to the door, digging its claws in for grip when I fell forward. It looks up at me now, through narrowed green eyes, and gives a squawk, as though asking me what the hell I think I'm doing here. A cat? Jesus Christ. I start laughing, and then stop, quickly, because of the strange way the sound echoes around the high space. I didn't know Ben had a cat. Does he even like cats? It suddenly seems crazy that I don't know this. But I suppose there's not all that much I do know about his life here. Ben? I call out. Again, the sound of my voice bounces back at me. No answer. I don't think I expected one. It feels too silent, too empty. There's a strange smell, too. Something chemical. I suddenly really need a drink. I wander into the little kitchen area to my right and start raiding the cupboards. First things first. I come up with half a bottle of red wine. I'd prefer something with more of a kick, but beggars can't be choosers, and that might as well be the motto for my whole bloody life. I slosh some into a glass. There's a pack of fags on the side too. A bright blue box. Gitanes. I didn't know Ben still smoked. Typical of him to favour some fancy French brand. I fish one out, light up, inhale and cough like I did the first time a fellow foster kid gave me a drag. It's strong, spicy, unfiltered. I'm not sure I like it. Still, I push the rest of the pack into the back pocket of my jeans. He owes me. And take my first proper look around the place. I'm surprised, to say the least. I'm not sure what I imagined, but this isn't it. Ben's a bit creative, a bit cool. Not that I'd ever describe him that way to his face. And in contrast, this whole apartment is covered in antique-looking old lady wallpaper, silvery with a floral pattern. When I put out a hand and touch the nearest wall, I realise it's not paper after all. It's a very faded silk. I see brighter spots where there were clearly once pictures hanging, small rusty age spots on the fabric. From the high ceiling hangs a chandelier, curls of metal holding the bulbs. A long strand of cobwebs swings lazily back and forth. There must be a breeze coming from somewhere. And maybe there were once curtains behind those window shutters. I see an empty curtain rail up above, the brass rings still in place. A desk plumb in front of the windows, a shelf holding a few ivory-coloured books, a big navy French dictionary. In the near corner, there's a coat stand with an old khaki jacket on it. I'm sure I've seen Ben wearing it before. Maybe even the last time I saw him, about a year ago, when he came down to Brighton and bought me lunch before disappearing back out of my life again without a backward glance. I reach into the pockets and draw out a set of keys and a brown leather wallet. Is it a bit strange that Ben's gone but left these behind? I open the wallet. The back pocket's stuffed with a few euro notes. I take a 20 and then, for good measure, a couple of 10s. I'd have asked to borrow some money if he was here anyway. I'll pay it back. Sometime. A business card is stuffed into the front of the section that holds credit cards. It reads, Theo Mendelssohn, Paris editor, Guardian. And scribbled on it in biro, in what looks like Ben's handwriting. Sometimes he remembers to send me a birthday card. Pitch story to him. I look at the keys next. One of them's for a Vespa, which is odd as last time I saw him, he was driving an old 80s Mercedes soft top. The other's a large antique-looking thing that looks like it might be for this place. I go to the door and try it. The lock clicks. The uneasy feeling in the pit of my stomach grows. But he might have another set of keys. These could be spares. The set he's going to lend me. He probably has another key for the Vespa, too. He might even have gone off on it somewhere. As for the wallet, he's probably just carrying cash. I find the bathroom next. Nothing much to report here. other than the fact that Ben doesn't appear to own any towels at all, which seems bizarre. I step back out into the main room. The bedroom must be through the closed pair of French double doors. I walk towards them, the cat following, pressing close as a shadow. Just for a moment, I hesitate. The cat squawks at me again, as if to ask, "What are you waiting for?" I take another long slug of wine. Deep breath. Push open the doors. Another breath. Open my eyes. Empty bed. Empty room. No one here. Breathe out. Okay. I mean, I didn't really think I was going to find anything like that. That's not Ben. Ben's sorted. I'm the fuck up. But when it's happened to you once... I drain the dregs from my glass, then go through the cupboards in the bedroom. Not much by way of clues, except that most of my brother's clothes seem to come from places called acne. Why would you wear clothes named after a skin condition? And APC. Back out in the main room, I pour the remainder of the bottle into the glass and neck it back. Drift over to the desk by the large windows, which look down onto the courtyard. There's nothing on the desk beyond a ratty-looking biro. No laptop. Ben seemed surgically attached to it when he took me for lunch that time, getting it out and typing something while we waited for our order. I suppose he must have it with him, wherever he is. All at once, I have the definite feeling that I'm not alone, that I'm being watched. A prickle down the back of my neck. I spin around. No one there except the cat, which is sitting on the kitchen counter. Perhaps that's all it was. The cat gazes at me for a few moments, then turns its head on one side like it's asking a question. It's the first time I've seen it sit still like this. Then it raises a paw to its mouth and licks. This is when I notice that both the paw and the white ruff at its throat are smeared with blood. Jess. I've gone cold. What the? I reach out to the cat to try and get a closer look, but it slinks out from under my hand. Maybe it's just caught a mouse or something. One of the families I fostered with had a cat, Suki. Even though she was small, she could take down a whole pigeon. She came back once covered in blood like something out of a horror film, and my foster parent Karen found the headless body later that morning. I'm sure there's some small dead creature lying around the apartment, just waiting for me to step on it. Or maybe it killed something out there in the courtyard. The windows are open a crack, which must be how it gets in and out of this place. Walking along the guttering or something. Still, it gave me a bit of a jolt. When I saw it for a moment, I thought, no, I'm just tired. I should try and get some sleep. Ben will turn up in the morning, explain where he's been. I'll tell him he's a dick for leaving me to basically break in, and it'll be like old times, the old times, before he went to live with his shiny, rich new family and got a whole new way of speaking and perspective on the world, and I got bounced around the care system until I was old enough to fend for myself. I'm sure he's fine. Bad stuff doesn't happen to Ben. He's the lucky one. I shrug off my jacket, throw it onto the sofa. I should probably take a shower. I'm pretty sure I stink. A bit of BO, but mainly of vinegar. You can't work at the Copacabana and not reek of the stuff. It's what we use to sluice the bar down after every shift. I'm too tired to wash. I think Ben might have mentioned something about a camp bed, but I don't see any sign of one. So I take a throw from the sofa and lie down in the bedroom on top of the covers in all my clothes. I give the pillows some thumps to try and rearrange them. As I do, something slithers out of the bed onto the floor. A pair of women's knickers, black silk, lacy, expensive looking. Ew. Christ, Ben. I don't want to think about how those got here. I don't even know if Ben has a girlfriend. I feel a little pang of sadness, in spite of myself. He's all I've got, and I don't even know this much about him. I'm too tired to do much more than kick the knickers away, out of sight. Tomorrow, I'll sleep on the sofa. Jess. A shout rips through the silence. A man's voice, then another voice, a woman's. I sit up in bed, listening hard, heart kicking against my ribs. It takes a second for me to work out that the sounds are coming from the courtyard, filtering through the windows in the main room. I check the alarm clock next to Ben's bed. 5 a.m, morning, just, but still dark. The man is shouting again. He sounds slurred, like he's been drinking. I creep across the main room to the windows and crouch down. The cat pushes its face into my thigh, mewing. Shh, I tell it. But I quite like the feel of its warm, solid body against mine. I peer into the courtyard. 2 figures stand down there. One tall, one much smaller. The guy is dark-haired and she's blonde. The long fall of her hair silver in the cool light of the courtyard's one lamp. He's wearing a parka with a fur rim that looks familiar, and I realise it's the guy I met outside the gate last night. Their voices get louder. They're shouting over one another now. I'm pretty sure I hear her say the word police. At this, his voice changes. I don't understand the words, but there's a new hardness, a threat to his tone. I see him take a couple of steps towards her. Laisse-moi, she shouts, sounding different now too, scared rather than angry. He takes another step closer. I realise I'm pressed so close to the window that my breath has misted up the glass. I can't just sit here, listening, watching. He raises a hand. He's so much taller than her. A sudden memory. Mum, sobbing. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Over and over, like the words to a prayer. I lift my hand to the window and slam it against the glass. I want to distract him for a few seconds, give her a chance to move away. I see both of them glance up in confusion, their attention caught by the sound. I duck down, out of sight. When I look back out again, it's just in time to see him pick something up from the ground, something big and bulky and rectangular. With a big, petulant shove, he throws it towards her, at her. She steps back and it explodes at her feet. I see it's a suitcase, spilling clothes everywhere. Then he looks straight up at me. There's no time to crouch down. I understand what his look means. I've seen you. I want you to know that. Yeah, I think, looking right back. And I see you, dickhead. I know your sort. You don't scare me. Except all the hairs on the back of my neck are standing to attention, and the blood's thumping in my ears. I watch as he walks over to the statue and shoves it viciously off its plinth, so that it topples to the ground with a crash. Then he makes for the door that leads back into the apartment building. I hear the slam echoing up the stairwell. The woman is left on her knees in the courtyard, scrabbling around for the things that have fallen out of the suitcase. Another memory. Mum on her knees in the hallway, begging. Where are the other neighbours? I can't be the only one who heard the commotion. It's not a choice to go down and help. It's something I have to do. I snatch up the keys, run down the couple of flights of stairs and out into the courtyard. The woman starts as she spots me. She's still on her hands and knees, and I see that her eye makeup has run where she's been crying. Hey, I say softly. Are you okay? In answer, she holds up what looks like a silk shirt. It's stained with dirt from the ground. Then, shakily, in heavily accented English. I came to get my things. I tell him it's over, for good. And this is what he does. He's a son of a bitch. I never should have married him. Jesus, I think. This is why I know I'm better off single. Mum had exceptionally terrible taste in men. My dad was the worst of all of them, though. Supposedly a good guy. A real fucking bastard. Would have been better if he had disappeared off into the night like Ben's dad did before he was born. The woman's muttering under her breath as she shovels clothes into the suitcase. Anger seems to have taken over from fear. I go over and crouch down, help her pick up her things. High heels with long foreign names printed inside. A black silk lacy bra. A little orange sweater made out of the softest fabric I've ever felt. Merci, she says absent-mindedly. Then she frowns. Who are you? I've never seen you here before. I'm meant to be staying with my brother, Ben. Ben, she says, drawing out his name. She looks me up and down, taking in my jeans, my old sweater. He's your brother. Before him, I thought all Englishmen were sunburned, no elegance, bad teeth. I did not know they could be so beautiful, so charmant, so soigné. Apparently, there aren't enough words in English for how wonderful my brother is. She continues shoveling clothes into the suitcase, a violence to her movements, scowling every so often at the door into the apartment building. Is it so strange I got bored of being with a stupid fucking loser alcoholic? That I wanted a little flirtation? And d'accord, maybe I wanted to make Antoine jealous. Care about something other than himself. Is it such a surprise I started to look elsewhere? She tosses her hair over her shoulder in a shining curtain. It's quite impressive. Being able to do that while crouched down picking your lacy underwear out of a gravel path. She looks towards the building and raises her voice, almost as though she wants her husband to hear. He says I only care about him because of his money. Of course I only care about him because of his money. It was the only thing that made it, how do you say, worthwhile. But now, she shrugs. Oh, it's not worth it. I pass her a silky electric blue dress, a baby pink bucket hat with Jacquemus printed across the front. Have you seen Ben recently? I ask. No, she says, raising an eyebrow at me like I might be insinuating something. Pourquoi? Why do you ask? He was meant to be here last night, to let me in, but he wasn't, and he hasn't been answering my messages. Her eyes widen, and then, under her breath, she murmurs something. I make out. Antoine. Non. Ce n'est pas possible. What did you say? Oh, rien. Nothing. But I catch the glance she shoots towards the apartment building. Fearful. Suspicious, even. And wonder what it means. Now she's trying to clip shut her bulging suitcase, brown leather with some sort of logo printed all over it. But I see that her hands are trembling, making her fingers clumsy. Merde. Finally, it snaps closed. Hey, I say. Do you want to come inside? Call a cab? No way, she says fiercely. I'm never going back in there. I have an Uber coming. As if on cue, her phone pings. She checks it and gives what sounds like a sigh of relief. Ah, merci. Putain, he's here. I have to go. Then she turns and looks up at the apartment building. You know what? Fuck this evil place. Then her expression softens, and she blows a kiss towards the windows above us. But at least one good thing happened to me here. She pulls up the handle of the little case, then turns and begins stalking towards the gate. I hurry after her. What do you mean? Evil? She glances at me and shakes her head, mimes zippering her lips. I want my money. From the divorce. Then she's out onto the street and climbing into the cab. As it pulls away, off into the night, I realize I never managed to ask whether what she had with my brother was ever more than a flirtation. I turn back towards the courtyard and nearly jump out of my skin. Jesus Christ, there's an old woman standing there, looking at me. She seems to glow with a cold white light like something off Most Haunted. But after I've caught my breath, I realize it's because she's standing beneath the outdoor lamp. Where the hell did she appear from? Excusez-moi, I say. Madame? I'm not even sure what I want to ask her. Who are you? Maybe? What are you doing here? She doesn't answer. She simply shakes her head at me, very slowly. Then she's retreating backwards, towards that cabin in the corner of the courtyard. I watch as she disappears inside. As the shutters, which I see now must have been open, are quickly drawn closed.
Saturday, Nick. Second floor. I lean forward onto the handlebars of the Peloton bike, standing up in the saddle for the incline. There's sweat running into my eyes, stinging. My lungs feel like they're full of acid, not air. My heart hammering so hard it feels like I might be about to have a heart attack. I pedal harder. I want to push beyond anything I've done before. Tiny stars dance at the edges of my vision. The apartment around me seems to shift and blur. For a moment, I think I'm going to pass out. Maybe I do. Next thing I know, I'm slumped forward over the handlebars and the mechanism is whirring down. I'm hit by a sudden rush of nausea. I force it down, take huge gulps of air. I got into spinning in San Francisco. And bulletproof coffee, keto, Bikram, pretty much any other fad the rest of the tech world was into, in case it provided any extra edge, any additional source of inspiration. Normally I'd sit here and do a class or listen to a TED Talk. This morning wasn't like that. I wanted to lose myself in pure exertion, push through to a place where thought was silenced. I woke just after 5 a.m., but I knew I wasn't going to sleep, especially during that fight in the courtyard, the latest and worst of many. Getting on the bike seemed like the only thing that made sense. I climbed down from the saddle, a little unsteadily. The bike is one of the few items in this room besides my iMac and my books. Nothing up on the walls, no rugs on the floor. Partly because I like the whole minimal aesthetic. Partly because I still feel like I haven't really moved in. Because I like the idea that I could up and leave at any moment. I pull the headphones out of my ears. It sounds like things have quietened down out there in the courtyard. I walk over to the window, the muscles in my calves twitching. I can't see anything at first. Then my eye snags on a movement, and I see there's a girl down there, opening the door to the building. There's something familiar about her, about the way she moves. Difficult to put my finger on, but my mind gropes around as if for a forgotten word. Now I see the lights come on in the apartment on the 3rd floor. I watch her move into my line of sight, and I know that she has to be something to do with him. With my old mate, and as of very recently, neighbor, Benjamin Daniels. He told me about a younger sister once, half-sister, something of a tearaway, bit of a problem case, from his old life, however much he'd tried to sever himself from all that. What he definitely didn't tell me was that she was coming here. But then it wouldn't be the first time he's kept something from me, would it? The girl appears briefly at the windows, looking out. Then she turns and moves away, towards the bedroom, I think. I watch her until she's out of sight.
Jess. My throat hurts, and there's an oily sweat on my forehead. I stare up at the high ceiling above me and try and work out where I am. Now I remember. Getting here last night. That scene in the courtyard a couple of hours ago. It was still dark out, so I got back into bed afterwards. I didn't think I'd be able to sleep, but I must have drifted off. I don't feel rested though. My whole body aches like I've been fighting someone. I think I was fighting someone, in my dream. The kind you're relieved to wake up from. It comes back to me in fragments. I was trying to get into a locked room, but my hands were clumsy, all fingers and thumbs. Someone, Ben, was shouting at me not to open the door. Do not open the door. But I knew I had to. Knew I didn't have any other choice. And then, finally the door was opening, and all at once I knew he was right. Oh, why hadn't I listened to him? Because what greeted me on the other side? I sit up in bed. I check my phone. 8 a.m. No messages. A new day and still no sign of my brother. I call his number, straight to voicemail. I listen to the voice note he left me again, with that final instruction.
Just ring the buzzer. I'll be up waiting for you.
And this time, I notice something strange. How his voice seems to cut off mid-sentence, like something has distracted him. And after this, there's a faint murmur of sound in the background. Words, maybe. But I can't make anything out. The uneasy feeling grows. I walk out into the main living space. The room looks even more like something from a museum in the light of day. You can see the dust motes hanging suspended in the air. And I've just spotted something I didn't see last night. There's a largish, lighter patch on the floorboards just a few feet before the front door. I walk towards it, crouch down. As I do, the strange smell I noticed last night, catches me right at the back of the throat. A singe the nostrils chemical tang. Bleach. But that's not all. Something's caught here in the gap between the floorboards, glinting in the cold light. I try to wiggle it out with my fingers, but it's stuck fast. I go and get a couple of forks from the drawer in the kitchen, use them together to prise it loose. Eventually, I work it free. A long gilt chain unspools first, then a pendant. An image of a male saint in a cloak, holding a crook. Ben's St. Christopher. I reach up and feel the identical texture of the chain around my neck, the heavy weight of the pendant. I've never seen him without it. Just like me, I suspect he never takes it off, because it came from Mum. Because it's one of the few things we have from her. Maybe it's guilt, but I suspect Ben's almost more sentimental about stuff like that than me. But here it is. And the chain is broken. Jess. I sit here trying not to panic, trying to imagine the rational explanation that I'm sure must be behind all this. Should I call the police? Is that what a normal person would do? Because it's several things now. Ben not being here when he said he would, and not answering his phone. The cat's blood-tinged fur. The bleach stain. The broken necklace. But more than any of this, it's the way it all feels. It feels wrong. Always listen to your inner voice, was Mum's thing. Never ignore a feeling. It didn't work out so well for her, of course. But she was right, in a way. It's how I knew I should barricade myself in my bedroom at night when I fostered with the Andersons, even before another kid told me about Mr. Anderson and his preferences. And way before that, before foster care even, it's how I knew I shouldn't go into that locked room, even though I did. I don't want to call the police, though. They might want to know things about you, a little voice says. They might have questions you don't want to answer. The police and I have never got on all that well. Let's just say I've had my share of run-ins. And even though he had it coming, what I did to that arsehole is, I suppose, technically still a crime. Right now, I don't want to put myself on their radar unless I absolutely have to. Besides, I don't really have enough to tell them, do I? A cat that might just have killed a mouse. A necklace that might just have been innocently broken. A brother who might have just fucked off yet again to leave me to fend for myself. No. It's not enough. I put my head in my hands, tried to think what to do next. At the same moment, my stomach gives a long, loud groan. I realise I can't actually remember the last time I ate anything. Last night I'd sort of imagined I'd get here and Ben would fix me up some scrambled eggs or something. Maybe we'd order a takeaway. Part of me feels too queasy and keyed up to eat. But perhaps I'll be able to think more clearly with some food in my belly. I raid the fridge and cupboards, but besides half a pack of butter, and a stick of salami there bare. One cupboard is different from all the rest. It's some sort of cavity with what looks like a pulley system, but I can't work out what it's for at all. In desperation, I cut off some of the salami with a very sharp Japanese knife that I find in Ben's utensil pot, but it's hardly a hearty breakfast. I pocket the set of keys I found in Ben's jacket. I know the code now. I've got the keys. I can get back into this place. The courtyard looks less spooky in the light of day. Past the ruins of the statue of the naked woman, the head separated from the rest, face up, eyes staring at the sky. One of the flower beds looks like it has recently been redug, which explains that smell of freshly turned earth. There's a little fountain running too. I look over at the tiny cabin in the corner and see a dark gap between the closed slats of the shutters. Perfect for spying on anything that's going on out here. I can imagine her watching me through it, the old woman I saw last night, the one who seems to live there. I take in the strangeness of my surroundings as I close the apartment's gates, the foreignness of it all. The crazily beautiful buildings around me, the cars with their unfamiliar number plates. The streets also look different in daylight, and much busier when I get away from the hush of the apartment building's cul-de-sac. They smell different too. Moped fumes and cigarette smoke and roasted coffee. It must have rained in the night as the cobbles are gleaming wet, slippery underfoot. Everyone seems to know exactly where they're going. I step into the street out of the way of one woman walking straight at me while talking on her phone and nearly collide with a couple of kids sharing an electric scooter. I've never felt so clueless, so like a fish out of water. I wander past shop fronts with their grills pulled down, wrought iron gates leading onto courtyards and gardens full of dead leaves, pharmacies with blinking neon green crosses. There seems to be one on every street. Do the French get sick more? Doubling back on myself and getting lost a couple of times. Finally, I find a bakery. The sign painted emerald green with gold lettering, boulangerie, and a striped awning. Inside, the walls and the floor are decorated with patterned tiles, and it smells like burned sugar and melted butter. The place is packed. A long queue doubles back on itself. I wait, getting hungrier and hungrier, staring at the counter which is filled with all sorts of things that look too perfect to be eaten. Tiny tarts with glazed raspberries, eclairs with violet icing, little chocolate cakes with 1,000 very fine layers and a touch of what looks like actual gold on top. People in front of me are putting in serious orders. 3 loaves of bread, 6 croissants, an apple tart. My mouth waters. I feel the rustle of the notes I nicked from Ben's wallet in my pocket. The woman in front of me has hair so perfect it doesn't look real. A black, shining bob, not a strand out of place. A silk scarf tied around her neck, some kind of camel-coloured coat, and a black leather handbag over her arm. She looks rich. Not flashy rich, the French equivalent of posh. You don't have hair that perfect unless you spend your days doing basically nothing. I look down and see a skinny, silver-coloured dog on a pale blue leather lead. It looks up at me with suspicious dark eyes. The woman behind the counter hands her a pastel-coloured box tied with a ribbon.
Voilà, Madame Munier.
Merci. She turns, and I see that she's wearing red lipstick, so perfectly applied it might be tattooed on. At a guess, she's about 50, but a very well-preserved 50. She's putting her card back into her wallet. As she does, something flutters to the ground. A piece of paper. A banknote? I bend down to pick it up, take a closer look. Not a banknote, which is a shame. Someone like her probably wouldn't miss the odd 10 euros. It's a handwritten note, scribbled in big block capitals. I read, "Double la prochaine fois, salope."
Donne-moi ça.
I look up. The woman is glaring at me, her hand outstretched. I think I know what she's asking, but she did it so rudely, so like a queen commanding a peasant, that I pretend not to understand. "Excuse me?" She switches to English.
Give that to me.
And then finally, as an afterthought, "Please?" Taking my time about it, I hold out the note. She snatches it from my hand so roughly that I feel one of her long fingernails scrape at my skin. Without a thank you, she marches out through the door.
Excusez-moi, madame.
The woman behind the counter asks, ready to take my order. A croissant, please." Everything else is probably going to be too expensive. My stomach rumbles as I watch her drop it into the little paper bag. 2, actually. On the walk back to the apartment through the cold, grey morning streets, I eat the first one in big, ravenous bites, and then the second slower, tasting the salt of the butter, enjoying the crunch of the pastry and the softness inside. It's so good that I could cry, and not much makes me cry. Back at the apartment building, I let myself in through the gate with the code I learned yesterday. As I cross the courtyard, I catch the scent of fresh cigarette smoke. I glance up, following the smell. There's a girl sitting there, up on the 4th floor balcony, cigarette in her hand. A pale face, choppy dark hair, dressed in head-to-toe black from her turtleneck to the docks on her feet. I can see from here that she's young, maybe 19, 20. She catches sight of me looking back at her. I can see it in the way her whole body freezes. That's the only way I can describe it. You know something, I think, staring back. And I'm going to get you to tell me.
Mimi, 4th floor. She's seen me. The woman who arrived last night, who I watched this morning walking around in his apartment. She's staring straight at me. I can't move. In my head, the roar of static grows louder. Finally, she turns away. When I breathe out, my chest burns. I watched him arrive from here too. It was August, nearly 3 months ago, the middle of the heat wave. Camille and I were sitting on the balcony in the junky old deck chairs she'd bought from a brocante shop, drinking Aperol spritzes, even though I actually kind of hate Aperol spritz. Camille often persuades me to do things I wouldn't otherwise do. Benjamin Daniels turned up in an Uber. Grey t-shirt, jeans, dark hair, longish. He looked famous somehow. Or maybe not famous, but special. You know? I can't explain it. But he had that thing about him that made you want to look at him. Need to look at him. I was wearing dark glasses, and I watched him from the corner of my eye, so it didn't seem like I was looking his way. When he opened the boot of the car, I saw the stains of sweat under his arms and where his t-shirt had ridden up. I also saw how the line of his tan stopped beneath the waistband of his jeans. where the paler skin started, an arrow of dark hair descending. The muscles in his arms flexed when he lifted the bags out of the trunk. Not like a jacked-up gym-goer, more elegant. Like a drummer. Drummers always have good muscles. Even from here I could imagine how his sweat would smell. Not bad, just like salt and skin. He shouted to the driver, "Thanks, mate." I recognized the English accent straight away. There's this old TV show I'm obsessed with, Skins, about all these British teenagers screwing and screwing up, falling in love. Said Camille, lifting up her sunglasses. Mais non, I said. He's really old, Camille. She shrugged. He's only 30-something. Oui? And that's old. That's like 15 years older than us. Well, think of all that experience. She made a V with her fingers and stuck her tongue out between them. I laughed at that. Oh, Burke, you're disgusting. She raised her eyebrows. Pas du tout. And you'd know that if your darling papa ever let you near any guys, shut up. Oh, Mimi, I'm kidding. But you know, one day he's going to have to realize you're not his little girl any longer. She grinned, sucked up Aperol through her straw. For a second, I wanted to slap her. I nearly did. I don't always have the best impulse control. He's just a little protective. It was more than that, really. But I suppose I also never really wanted to do anything to disappoint Papa. Tarnish that image of me as his little princess. I often wished I could be more like Camille, though. So chill about sex. For her, it's just another thing she likes doing, like swimming or cycling or sunbathing. I'd never even had sex, let alone with two people at the same time, one of her specialities, or tried girls as well as boys. You know what's funny? Papa actually approved of her moving in here with me, said living with another girl might stop you from getting into too much trouble. Camille was in her smallest bikini, just 3 triangles of pale crocheted material that barely covered anything. Her feet were pressed up against the ironwork of the balcony, and her toenails were painted a chipped Barbie doll pink. Apart from her month in the South with friends, she'd sat out there pretty much every hot day, getting browner and browner, slathering herself in La Roche-Posay. Her whole body looked like it had been dipped in gold. Her hair lightened to the color of caramel. I don't go brown. I just burn. So I sat tucked in the shade like a vampire with my Françoise Sagan novel, wearing a big man's shirt. She leant forward, still watching the guy getting his cases out of the car. Oh my God, Mimi, he has a cat. How cute! Can you see it? Look in that carry basket. Salut, Minou! She did it on purpose so he would look up and see us. See her. Which he did. Hey! She called, standing up and waving so hard that her nénés bounced around in her bikini top, like they were trying to escape. Bienvenue! Welcome! I'm Camille, and this is Merveille. Cute pussy. I was so embarrassed. She knew exactly what she was saying. It's the same slang in French. Chat. Also, I hate that my full name is Merveille. No one calls me that. I'm Mimi. My mum gave me that name because it means wonder. And she said that's what my arrival into her life was. This unexpected but wonderful thing. But it's also completely mortifying. I sank down behind my book, but not so much that I couldn't still see him over the top of it. The guy shielded his eyes. Thanks, he called. He put up a hand, waved back. As he did, I saw again that strip of skin between his t-shirt and jeans.
I'm Ben. Friend of Nick's? I'm moving into the 3rd floor.
Camille turned to me. Well, she said in an undertone, I feel like this place has just got a lot more exciting. She grinned. Maybe I should introduce myself to him properly. Offer to look after the pussy if he goes away. I wouldn't be surprised if she's fucking him in a week's time. I thought to myself. It would hardly be a surprise. The surprising thing was how much I hated the thought of it. Someone's knocking on the door to my apartment. I creep down the hall, look through the peephole. Merde! It's her, the woman from Ben's apartment. I swallow, or try to. It feels like my tongue is stuck in my throat. It's hard to think with this roaring in my ears. I know I don't have to open the door. This is my apartment, my space, but the knock, knock, knock is incessant, beating against my skull until I feel like something in me is going to explode. I grit my teeth and open the door, take a step back. The shock of her face close up. I see him in her features straight away. But she's small, and her eyes are darker, and there's something, I don't know, hungry about her, which maybe was in him too, but he hid it better. It's like with her, all the angles are sharper. With him, it was all smoothness. She's scruffy too. Jeans and an old jumper with frayed cuffs. Dark red hair scragged up on top of her head. That's not like him either. Even in a grey t-shirt on a hot day, he looked kind of pulled together, you know? Like everything fit him just right. Hi, she says. She smiles, but it's not a real smile. I'm Jess. What's your name? Mimi. My voice comes out as a rasp. My brother, Ben, lives on the 3rd floor. But he's kind of disappeared on me. Do you know him at all? For a crazy moment, I think about pretending I don't speak English. But that's stupid. I shake my head. No, I didn't know him. I mean. My English, sorry, it's not so good. I can feel her looking past me, like she's trying to see her way into my apartment. I move sideways, try to block her view. So instead she looks at me, like she's trying to see into me. And that's worse. This is your apartment? She asks. Oui? Wow. She widens her eyes. Nice work if you can get it. And it's just you in here? My flatmate, Camille, and me. She's trying to peer into the apartment again, looking over my shoulder. I was wondering if you'd seen him lately. Ben? No, he's been keeping his shutters closed. I mean, I realized too late that wasn't what she was asking. She raises her eyebrows. Okay, she says. But do you remember the last time you saw him generally about the place? It would be so helpful. She smiles. Her smile is not like his at all. But then no one's is. I realize she's not going to go unless I give her an answer. I clear my throat. I don't know. Not for a while. I suppose maybe a week? Quoi? Ce n'est pas vrai? That's not true. I turn to see Camille in just a camisole and her culotte, wandering into the space behind me. It was yesterday morning, remember, Mimi? I saw you with him on the stairs. Merde! I can feel my face growing hot. Oh, yes, that's right. I turn back to the woman in the doorway. So he was here yesterday. she asks, frowning, looking from me to Camille and back. You did see him? Uh-huh, I say. Yesterday, I must have forgotten. Did he say if he was going anywhere? No, it was only for a second. I picture his face as I passed him on the stairs. Hey, Mimi. Something up? That smile. No one's smile is like his. I can't help you, I say. Sorry. I go to close the door. He said he'd ask me to feed his kitty if he ever went away. Camille says, and the almost flirtatious way she says kitty reminds me of her cute pussy on the day he arrived. But he didn't ask this time. Really? The woman seems interested in this. So it sounds like... Maybe she's realized I'm slowly closing the door on her because she makes a movement like she's about to step forward into the apartment. And without even thinking, I slam the door in her face so hard I feel the wood give under my hands. My arms are shaking. My whole body is shaking. I know Camille must be staring at me, wondering what's going on, but I don't care what she thinks right now. I lean my head against the door. I can't breathe. And suddenly I feel like I'm choking. It rushes up inside me, the sickness. And before I can stop it, I'm vomiting right onto the beautifully polished floorboards.
Sophie, penthouse. I'm coming up the stairs when I see her. A stranger inside these walls. It sends such a jolt through me that I nearly drop the box from the boulangerie. A girl snooping around on the penthouse landing. She has no business being here. I watch her for a while before I speak. Bonjour, I say coolly. She spins around, caught out. Good. I wanted to shock her. But now it's my turn to be shocked. You. It's her from the boulangerie, the scruffy girl who picked up the note I dropped. Double la prochaine fois, salope. Double the next time, bitch. Who are you? I'm Jess Hadley. I'm staying with my brother, Ben, she says quickly. On the 3rd floor. If you are staying on the 3rd floor, then what are you doing up here? It makes sense, I suppose. Sneaking around in here as though she owns the place. Just like him. I was looking for Ben. She must realize how absurd this sounds. As though he might be hiding in some shadowy corner up here in the eaves, because she suddenly looks sheepish. Do you know him? Benjamin Daniels? That smile. A fox entering the henhouse. The sound of a glass smashing. A smear of crimson on a stiff white napkin. Nicholas's friend, yes. Although I've only met him a couple of times. Nicholas? Is that Nick? I think Ben might have mentioned him. Which floor's he on? I hesitate. Then I say, the 2nd. Do you remember when you last saw him about? She asks. Ben, I mean. He was meant to be here last night. I tried asking one of the girls, Mimi, on the 4th floor, but she wasn't too helpful. I don't recall. Perhaps my answer sounds too quick, too certain. But then he keeps so much to himself, you know? Rather, what's the English expression? Reserved. Really? That doesn't sound anything like Ben. I'd expect him to be friends with everyone in this building by now. Not with me. That at least is true. I give a little shrug. Anyway, maybe he went away and forgot to tell you? No, she says. He wouldn't do that. Could I remember the last time I saw him? Of course I can. But I'm thinking now about the first time. About 2 months ago. The middle of the heatwave. I did not like him. I knew it straight away. The laughter, that's what I heard first. Vaguely threatening, in the way male laughter can be. The almost competitive nature of it. I was in the courtyard. I'd spent the afternoon planting in the shade. To others, gardening is a form of creative abandon. To me, It is a way of exerting control upon my surroundings. When I told Jacques I wanted to take care of the courtyard's small garden, he did not understand. "There are people we can pay to do it for us," he told me. In my husband's world, there are people you can pay for anything. The end of the day, the light fading, the heat still oppressive. I watched from behind the rosemary bushes as the two of them entered the courtyard. Nick first, then a stranger, wheeling a moped. Around the same age as his friend, but he seemed somehow older. Tall and rangy, dark hair. He carried himself well, a very particular confidence in the way he inhabited the space around him. I watched as Nick's friend plucked a sprig of rosemary from one of the bushes, tearing hard to wrench it free. How he crushed it to his nose, inhaled. There was something presumptuous about the gesture. It felt like an act of vandalism. Then Benoit was running over to them. The newcomer scooped him up and held him. I stood. "He doesn't like to be held by anyone but me." Benoit, the traitor, turned his head to lick the stranger's hand.
"Bonjour, Sophie,"
Nicholas said.
"This is Ben. He's going to be living here, in the apartment on the 3rd floor."
Proud, showing off his friend like a new toy.
"Pleased to meet you, madame."
He smiled then, a lazy smile that was somehow just as presumptuous as the way he'd ripped into that bush. "You will like me," it said. "Everyone does." "Please," I said, "call me Sophie." The madame had made me feel about 100 years old, even though it was only proper.
"Sophie."
Now I wished I hadn't said it. It was too informal, too intimate. "I'll take him, please." I held out my hands for the dog. Benoit smelt faintly of petrol, of male sweat. I held him at a little distance from my body. "The concierge won't like that," I added, nodding at the moped, then toward the cabin. "She hates them." I'd wanted to assert myself, but I sounded like a matron scolding a small boy.
"Noted,"
he said.
"Cheers for the tip. I'll have to butter her up, get her on side."
I stared at him. Why on earth would he want to do that?
"Good luck there,"
Nick said.
"She doesn't like anyone."
"Ah," he says.
"But I like a challenge. I'll win her over." "Well, watch out,"
Nick said.
"I'm not sure you want to encourage her. She has a knack for appearing round corners when you least expect it."
I didn't like the idea of it at all. That woman with her watchful eyes, her omnipresence. What might she be able to tell him if he did win her over? When Jacques got home, I told him I had met the new inhabitant of the 3rd floor apartment. He frowned, pointed to my cheekbone.
"You have dirt there."
I rubbed at my cheek. Somehow I must have missed it when I had checked my appearance. I thought I had been so careful.
"So what do you make of our new neighbor?"
"I don't like him." Jacques raised his eyebrows.
"I thought he sounded like an interesting young man. What don't you like?"
"He's too charming. That charm. He wielded it like a weapon." Jacques frowned. He didn't understand. My husband, a clever man, but also arrogant. Used to having things his way, having power. I have never acquired that sort of arrogance. I've never been certain enough of my position to be complacent.
"Well,"
he said,
"we'll have to invite him to drinks. Look him over."
I didn't like the sound of that, inviting him into our home. The first note arrived 2 weeks later. "I know who you are, Madame Sophie Mounier. I know what you really are. If you don't want anyone else to know, I suggest you leave 2,000 euros beneath the loose step in front of the gate." The madame. A nasty little piece of faux formality. The mocking, knowing tone. No postmark. It had been hand-delivered. My blackmailer knew this building well enough to know about the loose step outside the gate. I didn't tell Jacques. I knew he would refuse to pay, for one thing. Those who have the most money are often the most close-fisted about handing it over. I was too afraid not to pay. I took out my jewelry box, I considered the yellow sapphire brooch Jacques had given me for our second wedding anniversary, the jade and diamond hair clips he gave me last Christmas. I selected an emerald bracelet as the fastest, because he never asked me to wear it. I took it to the pawnbroker, a place out in the banlieue, the neighborhoods outside the périphérique ring road that encircles the city. A world away from the Paris of postcards, of tourist dreams. I had to go somewhere no one could possibly recognize me. The pawnbroker knew I was out of my depth. I think he could sense my fear. Little did he know, it was less to do with the neighborhood than my horror at finding myself in this situation. The debasement of it. I returned with more than enough cash to cover it. Less than I should have got, though. 10 200-euro notes. The money felt dirty. The sweat of other hands, the accumulated filth. I slid the wedge of notes into a thick envelope, where they looked even dirtier against the fine cream card, and sealed them up, as though it would somehow make the fact of the money less horrific, less demeaning. I left it, as directed, beneath the loose step in front of the apartment building's gate. For the time being, I had covered my debts. Perhaps you'll want to return to the third floor now, I tell the strange, scruffy girl, his sister. Hard to believe it. Hard, actually, to imagine him having had a childhood, a family at all. He seemed so discreet, as though he had stepped into the world fully formed. I didn't catch your name, she says. I didn't give it. Sophie Meunier, I say. My husband Jacques and I live in the penthouse apartment, on this floor. If you're in the penthouse apartment, what's up there? She points to the wooden ladder. The entrance to the old chambre de bonne, the old maid's quarters, in the eaves of the building. I nod my head in the other direction, towards the descending staircase. But I'm sure you'll want to get back to the third floor now. She takes the hint. She has to walk right by me to go back down. I don't move an inch as she passes. It is only when my jaw begins to ache that I realize how hard I have been gritting my teeth.
Jess. I close the apartment door behind me. I think of the way Sophie Meunier looked at me just now, like I was something she'd found on the sole of her shoe. She might be French, but I'd know her type anywhere. The shining black bob, the silk scarf, the swanky handbag. The way she stressed penthouse. She's a snob. It's not exactly a new feeling, being looked at like I'm scum. But I thought I sensed something else. Some extra hostility when I mentioned Ben. I think of her suggestion that he might have gone away. It's not a great time, he'd said on the phone. But he wouldn't just up and go without leaving word. Would he? I'm his family. His only family. However put out he was, I don't think he would abandon me. But then, it wouldn't be the first time he's disappeared out of my life with little more than a backward glance. Like when suddenly he had some shiny new parents ready to whisk him away to a magical new life of private schools and holidays abroad, and family Labradors, and... Sorry, but the Danielses are only looking to adopt one child. Actually, it can be best to separate children from the same family, especially when there has been a shared trauma. As I said, my brother's always been good at getting people to fall in love with him. Ben, driving away in the back seat of the Daniels' navy blue Volvo, turning back once, and then looking forward, onwards to his new life. No. He left me a voice note giving me directions for Christ's sake. And even if he did have to leave for some reason, why isn't he answering any of my calls or texts? I keep coming back to the broken chain of his St. Christopher, the bloodstains on the cat's fur, How none of Ben's neighbours seem prepared to give me the time of day. More than that, seem actively hostile. How it just feels like something here is wrong. I search Ben's social media. At some point, he seems to have deleted all his socials except Instagram. How have I only just realised this? No Facebook, no Twitter. His Instagram profile picture is the cat, which right now is sitting on its haunches on the desk, watching me through narrowed eyes. There isn't a single photo left on his grid. I suppose it's just like Ben, master of reinvention, to have got rid of all his old stuff. But there's something about the disappearance of all his content that gives me the creeps. Almost like someone's tried to erase him. I sent him a DM, all the same. Ben, if you see this, answer your phone. My mobile buzzes. You have only 50 megabytes of roaming data remaining. To buy more, follow this link. Shit. I can't even get by on the cheapest plan. I sit down on the sofa. As I do, I realise I've sat on Ben's wallet. I must have tossed it here earlier. I open it and pull out the business card stuck in the front. Theo Mendelsohn, Paris editor, Guardian. And scribbled on the card, pitch story to him. Someone Ben's working for, maybe. Someone he might have been in touch with recently. There's a number listed. I call, but it rings out, so I fire off a quick text. Hi, it's about my brother Ben Daniels. Trying to find him. Can you help? I put the phone down. I just heard something odd. I sit very still, listening hard, trying to work out what the noise is. It sounds like footsteps passing down a flight of stairs. Except the sound isn't coming from in front of me, from the landing and the staircase beyond the apartment's entrance. It's behind my head. I stand up from the sofa and study the wall. And it's now, looking properly, that I see something there. I run my hands over the faded silk wall covering. There's a break, a gap in the fabric, running horizontally above my head and vertically down. I step back and take in the shape of it. It's cleverly hidden, and the sofa's pushed in front of it, so you wouldn't notice it at all unless you were looking pretty closely. But I think it's a door.
Sophie, penthouse. Back in the apartment, I reach into my handbag. Black leather Celine, ferociously expensive, extremely discreet. A gift from Jacques. Take out my wallet, and I'm almost surprised to find the note hasn't burned a hole through the leather. I cannot believe I was so clumsy as to drop it earlier. I'm never normally clumsy. Double the next time, bitch. It arrived yesterday morning, the latest in the series. Well, it has no hold over me now. I rip it into tiny pieces and scatter them into the fireplace. I pull the tasseled cord set into the wall, and flames roar into life, instantly incinerating the paper. Then I walk quickly through the apartment, past the floor-to-ceiling windows with their view out over Paris, along the hallway hung with its trio of Gerhard Richter abstracts, my heels tapping briefly over the parquet, then silenced on the silk of the antique Persian runner. In the kitchen, I open the pastel box from the boulangerie. Inside is a quiche Lorraine, studded with lardons of bacon. The pastry so crisp it will shatter at the slightest touch. The dairy waft of the cream and egg yolk briefly makes me want to gag. When Jacques is away from home on one of his business trips, I usually exist on black coffee and fruit. Perhaps the odd piece of dark chocolate, broken from a Maison Bon Abat. I did not feel like going out. I felt like hiding in here away from the world. But I am a regular customer, and it is important to stick to the usual routines. A couple of minutes later, I open the door to the apartment again and wait a few moments listening, looking down the staircase, making sure no one's there. You cannot do anything in this building without half expecting the concierge to appear from some dark corner, as if formed from the shadows themselves. But for once, it isn't her that I'm concerned about. It's this newcomer, this stranger. When I am certain I am alone, I walk across the landing to the wooden stairs that lead up to the old chambre de bonne. I am the only one in the building with a key to these old rooms. Even the concierge's access to the public spaces of this building ends here. I fasten Benoit to the bottom rung of the wooden steps with his leash. He wears a matching set in blue leather from Hermes. Both of us, with our expensive Hermes collars. He'll bark if he sees anyone. I take the key out of my pocket and climb the stairs. As I put the key into the lock, my hand trembles a little. It takes a couple of attempts to turn. I push the door open. Just before I step inside, I check again that I am not being watched. I can't be too careful. Especially not with her here now, snooping around. I spend perhaps 10 minutes up here, in the chambre de bonne. Afterwards, I lock the padlock again just as carefully, pocket the little silver key. Benoit is waiting for me at the bottom of the steps, looking up at me with those dark eyes. My secret keeper. I put a finger to my lips. Shh.
Jess. I grab hold of the sofa, drag it away from the wall. The cat jumps down from the desk and trots over, maybe hoping I'm going to reveal a mouse or some creepy crawlies. And yes, here it is. A door. No handle, but I get a hold of the edge, wedge my fingers into the gap and pull. It swings open. I let out a gasp. I don't know what I'd expected. A hidden cupboard, maybe. Not this. Darkness greets me on the other side. The air as cold as if I'd just opened a fridge. There's a smell of musty old air, like in a church. As my eyes adjust to the gloom, I make out a stone staircase, spiraling up and down, dark and cramped. It couldn't be more different from the grand sweeping affair beyond the apartment's main door. I suppose from the looks of it, this was probably some kind of servant's staircase, like the maid's rooms Sophie Meunier told me about upstairs. I step inside and let the door swing closed behind me. It's suddenly very dark, but I notice a chink of light showing through the door, slightly lower than head height. I crouch and put my eye to it. I can see into the apartment, the living area, the kitchen. It looks like some kind of homemade spy hole. I suppose it could always have been here, as old as the building itself. Or it could have been made more recently. Someone could have been watching Ben through here. Someone could have been watching me. I can still hear the footsteps heading downwards. I turn on my phone's flashlight and follow, trying not to trip over my own feet as the steps twist tightly around on themselves. This staircase must have been made for a time when people were smaller. I'm not exactly large, but it still feels like a tight squeeze. A second of hesitation. I have no idea where this might lead. I'm not sure this is the best idea. Could I even be heading towards some sort of danger? Well, it's not like that's ever stopped me before. I carry on downwards. I come to another door. Here, too, I spot another little spy hole. I press my eye to it quickly, look in. No sign of anyone about. I'm feeling a little disorientated, but I suppose this must be the second-floor apartment, Ben's friend Nick's place. It looks like it might be pretty much the same layout as Ben's, but it's all whitewashed walls with nothing on them. Beyond the giant computer in the corner, some books, and what looks like a piece of exercise equipment, it's practically empty, with about as much character as a dentist's surgery. It seems Nick has barely moved in. The footsteps below me continue, urging me to follow. I carry on down, the light from my phone bouncing in front of me. I must be on the first floor now. Another apartment, and there it is. Another spy hole. I look through. This place is a mess. Stuff everywhere. Empty sharing-size crisp packets and overflowing ashtrays, side tables crowded with bottles, a standing lamp lying on its side. I take an involuntary step back as a figure looms into view. He's not wearing his parka, but I recognize him instantly. The guy from the gate. From that fight in the courtyard. Antoine. He appears to be swigging from a bottle of Jack Daniels. He drains the last dregs, then lifts up the bottle. Jesus. I jump as he smashes it against the side table. He sways on the spot, looking at the jagged stump like he's wondering what to do with it. Then he turns in my direction. For a horrible moment, it feels like he's staring directly at me. But I'm peering through a chink only a few millimeters wide. There's no way he could possibly see me here. Right? I'm not going to hang around to find out. I hurry on down. I must be passing the ground floor level, the entrance hall. A further flight of steps. I think I'm underground now. The air feels heavier, colder. I can imagine the earth surrounding me. Finally, the staircase leads me to a door swinging on its hinges. Whoever I'm following has just stepped through it. My pulse quickens. I must be getting closer. I push through the door, and even though it's still just as dark on the other side, I have the impression of having stepped into a wide, echoing space. Silence. No sound of footsteps. Where can they have gone? I must only be moments behind. It's colder down here. It smells of damp, of mold. My phone throws only a very weak beam into the darkness, but I can see the orange glow of a light switch across from me. I press it, and the lights come on. The little mechanical timer clicking down. Tick, 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 tick. I've probably only got a couple of minutes before it goes dark again. I'm definitely in the basement. A wide, low-ceilinged space easily double the size of Ben's apartment. Several doors leading off it. A rack in the corner that holds a couple of bikes. And leaning against one wall, there's a red moped. I walk over to it, take out the set of keys I found in Ben's jacket, fit the Vespa one into the ignition, and turn. The lights hum on. It hits me. So Ben can't be away on his bike somewhere. I must have been leaning against it, because it tilts under me. It's now that I see that the front wheel is flat, the rubber completely shredded. An accident? But there's something about the total decimation that feels intentional. I turn back to the basement. Perhaps whoever it was has disappeared behind one of those doors. Are they hiding from me? A shiver of unease as I realize I may now be the one being watched. I open the first door. A couple of washing machines, one of which is on, all the clothes whizzing around in a colourful jumble. In the next room, I smell the bins before I see them, that sweetish, rotten scent. Something makes a scuffling sound. I shut the door. The next is some sort of cleaning cupboard. Mops and brooms and buckets, and a pile of dirty-looking rags in the corner. The next one has a padlock on the door, but the door itself is open. I push inside. It's stuffed full of wine, racks and racks of it, floor to ceiling. There might be well over 1,000 bottles in here. Some of them look seriously old, labels stained and peeling, the glass covered in a layer of dust. I pull one out. I don't know much about wine. I mean, I've worked in plenty of bars, but they've been the sort of place where people ask for a large glass of red, love, and you get the bottle thrown in for an extra couple of quid. But this, it just looks expensive. Whoever's keeping this stuff down here clearly trusts their neighbours, and probably won't notice if just one little bottle goes missing. Maybe it'll help me think. I'll pick something that looks like it's been down here for ages, something that they'll have forgotten about. I find the dustiest, most cobweb-covered bottles on the bottom racks, search along the rows, pull one out a little way. 1996. An image of a stately home picked out in gold. Chateau Blondin-Lavine. The label reads. That'll do. The lights go out. The timer must have run down. I look for a light switch. It's so dark in here. I'm immediately disorientated. I step to the left and brush up against something. Shit. I need to be careful. I'm basically surrounded by teetering walls of glass. There. Finally, I spot the little orange glow of another light switch. I press it. The lights hum back on. I turn to find the door. That's odd. I thought I left it open. It must have swung shut behind me. I turn the handle. But nothing happens when I pull. The door won't budge. What the hell? That can't be right. I try it again. Nothing. And then again. Putting everything into it, throwing all my weight against it. Someone's locked me in. It's the only explanation.
Concierge. The lodge. Afternoon, and already the light seems to be fading, the shadows growing deeper. A rap on the door of my cabin. My first thought is that it's him, Benjamin Daniels, the only one who would deign to call on me here. I think of the first time he knocked on my door, taking me by surprise. Bonjour, madame. I just wanted to introduce myself. I'm moving in on the 3rd floor. I suppose that makes us neighbours. I assumed at first that he was mocking me, but his polite smile said otherwise. Surely he had to know there was no world in which we were neighbours. Still, it made an impression. The knock comes again. This time I hear the authority in it. I realize my mistake. Of course it isn't him. That would be impossible. When I open the door, there she stands on the other side. Sophie Meunier, Madame to me, in all her finery. The elegant beige coat, the shining black handbag, the gleaming black helmet of her hair, the silk knot of her scarf. She's part of the tribe of women you see walking the smarter streets of the city, with shopping bags over their arms made from stiff card with gilded writing, full of designer clothes and expensive objets. A little pedigree dog at the end of a lead. The wealthy husbands with their 5 à 7 affairs. The grand apartments and white-shuttered holiday homes on the Ile de Ré. Born here, bred here, from old French money. Or at least so they would like you to believe. Nothing gaudy. Nothing nouveau. All elegant simplicity and quality and heritage. Oui, madame? I ask. She takes a step back from the doorway, as though she cannot bear to be too close to my home, as though the poverty of it might somehow infect her. The girl, she says simply. She does not use my name. She has never used my name. I am not even sure she knows it. The one who arrived last night, the one staying in the 3rd-floor apartment. Oui, madame. I want you to watch her. I want you to tell me when she leaves, when she comes back. I want to know if she has any visitors. It is extremely important. Comprenez-vous? Understand? Oui, madame. Good. She is not much taller than I am, but somehow she manages to look down at me, as though from a great height. Then she turns and walks away as quickly as possible, the little silver dog trotting at her heels. I watch her go. Then I go to my tiny bureau and open the drawer, look inside, check the contents. She may look down upon me, but the knowledge I have gives me power, and I think she knows this. I suspect, even though she would never think to admit it, that Madame Meunier is a little afraid of me. Funny thing. We share more than meets the eye. Both of us have lived in this building for a long time. Both of us, in our own way, have become invisible, part of the scenery. But I know just what sort of woman Madame Sophie Meunier really is, and exactly what she is capable of.
Jess. Hello? I shout. Can anyone hear me? I can feel the walls swallowing the sound, feel how useless it is. I shove at the door with all my strength, hoping the weight of my body might break the lock. Nothing. I might as well be ramming myself against a concrete wall. Panicking now, I pummel the wood. Shit. Shit. Hey! I shout, desperately now. Hey! Help me! The last 2 words, a sudden flashback to another room. Shouting at the top of my lungs. Shouting until my voice went hoarse. But it never felt loud enough. There was no one coming. Help me! Help me! Help me! Someone! Help! She's not... My whole body is trembling. And then suddenly the door is opening, and a light flashes on. A man stands there. I take a step back. It's Antoine, the guy I just watched casually smashing a bottle against a side table. No. I can see now that I'm wrong. It was the height, maybe, and the breadth of the shoulders. But this guy is younger, and in the weak light, I can see that his hair is lighter, a dark golden colour. Ça va? He asks. Then, in English, Are you okay? I came down to get my laundry, and I heard... You're British, I blurt. As British as the Queen, in fact. A proper plummy, posh boy accent. A little like the one Ben adopted after he went to live with his new parents. He's looking at me like he's waiting for some kind of explanation. Someone locked me in here, I say. I feel shivery now that the adrenaline's wearing off. Someone did this on purpose. He pushes a hand through his hair, frowns.
I don't think so. The door was jammed when I opened it. The handle definitely seems a bit sticky.
I think of how hard I threw myself against it. Could it really just have been stuck? Well, thanks, I say weakly.
No worries.
He steps back and looks at me.
What are you doing here? Not in the cave, I mean, in the apartment.
You know Ben, on the 3rd floor? I'm meant to be staying with him. He frowns.
Ben didn't tell me he had anyone coming to stay.
Well, it was kind of last minute, I say. So, you know Ben?
Yeah, he's an old friend. And you are?
I'm Jess, I say. Jess Hadley? His sister.
I'm Nick.
A shrug.
Well, I'm the one who suggested he come and live here.
Nick, 2nd floor. I suggested Jess come up to my place, rather than us chatting in the chilly darkness of the cave. I'm slightly regretting it now. I've offered her a seat, but she's pacing the room, looking at my Peloton bike, my bookcases. The knees of her jeans are worn. The cuffs of her jumper frayed, her fingernails bitten down to fragments like tiny pieces of broken shell. She gives off this jittery, restless energy. Nothing like Ben's languor, his easy manner. Her voice is different too. No private school for her, I'm guessing. But then Ben's accent often changed depending on who he was speaking to. It took me a while to realize that. Hey, she says suddenly. Can I go splash some water on my face? I'm really sweaty. Be my guest? What else can I say? She wanders back in a couple of minutes later. I catch a gust of Annick Goutal eau de monsieur. Either she wears it too, which seems unlikely, or she helped herself when she was in there. Better? I ask. Yeah, much, thanks. Hey, I like your rain shower. That's what you call it, right? I continue to watch her as she looks around the room. There's a resemblance there. From certain angles, it's almost uncanny. But her coloring's different to Ben's, her hair a dark auburn to his brown. Her frame small and wiry. That and the curious way she's prowling around, sizing the place up, makes me think of a little fox. Thanks for helping me out, she says. For a moment, I thought I'd never get out. But what on earth were you doing in the cave? The what? Cave, I explain. It means cellar in French. Oh, right. She chews the skin at the edge of her thumbnail, shrugs. Having a look around the place, I suppose. I saw that bottle of wine in her hand. How she slipped it back into the rack when she didn't think I was looking. I'm not going to mention it. The owner of that cellar can afford to lose a bottle or two. It's huge down there, she says. It was used by the Gestapo in the war, I tell her. Their main headquarters was on Avenue Foch, near the Bois de Boulogne, but towards the end of the occupation they had overspill. They used the cave to hold prisoners, members of the resistance, that kind of thing. She pulls her face. I suppose it makes sense. This place has an atmosphere, you know. My mum was very into that sort of thing, energy, auras, vibrations. Was. I remember Ben telling me about his mum. Drunk in a pub one night. Though even drunk, I suspect he never spilled more than he intended to. Anyway, she says, I never really believed in that stuff. but you can feel something here. It gives me the creeps. She catches herself. Sorry, didn't mean to offend. No, it's fine. I suppose I know what you mean. So, you're Ben's sister. I want to work out exactly what she's doing here. She nods. Yep, same mum, different dads. I notice she doesn't say anything about Ben being adopted. I remember my shock finding out, but thinking that it also made sense. The fact that you couldn't pigeonhole him like you could the others in our year at university. The staid rowing types, the studious honours students, the loose party animals. Yes, there was the public school accent, the ease, but it always felt as though there was some other note beneath it all, hints of something rougher, darker. Maybe that's why people were so intrigued by him. I like your gadget, Jess says, wandering towards the kitchen. They had one like that in a cafe I used to work in. A laugh, without much humour in it. I might not have gone to a posh school or uni like my brother, but I do know how to make a mean microphone. I sense a streak of bitterness there. You want a coffee? I can make you one. I'm afraid I've only got oat milk. Have you got any beer? She asks, hopefully. I know it's early, but I could really do with one. Sure, and feel free to sit down, I say, gesturing to the sofa. Watching her prowl around the room combined with the lack of sleep is making me feel a little dizzy. I go to the fridge to get out a couple of bottles, beer for her, kombucha for me. I never drink earlier than 7. Before I can offer to open hers, she's taken a lighter out of her pocket, fitted it between the top of her index finger and the bottom of the cap, and somehow flipped the lid off. I watch her, amazed and slightly appalled at the same time. Who is this girl? I don't think Ben mentioned you coming to stay, I say as casually as I can. I don't want her to feel like I'm accusing her of anything, but he definitely didn't. Of course, we didn't speak much the last couple of weeks. He was so busy. Well, it was kind of last minute. She waves her hand vaguely. When did you last see him? She asks. Ben. A couple of days ago, I think. So you haven't heard from him today? No. Is something the matter? I watch as she tears at her thumbnail with her teeth, so hard it makes me wince. I see a little bead of blood blossom at the quick. He wasn't here when I arrived last night, and I haven't heard from him since yesterday afternoon. I know this is going to sound weird, but could he have been in some sort of trouble? I cough on the sip I've just taken. Trouble? What kind of trouble? It just feels all wrong. She's fidgeting with the gold necklace around her neck now. I see the metal saint come free. It's the same as his. He left me this voice note. It kind of cuts out halfway through. And now he isn't answering his phone. He hasn't read any of my messages. His wallet and keys are still in the apartment. And I know he hasn't taken his Vespa because I saw it in the basement. But that's just like Ben, isn't it? I say. He's probably gone off for a few days, chasing some story with a couple of €100 in his back pocket. You can get the train to most of Europe from here. He's always been like that since we were students. He'd disappear and come back a few days later saying he'd gone to Edinburgh because he fancied it, or he'd wanted to see the Norfolk Broads, or he'd stayed in a hostel and gone hiking in the Brecon Beacons. The rest of us in our little bubble, hardly remembering, some of us wanting to forget, that there was a world outside it. It wouldn't have occurred to us to leave, but off he'd go on his own, like he wasn't crossing some sort of invisible barrier. That hunger, that drive in him. I don't think so, Jess says, cutting into these memories. He wouldn't do that, not knowing I was coming. But she doesn't sound all that certain. She sounds almost as though she's asking a question. Anyway, You seem to know him pretty well. We hadn't seen much of each other until recently. That much, at least, is true. You know how it is. But he got in touch with me when he moved to Paris, and meeting back up, it felt like it had been no time at all, really. I'm drawn back to that reunion nearly 3 months ago. My surprise, shock, at finding the email from him after so long, after everything. A sports bar in Saint-Germain, a sticky floor and sticky bar, signed French rugby shirts tacked to the wall, mouldy-looking chunks of charcuterie with your beer and French club rugby playing on about 15 different screens. But it felt nostalgic, almost like the kind of place we would have gone to as students, nursing pints and pretending to be real men. We caught up on the missed decade between us. My time in Palo Alto, his journalism. He got out his phone to show me his work. It's not exactly hard-hitting stuff, he said, with a shrug. Not what I said I wanted to do. It's fluff, let's be honest. But it's tough right now. Should have gone the tech route like you. I coughed awkwardly. Mate, I haven't exactly conquered the tech world. That was putting it mildly. But I was almost more disappointed by his lack of success than my own. I'd have expected him to have written his prize-winning novel by now. We'd met on a student paper, but fiction always seemed more his thing, not the factual rigors of journalism. And if anyone was going to make it, I'd been so sure it would be Ben Daniels. If he couldn't, what hope was there for the rest of us? I feel like I'm really hunting around for scraps, he said. I get to eat in some nice restaurants, a free night out once in a while, but it's not exactly what I thought I'd end up doing. You need a big story to break into that, make your name, a real coup. I'm sick and tired of London, the old boys' club. Thought I'd try my luck here. Well, we both had our big plans back when we'd last seen each other, even if mine didn't involve much more than getting the fuck away from my old man and being as far away from home as possible. A sudden clatter brings me back into the room. Jess, on the prowl again, has knocked a photograph off the bookshelf, one of the rare few I've got up there. She picks it up. Sorry, that's a cool boat, though, in the photo. It's my dad's yacht. And this is you with him? Yes. I'm about 15 in that one. His hand on my shoulder, both of us smiling into the camera. I'd actually managed to impress him that day, taking the helm for a while. It might have been one of the only times I've ever felt his pride in me. A sudden shout of laughter. This one looks like something out of Harry Potter, she says. These black cloaks, is this? Cambridge. A group of us after a formal, standing on Jesus Green by the River Cam in the evening light, wearing our gowns and clutching half-drunk bottles of wine. Looking at it, I can almost smell that green scent of the fresh-cut grass, the essence of an English summer. That's where you met Ben? Yep. We worked on Varsity together. Him in editorial, me on the website. And we both went to Jesus. She rolls her eyes. The names they give those places. She squints at it. He's not in this photo, is he? No, he was taking it. Laughing, getting us all to pose. Just like Ben to be the one behind the camera, not in front of it. Telling the story, rather than a part of it. She moves over to the bookcases, paces up and down, reading the titles. It's hard to imagine she ever stops moving. So many of your books are in French. That's what Ben was doing there, wasn't it? French studies or something. Well, he was doing modern languages at first, yes. He switched to English literature later. Really? Something clouds her face. I didn't I didn't know that about him. He never told me. I recall the fragments that Ben told me about her while we were traveling. How she had it so much harder than him. No one around to pick up the pieces for her. Bounced around the care system, couldn't be placed. So you're the friend that helped him out with this place? She asks. That's me. It sounds incredible, he'd said when I suggested it the day we met up again. And you're sure about that, the rent? You reckon it would really be that low? I have to tell you, I'm pretty strapped for cash at the moment. Let me find out, I told him. But I'm pretty sure, yes. I mean, it's not in the best shape, as long as you don't mind some slightly antique details. He grinned. Not at all. You know me, I like a place with character. And I tell you, it's a hell of a lot better than crashing on people's sofas. Can I bring my cat? I laughed. I'm sure you can bring your cat. I told him I'd make my inquiries. But I think it's probably yours if you want it. Well, thanks, mate. I mean, seriously, that sounds absolutely amazing. No problem. Happy to help. So that's a yes, you're interested. It's a hell yes, he laughed. Let me buy you another drink to celebrate. We sat there for hours with more beers. And suddenly it was like we were back in Cambridge, with no time having passed between us. He moved in a couple of days later. That quick. I stood there with him in the apartment as he looked around. I know it's a little retro, I told him. It's certainly got character, he said. You know what? I think I'll keep it like this. I like it. Gothic. And I thought how great it was, having my old buddy back. He grinned at me, and for some reason I suddenly felt like everything might be okay. Maybe more than okay. Like it might help me find that guy I had been, once upon a time. Can I use your computer? What? I'm jolted out of the memory. I see Jess has wandered over to my iMac. Those bloody roaming charges are a killer. I just thought I could check Ben's Instagram again in case something's happened to his phone and he's messaged me back. I could give you my Wi-Fi code. But she's already sitting down, her hand on the mouse. I don't seem to have any choice in the matter. She moves the mouse and the screen lights up. Wait! She leans forward, peering at the screensaver, then turns around to me. This is you and Ben, isn't it? Jeez, he looks so young. So do you. I haven't switched on my computer in several days. I forced myself to look. I suppose we were. Not much more than kids. How strange to think it. I felt so adult at the time. Like all the mysteries of the world had suddenly been unlocked to me. And yet we were still children, really. I glance out of the windows. I don't need to look at the photo. I can see it with my eyes shut. The light golden and slanting. Both of us squinting against the sun. Where were you here? A group of us went interrailing the whole summer after our finals. What, on trains? Yes, all across Europe. It was amazing. It really was. The best time of my life, even. I glance at Jess. She's gone quiet. Seems lost in her own thoughts. Are you okay? Yeah, sure. She forces a smile. A little of her energy seems to have evaporated. So, where was this photo taken? Amsterdam, I think. I don't think. I know. How could I forget? Looking at that photo, I can feel the late July sun on my face, smell the sulphur stink of the warm canal water. So clear that time, even though those memories are over a decade old. But then everything on that trip seemed important. Everything said, everything done.
Jess.
I've just realized,
Nick says, looking at his watch.
I've actually got to get going. Sorry, I know you wanted to use the computer.
Oh, I say, a little thrown. No worries. Maybe you could lend me your code? I'll see if I can get on the Wi-Fi from up there.
Sure.
He suddenly looks very eager to be gone. Maybe he's late for something. What is it? I ask. Work. I've been wondering what he does for a living. Everything about this guy says money, but whispers it rather than shouts it. As I've been looking around his place, I've noticed some very swanky-looking speakers, Bang and Olufsen. I'll look it up later, but I can just tell they're expensive. A fancy camera, Leica, a massive screen in the corner, Apple, and that professional-looking coffee machine. But you have to really look to see the wealth. Nick's are the possessions of someone who is loaded, but doesn't want to boast about it. Might even be a little embarrassed by it. But they tell a story, as do the books on his shelves. The titles that I can understand, anyway. Fast Forward Investing, The Technologized Investor, Catching a Unicorn, The Science of Self-Discipline. As did the stuff in his bathroom. I spent about 3 seconds splashing my face with cold water, and the rest of the time having a good root through his cabinets. You can learn a lot about someone from their bathroom. I learned this when I was taken to meet prospective foster families. No one's ever going to stop you if you ask to use the toilet. I go in there, poke around, sometimes nick a lipstick or a bottle of perfume, sometimes explore the rooms on the way back, find out if they were concealing anything scary or weird. In Nick's bathroom, I found all the usual: mouthwash, toothpaste, aftershaves, paracetamol, posh toiletries with names like Aesop and Byredo, and then, interesting, quite a large supply of oxycodone. Everyone has their poison, I get that. I dabbled with some stuff back in the day, when it felt like it might be easier to stop caring about anything, to just kind of slip out the back door of life. It wasn't for me, but I get it. And I guess rich boys feel pain, too.
I'm, well, between jobs at the moment.
Nick says. What were you doing before? I ask, reluctantly moving away from the desk. I'm fairly certain his last job didn't involve working in a dive with inflatable palm trees and flamingos dangling from the ceiling.
I was in San Francisco for a while, Palo Alto, tech startups, an angel, you know?
No?
An investor.
Oh. It must be nice to be so casual about looking for work. Clearly, between jobs doesn't mean that he's scrabbling for cash. He squeezes past me to get to the doorway. I've been blocking his way, and being a nice posh English boy, he's probably too polite to ask me to budge. I smell his cologne as he does. Smoky and expensive and delicious. The same one I had a spray of in his bathroom. Oh, I say. Sorry. I'm holding you up.
It's okay.
But I get the impression he's not as relaxed as he sounds. Something in his posture, perhaps. A tightness about his jaw. Well, thanks for your help.
Look,
he says.
I'm sure it's nothing to worry about. But I'm still keen to help. Anything I can do. Any questions I can answer? I'll try to.
There is one thing, I say. Do you know if Ben's seeing anyone? He frowns.
Seeing anyone?
Yeah, like a girlfriend or something more casual?
Why do you ask?
Just a hunch. It's not like me to be prudish, but there's something in me that gets the ick at describing the knickers I found in Ben's bed. He puts a hand up to his hair and runs his fingers through it, which only makes his curls stand out more messily. He's beautiful. Yes, all my focus is on finding Ben, but I'm also not blind. I've always had a stupid weakness for a polite posh boy. I'm not saying I'm proud of it.
Not that I know of,
he says, finally.
I don't think he has a girlfriend, but I suppose I don't know everything about his life here in Paris. I mean, we'd kind of fallen out of touch before he arrived here.
Yeah, I know how that is.
But that's just like Ben, isn't it?
Nick had said just before.
He's always been like that, since we were students.
And all I could think was, is he? Has he? And if he was always rushing off at the drop of a hat when he was at Cambridge, how did he not find more time to come and see me? He was always saying he was
so busy with essays, or I can't miss any of my tutorials. You know how it is.
But I didn't, of course. He knew I didn't. One of the only times he came to see me, I was fostering in Milton Keynes at the time, was when I suggested a trip to Cambridge. I had an inkling that the threat of his scuzzy foster kid sister turning up and damaging his image might work. Thinking about it, I feel a little spike of something that I hope is anger, not hurt. Hurt is the worst.
Sorry not to be more use,
Nick says.
But if you need me, I'm right here. Just one floor down.
Our eyes meet. His are a very dark blue, not the brown I'd taken them for. I tried to see past the little tug of attraction. Can I trust this guy? He's Ben's mate. He says he's keen to help. The problem is, I'm not good at trusting people. I've been used to fending for myself for too long. But Nick could be useful. He knows Ben, apparently better than I do, in some ways. He clearly speaks French. He seems like a decent guy. I think of weird, jumpy Mimi and frosty Sophie Minier. It's nice to think someone in this building might be a useful ally. I watch as he pulls on a smart navy wool coat, wraps a soft-looking grey scarf around his neck. He goes to the door and opens it for me.
It's nice to meet you, Jess,
he says, with a small smile. He looks like a painting of an angel. I don't know where the thought comes from. Maybe it's because he used the word himself just now. But I know that it's right. Perfect, even. A fallen angel. It's the dark gold curls, those purple shadows under his navy eyes. Mom had a thing about angels too. She was always telling me and Ben we all have one looking out for us. Shame hers didn't seem up to the job.
And look,
Nick says,
I'm sure Ben will turn up.
Thanks. I think so too. I try to believe it.
Here, let me give you my number.
That'd be great. I give him my phone. He puts his details in. As I take it from him, our fingers brush, and he quickly drops his hand. Back up in Ben's apartment, I'm relieved to find I can get onto Nick's Wi-Fi using the password he gave me. I head to Ben's Instagram and look for Nick Miller, the name he's put in my phone. But I can't see him among Ben's followers. I try a more general search and get Nick Millers from all over the place. The States, Canada, Australia. I look through them until my eyes sting. But they're too young, too old, too bald, from the wrong country. Google is useless too. There's some fictional guy called Nick Miller from a TV show that fills all the Google results. I give up. Just as I'm about to put it back in my pocket, my phone vibrates with a text. And for a moment I think, Ben. It's from Ben. How amazing would that be, after all this? It's from an unknown number. Got your message about Ben. Haven't heard from the guy, but he promised me a couple of pieces of work and a pitch. I'm working at the Belle Epoque Cafe, next to the Jardin de Luxembourg, all day. You can meet me here. Tea. I'm confused for a moment. Then I scroll up to my message above, and I realize it's the guy I texted earlier. I take Ben's wallet out of my back pocket to remind me of his full name. Theo Mendelsohn, Paris editor, Guardian. I'm coming now, I text back. Just before I slide the card back into the wallet, I notice another one sitting behind it. It catches my eye because it's so simple, so unusual. Made from metal, it's a dark midnight blue with an image like an exploding firework, picked out in gold. No text or numbers or anything. Not a credit card. Not a business card either, surely. Then what? I hesitate, feel the surprising weight of it in my palm, then pocket it. When I open the door that leads onto the courtyard, I realize it's already starting to get dark. The sky the color of an old bruise. When did that happen? I haven't noticed the hours passing. This place has swallowed time, like something from a fairy tale. As I walk through the courtyard, I hear a sound close by. A rasping. Scritch, scritch, scritch. I turn and start as I see a small, stooped figure standing only a couple of meters away to my right. It's the old woman, the one I saw last night. She wears a scarf tied about her grey hair and some sort of long, shapeless cardigan over an apron. Her face is all nose and chin, hollow eye sockets. She could be anything from 70 to 90. She's holding a broom, which she's using to sweep dead leaves into a heap. Her eyes are fixed on me. Bonsoir, I say to her. Have you seen Ben? From the third floor? I point up to the windows of the apartment, but she just keeps on sweeping. Scritch, scritch, scritch. All the while watching me. Then she steps even closer, her eyes on me the whole time, barely even blinking. But just once, quickly, she looks up at the apartment building, as though checking for something. Then she opens her mouth and speaks in a low hiss, a sound not unlike the rasping of those dead leaves. There is nothing for you here. I stare at her. What do you mean? She shakes her head, and then she turns and walks away, goes back to her sweeping. It all happened so quickly, I could almost believe I imagined the whole thing. Almost. I stare after her stooped, retreating figure. For Christ's sake, it feels like everyone I meet in here is speaking in riddles. Except Nick, maybe. I have this sudden, almost violent urge to run up to her and, I don't know, shake her or something. Force her to tell me what she means. I swallow my frustration. When I turn to open the gate, I'm sure I can feel her gaze across my shoulder blades, definite as the touch of fingertips. And as I step onto the street, I can't help but wonder, was that a warning or a threat?
Concierge. The lodge. The gate clangs shut behind the girl. She thinks that she's staying in a normal apartment building, a place that follows ordinary rules. She has no idea what she has got herself into here. I think of Madame Meunier's instructions. I know that I have no option but to obey. I have too much at stake here not to cooperate. I will tell her that the girl has just left, as she asked me to do. I will tell her when she comes back, too. Just like the obedient member of staff I am. I do not like Madame Meunier, as I have made clear. But we have been forced into an uneasy kind of alliance by this girl's arrival. She has been sneaking around, asking questions of those that live here, just like he did. I can't afford to have her drawing attention to this place. He wanted to do that too. There are things here that I have to protect, you see? Things that mean I can never leave this job. And up until recently, I have felt safe here. Because these are people with secrets. I have been too deep into those secrets. I know too much. They can't get rid of me. And I can never be rid of them. He was kind, the newcomer. That was all. He noticed me. He greeted me each time he passed in the courtyard, on the staircase. Asked me how I was, commented on the weather. It doesn't sound like much, does it? But it felt like such a long time since someone had paid any attention to me, let alone shown me kindness. Such a long time since I had even been noticed as a human being. And soon afterwards he began asking his questions. "How long have you worked here?" he inquired, as I washed the stone floor at the base of the staircase. "A long time, monsieur." I wrung out my mop against the bucket. "And how did you come to work here? Here, let me do that." He carried the heavy bucket of water across the hallway for me. "My daughter came to Paris first. I followed her here." "What did she come to Paris for?" "That was all a very long time ago, monsieur." "I'm still interested, all the same." That made me look at him more closely. Suddenly, I felt I had told him enough. This stranger. Was he too kind? Too interested? What did he want from me? I was very careful with my answer. "It isn't a very interesting story. Perhaps some other time, monsieur. I have to get on with my work. But thank you for your help." "Of course, don't let me hold you up." For so many years, my insignificance and invisibility have been a mask I can hide behind. And in the process, I have avoided raking up the past, raking up the shame. As I say, this job may have its small losses of dignity, but it does not involve shame. But his interest, his questions. For the first time in a very long time, I felt seen. And like a fool, I fell for it. And now this girl has followed him here. She needs to be encouraged to leave before she's able to work out that things are not what they seem. Perhaps I can persuade her to go.
Jess. It's strange to be back among people. Traffic, noise, after the hush of the building. Disorientating too, because I still don't really know where I am, how all the roads around here connect to one another. I check the map on my phone quickly so as not to burn too much more data. The cafe where I'm meeting this Theo guy turns out to be all the way across town on the other side of the river, so I decide to take the metro, even though it means I'll have to break another of the notes I nicked from Ben. It feels like the further I move away from the apartment, the easier I can breathe. It's like a part of me has smelt freedom and never wants to go back inside that place, even though I know I have to. I walk along cobbled streets, past crowded pavement cafes with wicker chairs, people chatting over wine and cigarettes. I pass an old wooden windmill erupting from behind a hedge and wonder what on earth that's doing in the middle of the city, in someone's garden. Hurrying down a long flight of stone steps, I have to climb around a guy sleeping in a fort of soggy-looking cardboard boxes. I drop a couple of euros into his paper cup. A little way on, I cut through a couple of smart-looking squares that look almost identical. Except in the middle of one, there are these old guys playing some kind of boule, and in the other, a merry-go-round with a candy-striped top, kids clinging onto model horses and leaping fish. When I get to the more crowded streets around the metro stop, there's an odd, tense feeling, like something's about to happen. It's like a scent in the air, and I have a good nose for trouble. Lo and behold, I spot 3 police vans parked in a side street. I glimpse them sitting inside wearing helmets, stab vests. On instinct, I keep my head down. I follow the stream of people underground. I get stuck in the turnstile because I forget to take the little paper ticket out. I don't know how to unlatch the doors on the train when it arrives, so a guy has to help me before it pulls away without me. All of it makes me feel like a clueless tourist, which I hate. Clueless is dangerous. It makes you vulnerable. As I stand in the crowded, smelly, too warm crush of bodies on the train, I get the feeling I'm being watched. I glance around. A cluster of teenagers hanging from the rails, looking like they've stepped out of a 90s skate park. A young woman in a leather jacket. A few elderly women with tiny dogs and grocery trolleys. A group of bizarrely dressed people with ski goggles on their heads and bandanas round their necks. One of them carrying a painted sign. But nothing obviously suspicious. And when we get to the next stop, a man playing an accordion steps on, blocking half the carriage from view. Up out of the metro, the quickest way seems to be through a park, the Jardin du Luxembourg. In the park, the light is purple, shifting, not quite dark. On the path, leaves crunch under my feet, where they haven't been swept into huge glowing orange pyramids. The branches of the trees are nearly bare. There's an empty bandstand, a shuttered cafe, chairs stacked in piles. Again, I have that feeling of being watched, followed. Certain I can feel someone's gaze on me. But every time I turn back, no figure stands out. Then I see him. Ben. He flashes right by me, jogging alongside another guy. What the hell? He must have seen me. Why didn't he stop? Ben! I shout, quickening my step. Ben! But he doesn't look back. I start to jog. I can just about make him out. disappearing into the dim light. Shit. I'm lots of things, but I'm not a runner. Hey, Ben! For fuck's sake! He doesn't turn around, though several other runners glance at me as they pass. Finally, I'm just behind him, breathing hard. I reach out, touch his shoulder. He turns around. I take a step backwards. It isn't Ben. His face is totally wrong. Eyes too close together, weak chin. I see Ben's raised eyebrow, clear as if he really were standing in front of me.
You mistook me for that guy. Qu'est-ce que tu veux?
The stranger asks, looking irritated. Then, what do you want? I can't answer, partly because I can't breathe and talk at once, but mainly because I'm so confused. He makes a little crazy gesture to his mate as they jog off. Of course it wasn't Ben. As I watch him move away, I can see everything's wrong. He runs clumsily, his arms loose and awkward. There's never been anything awkward about Ben. I'm left with the same feeling I had when he ran by me. It was like seeing a ghost. The Café Belle Époque has a kind of festive look to it, glimmering red and gold, light spilling onto the pavement. The tables outside are crowded with people chatting and laughing, and the windows are steamy with condensation from all the bodies crowded around tables inside. Round the corner, where they haven't turned on the heat lamps, there's one guy on his own hunched over a laptop. Somehow, I just know this is him. Theo? I feel like I'm on a Tinder date, if I bothered going on those anymore, and it wasn't all catfishers and arseholes. He glances up with a scowl. Dark hair long overdue a cut, and the beginnings of a beard. He looks like a pirate who's decided to dress in ordinary clothes. A woolen jumper, frayed at the neckline, under a big jacket. Theo? I ask again. We texted? About Benjamin Daniels. I'm Jess. He gives a curt nod. I pull out the little metal chair opposite him. It sticks to my hand with cold. Mind if I smoke? I think the question's rhetorical. He's already pulled out a crumpled pack of Marlboro Reds. Everything about him is crumpled. Sure, I'll have one, thanks. I can't afford a smoking habit, but I'm feeling jittery enough to need one, even if he didn't actually offer. He spends the next 30 seconds struggling to light his cigarette with a crappy lighter, muttering under his breath, "Fuck's sake," and "Come on, you bastard." I think I detect a slight accent as he does. You're from East London? I ask, thinking that maybe if I ingratiate myself, he'll be more willing to help. Whereabouts? He raises a dark eyebrow, doesn't answer. Finally, the lighter works, and the cigarettes are lit. He draws on his like an asthmatic on an inhaler, then sits back and looks at me. He's tall, uncomfortable looking in the little chair, one long leg crossed over the other knee at the ankle. He's kind of attractive, if you like your men rough around the edges. But I'm not sure I do. And I'm shocked at myself for even thinking about it in the circumstances. So, he says, narrowing his eyes through the smoke. Ben. Something about the way he says my brother's name suggests there's not that much love lost there. Maybe I found the one person immune to my brother's charm. Before I can answer, a waiter comes over, looking pissed off at having to take our order, even though it's his job. Theo, who looks equally pissed off at having to talk to him and speaking French with a determined English accent, orders a double espresso and something called a Ricard,
Late night, on a deadline, he tells me, a little defensively. Mainly to warm up, I ask for a chocolat chaud. €6. Let's assume he's paying. I'll have the other thing too, I tell the waiter. Ricard? I nod. The waiter slouches off. I don't think we served that at the Copacabana, I say. The what? This bar I worked in, until a couple of days ago, actually. He raises a dark eyebrow. Sounds classy. It was the absolute worst. But the day the pervert decided to show his disgusting little dick to me was the day I'd finally had enough. Also the day I decided I'd get the creep back for all the times he'd lingered too long behind me, breath hot and wet on the back of my neck, or steered me out of the way, hands on my hips, or the comments he'd made about the way I looked, the clothes I wore. All those things that weren't quite things, except they were, making me feel a little bit less myself. Another girl might have left then and never come back. Another might have called the police. But I'm not that girl. Right, Theo says. Clearly he has no time for further chit-chat. Why are you here? Ben, does he work for you? Nah, no one works for anyone these days. Not in this line of work. It's dog eat dog out there. Every man for himself. But yeah, sometimes I commission a review from him, a travel piece. He's been wanting to get into investigative stuff. I guess you know that. I shake my head. He's due to deliver a piece on the riots, in fact. The riots? Yeah. He peers at me like he can't believe I don't know. People are seriously fucked off about a hike in taxes, petrol prices. It's got pretty nasty. Tear gas, water cannons, a lot. It's all over the news. Surely you've seen something. I've only been here since last night. But then I remember. I saw police vans near the Big L metro stop. I remember the group with the ski goggles on the train. And maybe some protesters. Yeah, probably. Riots have been breaking out all over town. And Ben's meant to be writing me a piece on them. But he was also going to tell me about a so-called scoop he had for me. This morning, in fact. He was very mysterious about it. But I never heard from him. A new possibility. Could that be it? Ben dug too deep into something. Pissed off someone nasty. And he's had to... what? Do a runner? Disappear? Or... I don't want to think about the other possibilities. Our drinks come. My hot chocolate thick and dark and glossy in a little jug with a cup. I pour it out and take a sip and close my eyes, because it may be €6, but it is also the best fucking hot chocolate I have had in my life. Theo pours 5 sachets of brown sugar into his coffee, stirs it in. Then he takes a big glug of his Ricard. I give mine a sip. It tastes of licorice, a reminder of all the sticky shots of Sambuca I've done behind the bar, bought for me by punters or snuck from the bottle on a slow evening. I down it. Theo raises his eyebrows. I wipe my mouth. Sorry, I needed that. It's been a really shitty 24 hours. You see, Ben's disappeared. I know you haven't heard from him, but you don't have any idea where he might be, do you? Theo shrugs. Sorry. I feel the small hope I'd been holding on to fizzle and die. How do you mean disappeared? He wasn't in his apartment last night, when he said he would be. He's not answering any of my calls,
or even reading my messages. And there's all this other stuff. I swallow. Tell him about the blood on the cat's fur, the bleach stain, the hostile neighbours. As I do, I have a moment where I think, how has it come to this? Sitting here with a stranger in a strange city, trying to find my lost brother. Theo sits there, dragging on his cigarette and squinting at me through the smoke, and his expression doesn't change at all. The guy has a great poker face. The other strange thing, I say, is he's been living in this big, swanky building. I mean, I can't imagine Ben makes that much from writing. Judging by the state of Theo's outfit, I suspect not. No, you certainly don't get into this business for the money. I remember something else. The strange metal card I took from Ben's wallet. I slide it out from the back pocket of my jeans. I found this. Does it mean anything to you? He studies the gold firework design, frowning. Not sure. I've definitely seen that symbol, but I can't place it right now. Can I take it? I'll get back to you. I hand it over, a little reluctantly, because it's one of the few things I have that feels like a clue. Theo takes it from me, and there's something about the way he grabs it that I don't like. It suddenly seems too eager, despite the fact he's told me he doesn't know Ben all that well and doesn't seem all that concerned for his welfare. He doesn't exactly give off a Good Samaritan vibe. I'm not sure about this guy. Still, beggars can't be choosers. There's one other thing, I say, remembering. Ben left this voice note for me last night, just before I got into Gare du Nord. Theo takes my phone. He plays the recording, and Ben's voice sings out. Hey, Jess. It's strange hearing it again like this. It sounds different to the last time I listened. Somehow, not quite like Ben. Like he's that much further out of reach. Theo listens to the whole thing. It sounds like he says something else, at the end. Have you been able to work out what? No, I can't hear it. It's too muffled. He puts up a finger. Hang on. Then he reaches into the rucksack by his chair, as crumpled as everything else about him, and pulls out a tangled pair of headphones. Right, noise cancelling, and they go really loud. Want one? He holds out a bud to me. I stick it in my ear. He dials up the volume to the max and presses play on the voice note again. We listen to the familiar part of the recording. Ben's voice. Hey, Jess. So it's number 12, Rue des Amands. Got that? 3rd floor. And just ring the buzzer. I'll be up waiting for you. His voice seems to cut off mid-sentence, just like every time I've listened to it before. But now I hear it. What sounded like a crackle on the voicemail is actually a creaking of wood. I recognize that creak. It's the hinges of the door to the apartment. And then I hear Ben's voice at a distance. Quiet, but still much clearer than what had been only a mumble before. What are you doing here? A long pause. Then he says, What the fuck? Next there's a sound. A groan. Even at this volume, it's difficult to tell if it's a person making the sound or something else. A floorboard creaking. Then, silence. I feel even colder than I did before. I find myself taking hold of my necklace, reaching for the pendant, gripping it hard. Theo plays the recording again. And finally, a third time. Here it is. Here's the proof. Someone was there in the apartment with Ben. The night he left this voice note. We each remove an earbud. Look at each other. Yeah, Theo says. I'd say that's a little fucking weird.
Mimi, 4th floor. She's not in the apartment right now. I know because I've been watching from my bedroom window. All the lights are off on the 3rd floor. The room in darkness. But for a moment, I actually think I see him, appearing out of the shadows. Then I blink and of course there's no one there. But it would be like him. He had this habit of showing up unannounced, just like he did the second time I met him. I'd stopped by this old vinyl store on my way back from the Sorbonne, pêle-mêle. It was so hot. We have this expression in French, soleil de plomb, for when the sun feels as heavy as lead. That was what it was like that day. Hard to imagine now when it's so cold out. It was horrible. Exhaust fumes and sweaty, sunburned tourists crammed together on the pavements. I always hate the tourists, but I hate them most of all in the summer, bumbling around, hot and angry that they came to the city rather than the beach. But there were no tourists in the store because it looks so gloomy and depressing from the outside, which is exactly why I like it. It was dark and cool, like being underwater. The sounds from outside muted. I could spend hours in there in my own little bubble, hiding from the world, floating between the stacks of vinyl and listening to record after record in the scratched glass booth. Hey! I turned around. There he was. The guy who just moved in on the 3rd floor. I saw him most days, wheeling his Vespa across the courtyard, or sometimes moving around in his apartment. He always left the shutters open. But close up it was different. I could see the stubble on his jaw, the coppery hairs on his arms. I could see he wore a chain around his neck, disappearing beneath the neckline of his t-shirt. I wouldn't have expected that somehow. He seemed too preppy. Up close, I could catch the tang of his sweat, which sounds kind of gross, but it was a clean, peppery smell. Not the fried onion stink you get on the métro. He was kind of old, like I'd said to Camille. But he was also kind of beautiful. Actually, he took my breath away. It's merveille, isn't it? I nearly dropped the record I was holding. He knew my name. He'd remembered. And somehow, even though I hate my name, on his lips it sounded different. Almost special. I nodded because I didn't feel like I could speak. My mouth tasted of metal. Maybe I'd bitten my tongue. I imagined the blood pooling between my teeth. In the silence, I could hear the ceiling fan. Whoomp, whoomp, whoomp. Like a heartbeat. Finally, I managed to speak. Most people call me Mimi. Mimi? Suits you. I'm Ben. His English accent. The bluntness of it. We're neighbours. I moved into the apartment on the 3rd floor a few days ago. Je sais, I said. It came out like a whisper. I know. It seemed crazy that he thought I might not know. It's such a cool building. You must love living there. I shrugged. All that history, all those amazing features, the cave, the elevator. There's a dumbwaiter too. I blurted it out. It's one of my favorite things in the building. I wasn't sure why, but I suddenly wanted to share it with him. He leant forward, A dumbwaiter? He looked so excited. I felt a warm glow that I'd been the cause of it. Really? Yeah. From back when the building was a proper hôtel particulier. It belonged to this countess or something, and there was a kitchen down in the cave. They'd send food and drink up in it, and the laundry would come back down.
That's amazing. I've never actually seen one of those in real life. Where? No, wait, don't tell me. I'm going to try and find it.
He grinned. I realized I was smiling back. He pulled at the collar of his t-shirt.
Christ, it's hot today.
I saw the small pendant on the end of the chain come free. You wear a St. Christopher? Again, I just kind of blurted it out. I think it was the surprise at seeing it, recognizing the little gold saint.
Oh.
He looked down at the pendant.
Yeah. This was my mum's. She gave it to me when I was small. I never take it off. I kind of forget it's there.
I tried to see him as a child, and couldn't. Could only see him tall, broad, the tanned skin of his face. He had lines, yes, but now I realized they didn't make him look old. They just made him seem more interesting than any of the guys I knew. Like he'd been places, seen stuff, done stuff. He grinned.
I'm impressed you recognized it. You're a Catholic?
My cheeks flamed. My parents sent me to a Catholic school. A Catholic girls' school.
Your papa really hoped you'd turn out a nun,
Camille said, the closest thing he could find to a chastity belt. Most kids I know, like Camille, went to big lycées where they wore their own clothes and smoked cigarettes and ate each other's faces in the street at lunch break. Going to a place like the Sœurs Servantes du Sacré-Cœur makes you into a total freak. Like something out of the kids' book Madeline. What it means is you get stared at in your uniform by a certain kind of creep on the métro and ignored by all the other guys. Makes you unable to talk to them like a normal human being, which is probably exactly why Papa chose it for me. Of course, I didn't stay the whole time at the SSSC. They had some trouble with a teacher there, a young man. My parents thought it best I leave, and for the last few years I had a private tutor, which was even worse. I saw Benjamin Daniels looking at the record I was holding.
Velvet Underground,
he said.
Love them.
The design on the front of the vinyl sleeve, by Andy Warhol, was a series of pictures showing wet red lips opening to suck soda from a straw. Suddenly it seemed somehow dirty, and I felt my cheeks grow warm again.
I'm getting this,
he said, holding up his record.
The Yeah Yeah Yeahs. You like them?
I shrugged. Je ne sais pas. I'd never heard of them. I'd never listened to the Velvet Underground record I'd picked up either. I just liked the Warhol design. Had planned to copy it in my sketchbook when I got home. I go to the Sorbonne. But what I'd really like to do, if it were left up to me, is art. Sometimes, when I've got a stick of charcoal or a paintbrush in my hand, it feels like the only time I'm complete. The only way I can speak properly.
Well, I've got to run.
He made a face.
Got a deadline to meet.
Even that sounded kind of cool, having a deadline. He was a journalist. I'd watched him working late into the night at his laptop.
But you guys are on the 4th floor, right? Back at the building? You and your flatmate. What's her name?
Camille. No one forgets Camille. She's the hot one, the fun one. But he'd forgotten her name. He'd remembered mine. A few days later, a note was pushed under the apartment door.
I found it.
I couldn't work out what it meant at first. Who had found what? It didn't make any sense. It had to be something for Camille. And then I remembered our conversation in the record store. Could it be? I went to the cupboard that contained the dumbwaiter, pulled out the hidden handle, cranked it to bring the little cart upwards. And I saw there was something in it. The Yeah Yeah Yeahs record he'd bought in the store. A note was attached to it.
Hey, Mimi. Thought you might like to try this. Let me know what you think. B. Kiss. Who's that from?
Camille came over, read the note over my shoulder.
He lent it to you? Ben?
I could hear the surprise in her voice. I saw him yesterday, she said. He told me he'd love it if I could feed his kitty, if he ever goes away. He's given me his spare key. She flipped a lock of caramel-colored hair behind one ear. I felt a little sting of jealousy. But I reminded myself he hadn't left her a note. He hadn't sent her a record. There's this expression in French. Être bien dans sa peau. To feel good in your own skin. I don't feel that way often. But holding that record, I did. Like I had something that was just mine. Now I look at the cupboard that has the dumbwaiter hidden inside it. I find myself drifting over to it. I open the cupboard to expose the pulleys, crank the handle just like I did that day in August. Wait for the little car to come into view. What? I stare. There's something inside it. Just like when he sent me the record. But this isn't a record. It's something wrapped in cloth. I reach down to pick it up, and as I close my hand around it, I feel a sting. Hold my hand up and see blood beading from my palm. Merde. Whatever is inside here has cut me, biting through the fabric. I drop it, and the cloth spills its contents onto the ground. I take a step back. Look at the blade, crusted with something that looks like rust or dirt but isn't. Something that's also streaked all over the cloth it was wrapped in. And I start to scream.
Jess. I can't stop thinking about how Ben sounded at the end of that message. The fear in his voice. What are you doing here? The emphasis. Whoever was there in the room, it sounded like he knew them. And then the... What the fuck? My brother, always so in control of any situation. I've never heard him like that. It hardly even sounded like Ben. There's a sick feeling in the pit of my stomach. It's been there all along, really, growing since last night. But now I can't ignore it any longer. I think something happened to my brother last night, before I arrived. Something bad. Are you going to go back to that place? Theo asks, after hearing that. I'm kind of struck by his concern, especially as he doesn't seem the sensitive sort. Yeah, I say, trying to sound more confident than I feel. I need to be there. And I do. Besides, I don't say this. I don't have anywhere else to go. I decide to walk back instead of taking the metro. It's a long way, but I need to be out in the air, need to try and think clearly. I look at my phone to check my route. It buzzes. You have used nearly all your roaming data. To buy more, follow this link. Shit. I put it back in my pocket. I pass little shishi shops painted red, emerald green, navy blue. Their brightly lit windows displaying printed dresses, candles, sofas, jewellery, chocolates, even some special bloody meringues tinted pale blue and pink. There's something for everyone here, I suppose, if you've got the money to spend. On the bridge, I push through crowds of tourists taking selfies in front of the river, kissing, smiling, talking and laughing. It's like they're living in a different universe. And now the beauty of this place feels like so much colourful wrapping hiding something evil inside. I can smell things rotting beneath the sweet, sugary scents from the bakeries and chocolate shops. Fish on the ice outside of fishmongers, leaving stinking puddles collecting on the pavement. The reek of dog shit trodden into the road. The stench of blocked drains. The sick feeling grows. What happened to Ben last night? What can I do? There have been times in my life when I've been pretty desperate. Not quite sure how I'm going to make the rent that month. Times I've thanked God I have a half-brother with deeper pockets than me. Because yeah, I might have resented him in the past for having so much more than I ever did. But he has got me out of some pretty tight spots. He came and collected me from a bad foster situation once, in the golf his parents had bought him, even though it was in the middle of his exams. We have to stick together, us orphans. No, worse than orphans, because our dads don't want us. They're out there, but they don't want us. You're not like me, I told him. You've got a family, the Daniels. Look at you. Listen to how you talk. Look at this frigging car. You've got so much of everything. A shrug. I've only got one little sister. Now it's my turn to help him. And even though every part of me recoils from calling the police, I think I have to. I take out my phone, search the number, dial 112. I'm on hold for a few moments. I wait, listening to the engaged tone, fiddling with my St. Christopher. Finally, someone picks up. Comment puis-je vous aider? A woman's voice. Parlez-vous anglais? Non. Can I speak to someone who does? A sigh. Une minute. After a long pause, another voice. A man's. Yes. I begin to explain. Somehow the whole thing sounds so much flimsier out loud. Excuse me, I do not understand. Your brother left you a voice message from his apartment, and you are worried? He sounded scared. But there was no sign of a break-in in his home? No, I think it was someone he knew. Your brother is a child? No, he's in his 30s, but he's disappeared. And you are certain he has not, for example, gone away for a few days? Because that seems like the likeliest possibility, no? I have this growing feeling of hopelessness. I don't feel like we're getting anywhere here. I'm fairly certain, yeah. It's all pretty fucking weird. Sorry. And he's not answering his phone. He's left his wallet, his keys. A long pause. Okay, mademoiselle. Give me your name and your address. I will make a formal record, and we will come back to you. I don't want to be on any formal record of anything. What if they compare notes with the UK, run my name? And the way he says, formal record, in that bored, flat voice, sounds like, yeah, we'll think about doing something in a couple of years after we've done all the stuff that actually matters. And maybe a bit of the stuff that doesn't. Mademoiselle? He prompts. I hang up. That was a total waste of time. But did I really expect anything else? The British police have never helped me before. Why did I think their French counterparts would be any different? When I look up from my phone, I realise I've lost my bearings. I must have been wandering aimlessly while I was on the call. I go to the map on my phone, but it won't load. As I try to get it to work, my phone buzzes and a notification pops up. You have used up all of your roaming data. To buy more, follow this link. Shit. It's getting darker too, and somehow this only makes me feel more lost. Okay, pull yourself together, Jess. I can do this. I just need to find a busier street. Then I can find a metro station and a map. But the streets get quieter and quieter until I can hear just one other set of footsteps, a little way behind me. There's a high wall on my right, and I realise, glimpsing a little plaque nailed to it, I'm skirting a cemetery. Above the wall I can just make out the taller tombs, the wingtips and bent head of a mourning angel. It's almost completely dark now. I stop. The footsteps behind me stop too. I walk faster. The footsteps quicken. Someone is following me. I knew it. Around the curve of the wall, so I'll be out of sight for a few seconds. Then, instead of carrying on, I stop and press myself back against the wall on the other side. My heart's beating hard against my ribs. This is probably really fucking stupid. What I should be doing is running away, finding a busy street, surrounding myself with other people. But I have to know. I wait until a figure appears, tall, a dark coat. My chest is burning. I realise I've been holding my breath. The figure turns, slowly, looking around. Looking for me. They're wearing a hood, and for a moment I can't see their face. Then they take a sudden step back. I know they've seen me. The hood falls down. I can see their face now in the light from the street lamp. It's a woman, young, beautiful enough to be a model. Dark brown hair cut in a sharp fringe, a mole on her high cheekbone, like a piece of punctuation. A hoodie under a leather jacket. She's staring at me in surprise. Hello? I say. I take a cautious step towards her, the shock ebbing away. Especially now I can see she's not the threatening figure I'd imagined. Why were you following me? She backs away. It feels like I have the upper hand now. What do you want? I ask, more insistently. I'm looking for Ben. A strong accent, not French, Eastern European maybe, the thick sound of the L. He isn't answering. He told me, only if it's very important, to come to the apartment. I heard you asking about him last night, in the street. I think back to when I first arrived at the building, when I thought for a moment I saw a figure crouched in the shadows behind a parked car. Was that you? Behind the car? She doesn't say anything, which I suppose is as much of an answer as I'm going to get. I take another step towards her. She takes a step back. Why? I ask her. Why are you looking for Ben? What's important? Where is Ben? Is all she says. I must speak with him. That's exactly what I'm trying to work out. I think something's happened. He's disappeared. It happens so quickly. Her face goes white. She looks so scared that I suddenly feel pretty scared myself. Then she swears in another language. It sounds like, Corva. What is it? I ask her. Why are you so frightened? She's shaking her head. She takes a few more steps backwards, almost tripping over her feet. Then she turns and begins walking quickly in the other direction. Wait, I say. And then, as she gets further away, I shout it. Wait! But she starts running. I hurry after her. Shit, she's fast. Those long legs. And I'm skinny but not fit. Stop! Please! I try calling. I chase her down onto a busier street. People are turning to look at us. At the last minute, she veers off to the left and clatters down the stairs of a metro station. A couple walking up the steps, arm in arm, break apart in alarm to let her through. Please! I call, pounding down the stairs behind her, gasping for breath, feeling like I'm moving in slow motion. Wait! But she's through the barrier already. Luckily, there's an out-of-order gate that's been left open. I charge through after her. But as I get to a junction, the right fork leading to eastbound trains, and the left to westbound, I realise I have no idea which way she's gone. I've got a 50% chance, I suppose. I choose right. Panting, I make it down to the platform to find her standing on the opposite side of the tracks. Shit. She's staring back at me, white-faced. Please, I shout, trying to catch my breath. Please, I just want to talk to you. People are turning to stare at me, but I don't care. Wait there, I shout. There's a big rush of warm air, the thunder of an approaching train down the tunnel. I sprint up the stairs, up over the bridge that leads to the other platform. I can feel the rumble of the train passing beneath me. I clatter down the other side. I can't see her. People are piling onto the train. I try to get on, but it's full. There are too many bodies packed in there. People are stepping back down onto the platform to wait for the next train. As the doors close, I see her face, pale and scared, staring out at me. Now the train's pulling away, clackety-clacking its way into the tunnel. I glance at the board displaying the route. There are 15 stations before the end of the line. A link to Ben, a lead, finally. But I've got no chance of working out where she's going, where she might get off, or, most likely, of ever seeing her again. Jess. The apartment is as bright as I can make it. I turned on every single lamp. I've even put a vinyl on Ben's posh record player. I'm trying not to panic, and it seemed a good idea to have as much noise and light as possible. It was so quiet when I entered the building just now. Too quiet, somehow. Like there was no one behind the doors I passed. Like the place itself was listening, waiting for something. It's totally different now, being here. Before it was just a feeling I couldn't put my finger on. But now I've heard the end of their voice note. Now I know that the last time I heard from Ben, he was afraid, and that there was someone in this apartment with him. I think about the girl, too. The look on her face when I said I thought something had happened to Ben. She was scared, but it also seemed like she had somehow been expecting it. Suddenly, I'm very aware of how, if you looked across from the right spot in any of the other apartments, you'd be able to see me sitting here, lit up like I'm on stage. I go to the windows and slam all the big wooden shutters closed. Better. There were definitely curtains here once. I notice that the rings on the rail are all broken, as though at some point They've been pulled down. I can't just sit here and run through everything in my head over and over. There must be something else I'm missing. Something that will provide a clue as to what might have happened. I tear through the apartment. I crouch down to look under the bed, rip through the shirts in Ben's wardrobe, hunt through the kitchen cabinets. I yank his desk away from the wall. Bingo. Something falls out. Something that had been trapped between the wall and the back of the desk. I pick it up. It's a notebook. One of those posh leather ones. Just the kind Ben would use. I flick it open. There are a few notes that look like they're for restaurant reviews, that kind of thing. Then, on a page near the back, I read, La Petite Mort. Sophie M. knows. Mimi. How does she fit in? The concierge? La Petite Mort. Even I can translate that. The little death. Sophie M. It has to be Sophie Meunier, the woman who lives in the penthouse apartment. Sophie M. knows. What does she know? Mimi. That's the girl on the 4th floor. The one who looked like she was going to hurl her breakfast when I asked about Ben. How does Mimi fit in? What is the concierge's connection? Why was Ben writing in his notebook about these people? About little deaths? I flip through the rest of the notebook, hoping to discover more, only to find it's blank after this. But this does tell me something. There is something strange going on with the people in this building. Ben was keeping notes about them. I drink more of Ben's wine, waiting for it to take the edge off my nerves, but it doesn't seem to be helping. It only starts to make me feel groggy. I put the wine glass down, because I have an urge to stay awake, to keep watch, to keep thinking. I don't want to fall asleep here. Suddenly it doesn't feel safe. When my eyes start closing of their own accord, I realize I don't have a choice. I have to sleep. I need the energy to keep going. I drag myself into the bedroom and fall onto the bed. I know I can't do any more today, not while I'm this knackered. But as I turn out the light, I realize that a whole day has now passed without word from my brother, and the feeling of dread grows. My eyes snap open. It feels like no time has passed, but the neon numbers on Ben's alarm clock read 3 o'clock. Something woke me. I know it, even if I'm not sure what. Could it have been the cat, knocking something over? But no, it's here at the end of the bed. I can feel the weight of its body against my feet, and as my eyes adjust to the dark, I can make it out more clearly in the green glow of the alarm clock. It's sitting up, alert, ears pricked and twitching like radars trying to catch a signal. It's listening to something. And then I hear it. A creak. The sound of a floorboard giving under someone's foot. Someone's here, in the apartment with me. Just the other side of the French doors. But could it be Ben? I open my mouth to call out. Then I hesitate. Remember the voice note. There's no light beneath the French doors. My visitor is moving around in the dark. Ben would have switched on the lights by now. Suddenly, I'm wide awake. More than awake. Wired. My breathing sounds too loud in the silence. I try to calm it, make it as quiet as possible. I close my eyes and fake sleep, lying as still as I can. Has someone broken in? Wouldn't I have heard the glass shattering, the door splintering? I wait, listening to every tiny creak of the footsteps making their way around the room. It doesn't feel as though they're in any particular rush. I pull the throw up, so I'm almost completely covered by it. And then, through the thundering of my own blood in my ears, I hear the doors to the bedroom begin to open. My chest is so tight, it's hard to breathe. My heart is jumping against my ribs. I'm still pretending to sleep. But at the same time, I'm thinking about the lamp next to the bed. The metal base nice and heavy. I could snatch out an arm. I wait, head pressed against the pillow, trying to decide whether to grab for the lamp now or... But now I hear the soft pad of footsteps retreating. I hear the French doors closing. And then, a few moments later, further away, the groan of the main door to the apartment opening and shutting. They've gone. I lie still for a moment, my breathing coming in rough pants. Then I jump up, push through the French doors, and run out into the main room. If I move quickly, I might catch them. But first, I rummage through the kitchen cupboards, come up with a heavy frying pan, just in case, then pull open the apartment's main door. The corridor and stairwell are dark and silent. I close the door, go to the windows instead. Maybe I'll catch someone out there in the courtyard. But it's just a dark pit. The black shapes of trees and bushes, no flicker of movement. Where did they go? I turn on a light. The place looks completely untouched. No broken glass, and the front door looks undamaged. Like they just walked right in. I could almost believe I dreamt it. But someone was here, I'm certain. I heard them. The cat heard them. Even if, right now, it couldn't look more chilled, sprawled on the sofa, cleaning delicately between its outspread toes. A glance at Ben's desk, and that's when I realise the notebook is gone. I search the drawers, behind the gap in the desk where I found it before. Shit! I'm an idiot. Why did I leave it out there in full view? Why didn't I hide it somewhere? It seems so obvious now. After hearing that voice note, I should have taken extra precautions. I should have put something in front of the door. Should have known that someone might come in here, poke around. Because they wouldn't need to break in. If it's the same person Ben was speaking to on that recording, they already have a key.
30 hours earlier. Ben. Everything goes black. Just for a moment. Then it all becomes terrifyingly clear. It is going to happen here, now, in this apartment, right here, on this innocuous spot of flooring just beyond the door. He is going to die. He understands what must have happened. Nick. Who else? But one of the others in this place might be involved, because, of course, they're all connected. Please, he manages. I can explain. He has always been able to talk himself out of any situation. Benjamin Silvertongue, she called him. If he can only find the words. But speech seems suddenly very difficult. The next attack comes with astonishing suddenness, astonishing force. His voice is pleading, high as a child's. No, please, don't. The words tumbling out of him. He who is always so poised. No time for explanations now. He is begging for mercy. But there is none in the eyes gazing down upon him. He sees the blood spatter onto his jeans, but he doesn't understand what it is immediately. Then he watches as spots of crimson begin to fall onto the parquet floor. Slowly at first, then faster, faster. It doesn't look real. Such a brilliant, intense red, and there is so much of it all at once. How can all of this have come from him? More and more every second. It must be spilling out of him. Then it happens again, the next attack, and he is falling, and on the way down his head bounces against something hard and sharp, the edge of the kitchen counter. He should have known, should have been less arrogant, less cavalier, should at least have had a chain put on the door. And yet he thought he was invincible, thought that he was the one in control. He has been so stupid, so arrogant. Now he's down on the floor and he cannot imagine ever being able to stand again. He tries to put up his hands, to beg without words, to defend himself, but his hands won't obey him either. His body is no longer within his control. With this comes a new terror. He is utterly helpless. The shutters. The shutters are open. It's dark outside, which means that this whole scene must be illuminated to the outside world. If someone saw, if someone could come to help. With a vast effort, he opens his eyes, turns, and begins to crawl towards the windows. It's so hard. Each time he places a hand, it slips out from under him. It takes a moment for him to realize that this is because the floor is slick with his own blood. Eventually, he reaches the window. He raises himself a little way above the sill. He reaches out a hand and marks a gory handprint against the pane. Is there someone out there? A face turned up towards him, caught by the light spilling from the windows out there in the gloom. His vision is blurring again. He tries to beat his palm, to mouth the word, help. And then the pain hits him. It is huge, more overwhelming than anything he has experienced in his life. He can't bear this, surely. It must be too much. This is where the story ends. And his last lucid thought is, Jess. Jess will be coming tonight. That no one will be here to meet her. From the moment she arrives, she too will be in danger.
Sunday. Nick. Second floor. Morning. I enter the building's stairwell. I've been running for hours. I have no idea how long, actually, or how far I went. Miles, probably. Normally I'd have the exact stats, would be checking my Garmin obsessively, uploading it all to Strava the second I'd got back. This morning I can't even be bothered to look. Just needed to clear my head. I only stopped because the agony in my calf began to cut through everything else. Though for a while I almost enjoyed running through the pain. An old injury. I pushed a Silicon Valley quack to prescribe me oxycodone for it, which also helped dull the sting when my investments started to go bad. On the first floor, I hesitate outside the apartment. I knock on the door once, twice, 3 times. Listen for the sound of footsteps inside while I take in the scuffed doorframe, the stink of stale cigarette smoke. I linger perhaps a couple of minutes, but there's no answer. He's probably passed out in there in a drunken stupor. Or maybe he's avoiding me. I wouldn't be surprised. I have something I want, need, to say to the guy. But I suppose it'll have to wait. Then I close the door, start climbing the stairs, my eyes stinging. I lift the hem of my sweat-soaked t-shirt to rub at them, then carry on up. I'm just passing by the 3rd floor apartment, when the door is flung open and there she stands. Jess. Hi, I say, pushing a hand through my hair. Oh, she says, looking confused. It looked like you were going upstairs? No, I say. No, actually, I was coming to see how you were. I meant to say sorry for running off yesterday when we were talking. Did you have any luck tracking Ben down? I look at her closely. Her face is pale. No longer the sly little fox she seemed yesterday. Now she's a rabbit in the headlamps. Jess? I say. Are you all right? She opens her mouth, but for a moment no sound comes out. I get the impression she's fighting some sort of internal battle. Finally, she blurts, "Someone was in here very early this morning. Someone else must have a key to this apartment." A key? Yeah. They came in and crept around. Less rabbit in the headlamps now. That tough veneer coming back up. What, into the apartment? Did they take anything? She shrugs, hesitates. No. Look, Jess, I say. It sounds to me like you should speak to the police. She screws up her face. I called them yesterday. They weren't any help. What did they say? That they'd make a record, she says with an eye roll. But then, I don't know why I even bothered. I'm the fucking idiot who comes to Paris alone, barely able to speak the language. Why I thought they'd take me seriously. How much French can you speak? I ask her. She shrugs. Hardly anything. I can just about order a beer, but that's it. Pretty bloody useless, right? Look, why don't I come with you to the commissariat? I'm sure they'd be more helpful if I spoke to them in French. She raises her eyebrows. Oh, that would be... Well, that would be amazing. Thank you. Look, I'm really grateful. A shrug. I'm not good at asking for favors. You didn't ask. I offered. I told you yesterday I want to help. I mean it. Well, thanks. She tugs at the chain of her necklace. Can we go soon? I need to get out of this place.
Jess. We're out on the street, walking along in silence. My thoughts are churning. That voice note made me feel like I shouldn't trust anyone in the building, including Ben's old uni mate, friendly as he might be. On the other hand, Nick's the one who suggested going to the police. Surely he wouldn't do that if he had something to do with Ben's disappearance.
This way.
Nick takes hold of my elbow. My arm tingles slightly at his touch and steers me into an alleyway. No, more like a kind of stone tunnel between buildings.
A cut through,
he says. In contrast with the crowded street we left behind, there's suddenly no one else in sight, and it's much darker. Our footsteps echo. I don't like that I can't see the sky. It's a relief when we pop out at the other end, but as we turn onto the street, I see it ends in a police barricade. There are several guys wearing helmets and stab vests, holding batons, radios crackling. Fuck, I say, heart thudding. Merde, says Nick at the same time. He goes over and speaks to them. I stay where I am. They don't seem friendly. I can feel them looking us over.
It's the riots,
Nick says, striding back.
They're expecting a bit of trouble.
He looks closely at me.
You okay?
Yeah, fine. I remind myself that we're literally on the way to talk to the police. They might be able to help. But it suddenly feels important to get something off my chest. Hey, Nick, I start, as we begin walking again.
Yeah?
Yesterday, when I spoke to the police, they said they wanted to take my name and address for their records or whatever. I don't want to give them that information. Nick frowns at me.
Why is that?
It's not worth getting into. But because he's still looking at me oddly, and I don't want him to think I'm some sort of hardened criminal, I say, I had a little trouble at work, just before I came here. More than a little trouble. 2 days ago, I walked into the Copacabana, smile on my face, as though my boss hadn't flashed his dick at me the day before. Oh, I can play along when I need to. I needed that bloody job. And then at lunch before opening, while the pervert was taking a crap, he went in there with a dirty magazine. I knew I had a while. I went and got the little key from his office and opened the till and took everything in it. It wasn't loads. He was too wily for that. Refilled it every day. But it was enough to get here. Enough to escape on the first Eurostar I could book myself onto. Oh, and for good measure, I heaved 2 kegs in front of the toilet door, one stacked on the other, and the top one just under the door handle so he couldn't turn it. Would have taken him a while to get out of that one. So no, I'm not desperate to be on any official record of anything. It's not like I think Interpol are after me, but I don't like the idea of my name in some sort of system, of the police here comparing notes with the UK. I came here for a new start. Nothing major, I say. It's just sensitive.
Sure,
Nick says.
Look, I'll give them my details as a contact. Does that work?
Yes, I say, my shoulders slumping with relief. Thank you. Nick, that would be great.
So,
he says, as we wait at some traffic lights.
I'm thinking of what I say to the police. I'll tell them you thought there was someone in the apartment last night. Of course.
I don't think there was someone, I interject. I know.
Sure,
he nods.
And is there anything else you want me to say?
I pause. Well, I spoke to Ben's editor. He turns to me.
Oh, yes?
Yeah, this guy at The Guardian. I don't know if it's important, but it sounded like Ben had an idea he was excited about, for an article.
What about?
I don't know. Some big investigative piece. But I suppose if he got mixed up in something. Nick slows down slightly.
But his editor doesn't know what the piece was about?
No.
Ah, that's a shame.
And I found a notebook. But it was missing this morning. It had these notes in it about people in the building. Sophie Minier, you know, the lady from upstairs. Mimi from the 4th floor, the concierge. There was this line, Le Petit Mort. I think it means the little death. I see something shift in Nick's expression. What is it? What does it mean? He coughs.
Well, it's also a euphemism for orgasm.
Oh. I'm not all that easy to embarrass, but I feel my cheeks growing warm. I'm also suddenly really aware of Nick's eyes on me. How near we are to each other in the otherwise empty street. There's a long, awkward silence. Anyway, I say, whoever was creeping around this morning took the notebook, so there must be something in it. We turn into a side street. I spot a couple of ragged posters pasted to some hoardings. Pause for a moment in front of them. Ghostly faces printed in black and white stare out at me. I don't need to understand French to know who these are. Missing persons.
Look,
Nick says, following my gaze.
It's probably going to be tough. loads of people go missing every year. They have a certain cultural issue here. There's this view that if someone goes missing, it may be for their own reasons, that they have a right to disappear.
Okay, but surely they won't think that's what's happened to Ben. Because there's more. I hesitate, then decide to risk telling Nick about the voice note. A long pause while he digests it.
The other person, he says. Could you actually hear their voice?
No. I don't think they said anything. It was just Ben talking. I think of the, what the fuck? He was scared. I've never heard him like that. We should tell the police about that too, right? Play it for them.
Yes, definitely.
We walk in silence for a couple more minutes, Nick setting the pace. And then suddenly he stops in front of a building, big and modern and seriously ugly. A total contrast to all the fancy apartment blocks flanking it.
Okay, here we are.
I look up at the building in front of us. Commissariat de police, it says, in large black letters above the entrance. I swallow, then follow Nick inside. Wait just inside the front door as he speaks in fluent-sounding French to the guy on the desk. I try to imagine what it must be like to have the confidence Nick has in a place like this, to feel like you have a right to be here. To my left, there are 3 people in grimy clothes being held in cuffs, faces smeared with what looks like soot, yelling and tussling with the policeman holding them. More protesters. I feel like I have much more in common with them than I do with the nice rich boy who's brought me here. I jump back as 9 or 10 guys in riot gear burst into the reception and shove past me and out into the street, piling into a waiting van. The guy behind the desk is nodding at Nick. I see him pick up a telephone.
I asked to speak to someone higher up,
Nick says as he comes over.
That way, we'll actually be listened to. He's just calling through now.
Oh, great, I say. Thank God for Nick and his fluent French and his posh boy hustle. I know if I'd walked in here, I'd have been fobbed off again. Or worse, bottled it and left before I'd spoken to anyone. The receptionist stands and beckons us through into the station. I swallow my unease about heading further into this place. He leads us down a corridor into an office with a plaque that reads, Commissaire Blanchot, on the door, and a man, in his late 50s I guess, sitting behind a huge desk. He looks up. A bristle of short grey hair, a big square face, small dark eyes. He stands and shakes Nick's hand, then turns to me, looks me up and down, and sweeps a hand at the 2 chairs in front of his desk.
Asseyez-vous?
Clearly Nick pulled some strings. The office and Blanchot's air of importance tell me he's some sort of bigwig. But there's something about the guy I don't like. I can't put my finger on it. Maybe it's the pitbull face. Maybe it's to do with the way he looked at me just now. It doesn't matter, I remind myself. I don't have to like him. All I need is for him to do his job properly, to find my brother. And I'm not so blind that I can't see I might be bringing my own baggage to all of this. Nick starts speaking to Blanchot in French. I can barely pick up a word they're saying. I catch Ben's name, I think, and a couple of times they glance in my direction.
Sorry.
Nick turns back to me.
I realize we were talking pretty fast. I wanted to get everything in. Could you follow any of it? He doesn't speak much English, I'm afraid.
I shake my head. It wouldn't have made much difference if you'd gone slowly.
Don't worry, I'll explain. I've laid out the whole situation to him, and basically, we're coming up against what I was telling you about before, the right to disappear. But I'm trying to convince him this is something more than that. That we, are really worried about Ben.
You've told him about the notebook? I ask. And what happened last night? Nick nods.
Yes, I went through all that.
How about the voice note? I hold up my phone. I have it right here. I could play it.
That's a great idea.
Nick says something to Commissaire Blanchon, then turns to me and nods.
He'd like to listen to it.
I hand over the phone. I don't like the way the guy snatches it from me. He's just doing his job, Jess, I tell myself. He plays the voice note through some kind of loudspeaker and, once again, I hear my brother's voice like I've never heard it before.
What the fuck?
And then the sound. That strange groan. I look over at Nick. He's gone white. He seems to be having the same reaction as I did. It tells me my gut feeling was right. Blanchot turns it off and nods at Nick. Because I don't speak French, or I'm a woman, or both, it feels like I barely exist to him. I prod Nick. He has to do something now. Yes? Nick swallows, then seems to pull himself together. He asks the guy a question, turns back to me.
Yes, I think that's helped. It gives us a good case.
Out of the corner of my eye, I see Blanchot watching the two of us, his expression blank. And then suddenly, it's all over, and they're shaking hands again, and Nick is saying,
Merci, Commissaire Blanchot.
And I say, Merci, too. And Blanchot smiles at me, and I try to ignore the uneasiness that I know is probably less to do with this guy than everything he represents. Then we're being shown back out into the corridor, and Blanchot's door is closing. How do you think it went? I ask Nick, as we walk out of the front door of the station. Did he take it seriously? He nods.
Yes, eventually. I think the voice note clinched it,
he says, his voice hoarse. He still looks pale and sickened by what he just heard on the voice note.
And don't worry, I've given myself as a contact, not you. As soon as I hear anything, I'll let you know.
For a moment, back out on the street, Nick stops and stands stock still. I watch as he covers his eyes with his hand and takes a long, shaky breath. And I think, here is someone else who cares about Ben. Maybe I'm not quite as alone in this as I thought.
Sophie, penthouse. I'm setting up the apartment for drinks. The last Sunday of every month, Jacques and I host everyone in our penthouse apartment. We open some of the finest vintages from the store in the cellar. But this evening will be different. We have a great deal to discuss. I pour the wine into its decanter, arrange the glasses. We could afford staff to do this. But Jacques never wanted strangers in this apartment, capable of nosing around through his private affairs. It has suited me well enough. Though I suppose if we did have staff, I might have been less alone here, over the years. As I place the decanter on the low table in the sitting area, I can see him there in the armchair opposite me. Benjamin Daniels, exactly as he sat nearly 3 months ago. One leg crossed over the knee at the ankle, a glass of wine dangling from one hand. So at ease in the space. I watched him, saw him sizing the place up, the wealth of it. Or perhaps trying to find a flaw in the furnishings I had chosen as carefully as the clothes I wear. The mid-century Florence Knoll armchair. The Rome silk rug beneath his feet. To signify class, good taste, the kind of breeding that cannot be bought. He turned and caught me watching, grinned. That smile of his. A fox entering the hen coop. I smiled back coolly. I would not be wrong-footed. I would be the perfect hostess. He asked Jacques about his collection of antique rifles. "I'll show you." Jacques lifted one down. A rare honor. "Feel that bayonet. You could run a man straight through with it." Ben said all the right things. Noticed the condition, the detailing on the brass. My husband. A man not easily charmed. But he was. I could see it. "What do you do, Ben?" he asked, pouring him a glass. A hot, late summer night. White would have been better. But Jacques wanted to show off the vintage. "I'm a writer," Ben said. "He's a journalist," Nick said at the same time. I watched Jacques' face closely. "What sort of journalist?" He asked it so lightly. Ben shrugged. "Mainly restaurant reviews, new exhibitions, that sort of thing." "Ah," Jacques said. He sat back in his chair, king of all he surveyed. "Well, I'm happy to suggest some restaurants for you to review." Ben smiled, that easy, charismatic smile. "That would be very helpful, thank you." "I like you, Ben," Jacques told him, pointing. "You remind me a little of myself at your age. Fire in the belly, hunger. I had it too, that drive. It's more than can be said for some young men these days." Antoine and his wife Dominique arrived then, from the first-floor apartment. Antoine's shirt was missing a button. It gaped open, the soft flesh pushing through. Dominique, however, had made what could be described as an effort. She wore a dress made of a knit so fine that it clung to every ripe curve of her body. Mon Dieu, you could see her nipples. There was something Bardot-like about her, the sullen moo of her mouth, those dark bovine eyes. I found myself thinking all that ripeness would fade, run to fat. Just look at Bardot, poor cow. Anathema to so many French men. Fat in this country is seen as a sign of weakness, even of stupidity. The thought gave me a nasty sort of pleasure. I watched her look at Ben, look up and down and all over him. I suppose she thought she was subtle. To me, she resembled a cheap whore, touting for a fare. I saw him gaze back. Two attractive people noticing one another. That frisson. She turned back to Antoine. I watched her mouth curve into a smile while she talked to him. But the smile was not for her husband. It was for Ben. A carefully calculated display. Antoine was drinking too much. He drained his glass and held it out for a refill. His breath, even from a couple of feet away, smelled sour. He was embarrassing himself. "Does anyone smoke?" Ben asked. "I'm going to go for a cigarette. Terrible habit, I know. I wondered if I might use the roof terrace." "It's that way," I told him. "Past the bookcase there, and to the left, out of the doorway. You'll see the steps." "Thanks." He smiled at me, that charming smile. I waited for the sensor lights to come on, which would be the sign that he had found his way to the roof terrace. They did not. It should have only taken him a minute or so to climb the steps. As the others talked, I got up to investigate. There was no sign of him out on the terrace, or in the other half of the room beyond the bookcase. I had that cold, creeping feeling again, the sense that a fox had entered the henhouse. I walked along the shadowed corridor that leads to the other rooms in the apartment. I found him in Jacques' study, the lights off. He was looking at something. "What are you doing in here?" My skin was prickling with outrage, fear too. He turned in the dark space. "Sorry," he said. "I must have got confused with the directions." They were quite clear. It was difficult to remain civil, to suppress the urge to simply tell him to get out. "It was left," I said. "Out of the doorway. The opposite direction." He pulled a face.
My mistake. Perhaps I've had too much of that delicious wine. But tell me, while we're here, this photograph, it fascinates me.
I knew instantly which one he was looking at. A large black and white, a nude, hung opposite my husband's desk. The woman's face turned sideways, her profile dissolving into the shadows, her breasts bared, the dark triangle of her pubic hair between white thighs. I had asked Jacques to get rid of it. It was so inappropriate, so seedy. It belongs to my husband, I said curtly. This is his study.
So this is where the great man works,
he said.
And do you work yourself?
No, I said. He must know that, surely. Women in my position do not work.
But you must have done something before you met your husband.
Yes.
Sorry,
he said, after the pause had grown so long. It felt like a physical presence in the air between us.
It's the journalist in me. I'm just curious about people.
He shrugged.
It's incurable, I'm afraid. Please forgive me.
I'd thought it that first time I met him, that he wielded his charm like a weapon. But now, I was sure of it. Our new neighbor was dangerous. I thought of the notes, my mystery blackmailer. Could it be a coincidence that they had arrived almost at the same time? This man, with his air of knowing, and the demand for money, threatening to reveal my secrets? If so, I would not allow it. I would not let this random stranger dismantle everything I had built. I managed to find my voice. I'll show you to the roof terrace, I told him, followed him until he walked through the right door. He turned around and gave me a grin, a brief nod. I did not smile back. I went back and joined the others. A few moments later, Dominique stood up, announced that she, too, was going for a cigarette. Perhaps she was embarrassed by her husband, drinking himself into a stupor on the sofa. Or, I thought of the way she looked at Ben when she arrived. She was simply shameless. Antoine's arm shot out. His hand gripped her wrist, hard. The wineglass in her hand jerked, a crimson splash landed on the pale knit of her dress. Non, he said. Tu ne feras rien de la sorte. You'll do no such thing. Dominique glanced at me then, her eyes wide, woman to woman. See how he treats me? I looked away. You have made your choices, chérie, just as I have made mine. I knew what sort of man my husband was when I married him. I'm sure it was the same for you. If not, well, you're even more of a foolish little tart than I thought. I watched as she wrenched her hand away from her husband's grip and stalked off in the direction of the roof terrace. I imagined the two of them up there, could see the scene play out. The rooftops of Paris laid out before them, the illuminated streets like strings of fairy lights. Her bending forward as she lit her cigarette from his, her lips brushing his hand. They came back down a short while later. When he spotted them, Antoine rose from the seat where he had been slumped. He lumbered over to Dominique.
We're going.
She shook her head. No, I don't want to. He leant in very close and hissed, loud enough for all of us to hear.
We're going, you little slut.
Petite salope. And then he turned to Ben.
Stay away from my wife, you English bastard. Comprends-tu? Understand?
Like a final piece of punctuation, he gestured with his full wineglass, and I could not tell if it was because he was drunk or if it was on purpose that it flew from his hand. An explosion of glass. Wine smattered up the wall. Everything went very still and quiet. Ben turned to Jacques.
I'm very sorry, Monsieur Monnier. Please.
Jacques stood.
Do not apologize.
He stalked over to Antoine.
No one behaves like that in my apartment. You are not welcome here. Get out.
His voice was cold, heavy with menace. Antoine's mouth opened. I saw his teeth stained by the wine. For a moment I thought he was about to say something unforgivable. Then he turned and looked at Ben. A long look that said more than any words could. The silence that followed their exit rang like a tuning fork. Later, While Jacques took a phone call, I went and took a shower in my bathroom. I found myself almost idly directing the shower head between my legs. The image that came to my mind was of the two of them, Dominique and Ben, up in the roof garden. Of all the things that might have occurred between them while the rest of us made small talk downstairs. And as my husband barked instructions, just audible through the wall, I had a silent orgasm, my head pressed against the cool tiles. The little death, it's called. La petite mort. And perhaps that was only appropriate. A small part of me had died that evening. Another part had come alive.
Jess. It's evening, and I'm back in the apartment, gazing out into the courtyard, looking up and down at the illuminated squares of my neighbours' windows, trying to catch a glimpse of one of them moving around. I've texted Nick a couple of times to ask if he's heard anything from the police, but I haven't heard anything back yet. I know it's way too soon, but I couldn't help myself. I'm grateful for his help earlier. It's good to feel I have an ally in this. But I still don't trust the police to do anything. I'm starting to feel itchy again. I can't just sit around waiting to hear. I shrug on my jacket and step out of the apartment onto the landing, not knowing what I'm going to do, but knowing I need to do something. As I pause, trying to decide what that is, I realise I can hear raised voices somewhere above me, echoing down the stairwell. I can't resist following the sound upwards. I start to climb the stairs, up past Mimi's on the 4th floor, listening for a moment to the silence behind the door. The voices must be coming from the penthouse. I can hear a man speaking over the others, louder than the rest. But I can hear other voices now, too, though they all seem to be talking at once. I can't make out any of the words, though. Another flight of stairs, and I'm on the top landing, with the door to the penthouse apartment in front of me, and to my left that wooden stepladder leading up to the old maid's quarters. I creep towards the door of the penthouse apartment, wincing at every creak in the floorboards. Hopefully the people inside are too distracted by the sounds of their own voices to pay attention to anything outside. I get right up close to the door, then drop down and put my ear to the keyhole. The man starts to speak again, louder than before. Crap, it's all in French. Of course it is. I think I hear Ben's name, and I go tense, craning to hear more. But I can't make out a single... Elle est dangereuse. Wait, even I can guess what that means. She is dangerous. I press my ear closer to the keyhole, listening hard for anything else I might understand. Suddenly, there's the sound of barking right up close to my ear. I stumble away from the keyhole, half fall backwards, try and scrabble my way to standing. Shit. I need to get out of here. I can't let them see. You. Too late. I turn back. She stands there in the doorway, Sophie Meunier, wearing a cream silk shirt and black trousers, crazily sparkling diamonds at her earlobes. Her expression so frosty that they might be tiny icicles she just sprouted there. There's a small grey dog at her feet, a whippet, looking at me with gleaming black eyes. What are you doing here? I heard voices. I trail off, realizing that hearing voices behind someone else's apartment door isn't exactly a good excuse to go and eavesdrop. Silver-tongued Ben might be able to, but I can't find a way of talking myself out of this one. She looks like she's trying to decide what to do with me. Finally, she speaks. Well, as you are here, perhaps you will come in and join us for a drink. She's watching me, waiting for an answer. Every instinct is telling me that going inside this apartment would be a very bad idea. Sure, I say. Thanks. I look down at my outfit. Converse, shabby jacket, jeans with a rip at the knee. Am I dressed okay? Her expression says she thinks there's nothing remotely okay about anything I'm wearing. But she says, "You're fine as you are. Please, come with me." I follow her into the apartment. I can smell the perfume she's wearing, something rich and floral, although really it just smells like money. Inside, I stare. The apartment is at least double the size of Ben's, perhaps bigger. A brightly lit, open-plan space bisected by a giant bookcase. Floor-to-ceiling windows look out over the rooftops and buildings of Paris. In the darkness, the illuminated windows of all the apartment buildings surrounding us make a kind of tapestry of light. How much would an apartment like this cost? Lots. That's all I can guess. Millions? Probably. Fancy rugs on the floor, huge works of modern art on the walls, bright splashes and streaks of colour, big bold shapes. There's one small painting, nearest to me, a woman holding some kind of pot, a window behind her. I spot the signature in the bottom right corner. Matisse. Okay. Holy shit. I don't know much about art, but even I've heard of Matisse. And everywhere, displayed on side tables, are little figurines, delicate glass vases. I bet even the smallest would fetch me more than I earned in a whole year in that shitty bar. It would be so easy to slip one. I'm suddenly aware of feeling watched. I look up and meet a pair of eyes. Painted, not real. A huge portrait. A man sitting in an armchair. Strong jaw and nose. Grey at the temples. Kind of handsome, if a little cruel looking. It's the mouth, maybe. The curl to it. The funny thing is, he seems familiar. I feel like I've seen his face before. I can't for the life of me think where. Could he be someone a bit famous? A politician, something like that? But I'm not sure why I'd recognize some random politician, let alone a French one. I don't know anything about that stuff. So it must be from somewhere else. But where on earth? My husband, Jacques. Sophie says, behind me. He's away on business at the moment, but I'm sure will be a small hesitation. Eager to meet you. He looks powerful, rich, obviously rich. Just friggin' look at the place. What does he do? He's in wine, she says. So that explains the thousands of bottles of wine in the cellar. The cave must also belong to her and her husband. Next, my eye travels to a strange display on the opposite wall. At first, I think it's some kind of abstract art installation, but on second glance, I see it's a display of old guns, each with a sharp, knife-like protrusion attached to the end. Sophie follows my gaze. From the First World War, Jacques likes to collect antiques. One's missing, I say. Yes, it's gone for repair. They require more upkeep than you might think. Bon, she says curtly. Come through and meet the others. We walk towards the bookcase. It's only now that I become aware of the presence of people behind it. As we skirt round it, I see them facing each other on two cream-coloured sofas. Mimi from the 4th floor, and, oh no, Antoine from the 1st floor. He's staring at me as though he is exactly as pleased to see me as I am him. Surely he's the sort of neighbour you just give a wide berth and leave to their own devices. When I look back, he's still staring at me. It feels like something's crawling down my spine. It's such a random grouping of people, nothing in common with each other beyond the fact that they live nearby. Weird, quiet Mimi, who can only be 19 or 20. Antoine, a middle-aged mess. Sophie, in her silk and diamonds. What could they have been talking about just now? It didn't sound like a polite, neighbourly conversation. I can feel their eyes on me. Feel like they're all looking at me, like I'm an unknown specimen brought into a laboratory. Elle est dangereuse. I'm sure I didn't mishear. Perhaps you'd like a glass of wine? Sophie asks. Oh, yeah, thanks. She lifts the bottle, and as the wine glugs out into a glass, I see the gold image of the chateau on the front and realise it's familiar. The match of the bottle I picked up from the cellar downstairs. I take a long sip of my wine. I need it. I sense 3 pairs of eyes watching me. They're the ones with the power in this room, the knowledge. I don't like it. I feel outnumbered, trapped. And then I think, fuck it. One of them must know something about what happened to Ben. This is my chance. I still haven't heard from Ben, I say. You know, I'm really starting to think something must have happened to him. I want to shock them out of their watchful silence. So I say, when I went to the police today, it happened so quickly. Too quickly for me to see how it unfolded. But there's a sudden commotion, and I see that the girl, Mimi, has spilled her glass of wine. The crimson liquid has spattered over the rug, up one leg of the sofa. No one moves for a second. Maybe, like me, the other 2 are watching as the dark liquid soaks into the fabric and feeling grateful that it wasn't them. The girl's face is a livid, beetroot red. Merde, she says. It's all right, Sophie says. Pas de problème. But her voice is steel.
Mimi, 4th floor. Putain. I want to leave right now, but that would cause another scene, so I can't. I have to just sit here and take it, while they all stare at me. While she stares at me. The white noise in my head becomes a deafening roar. Suddenly I can feel the sickness rising inside me. I have to leave the room. It's the only way. I feel like I'm not quite in control of myself. The wine glass. I'm not even sure whether it was an accident or whether I did it on purpose. I jump up from the sofa. I can still feel her watching me. I stumble down the corridor, find the bathroom. Get a grip, Mimi. Putain de merde, get a fucking grip! I vomit into the toilet bowl and then look in the mirror. My eyes are pink with burst blood vessels. For a moment, I actually think I see him appearing behind me. That smile of his, the way it felt like a secret shared just between the 2 of us. I could watch him for hours. Those hot, early autumn nights while he worked at his desk with all the windows open, and I lay on my bed with a fan blowing cool air onto the back of my neck, and the lights off so he couldn't see me in the shadows. It was like watching him on a stage. Sometimes he walked about shirtless, once with just a towel wrapped around his waist, so I could see the dark shadow of hair on his chest, that line of hair that arrowed from his stomach down beneath the towel. A man, not a boy. He hardly ever remembered to close the shutters. Or maybe he left them open on purpose. I got out my painting materials. He was my new favorite subject. I'd never painted that well before. I'd never covered the canvas so quickly. Normally I had to stop, check, correct my mistakes. But with him, I didn't need to. I imagined that one day, perhaps, I would ask him to sit for me. Sometimes I could hear his music drifting out across the courtyard. It felt like he wanted me to hear it. Maybe he was even playing it for me. One night he looked up and caught me watching. My heart stopped. Putain! I'd watched him for so long I forgot that he could see me too. It was so embarrassing. But then he raised his hand to me. Like he did on that first day when we saw him arriving in the Uber. Except then he was just saying hi. And it was to Camille too. Mainly to Camille. Probably in her tiny bikini. But this time it was different. This time, it was just to me. I raised mine back. It felt like a private sign to each other. And then he smiled. I know I have this tendency to get a little fixated. A little obsessed. But I reckoned he was obsessive too, Ben. He sat there and typed until midnight, sometimes later. Sometimes with a cigarette in his mouth. Sometimes I smoked one too. It felt almost like we were smoking together. I watched him until my eyes burned. Now, in the bathroom, I splash cold water on my face, rinse the sourness of the vomit from my mouth. I try to breathe. Why did I agree to come this evening? I think of Camille, throwing her little wicker basket over her arm, tripping out in the city earlier to hang out with friends, not a care in the world. Not trapped here like me, friendless and alone. How badly I longed to trade places with her. I can hear him speaking, suddenly, as clearly as if he was standing behind me, whispering in my ear. His breath warm against my skin. You're strong, Mimi. I know you are. So much stronger than everyone thinks you are.
Jess. There's a long silence after Mimi disappears. I take a sip of my wine. So, I say at last, how do you all... I'm interrupted by the sound of a knock on the door. It seems to echo endlessly in the silence. Sophie Minier gets up to answer it. Antoine and I are left facing each other. He stares at me, unblinking. I think of him smashing that bottle in his apartment while I watched through the spy hole. How violent it seemed. I think of that scene with his wife in the courtyard. And then, under his breath, he hisses at me. What are you doing here, little girl? Haven't you got the message yet? I take a sip from my glass. Enjoying some of this nice wine, I tell him. It doesn't come out as flippant as I'd hoped. My voice wavers. I like to think I'm not scared of much, but this guy scares me. Nicolas? I hear Sophie say, using the French pronunciation of the name. And then, in English. Welcome. Come and join us. Would you like a drink? Nick. Part of me feels relieved at his being here. that I'm not going to be stuck alone with these people. At the same time, I wonder, what is he doing here? A few moments later, he appears around the bookcase behind Sophie Minier, holding a glass of wine. Apparently living in Paris has given him more style than the average British guy. He's in a crisp white shirt, open at the neck, and setting off his tan perfectly, and navy trousers. His curling dark gold hair is pushed back from his brow. He looks like someone from a perfume ad. Beautiful, aloof. I catch myself. What am I doing? Lusting after this guy. Jess, Sophie says. This is Nicolas. Nick smiles at me.
Hey.
He turns back to Sophie.
Jess and I know each other.
There's a slightly awkward pause. Is this just something rich people who live in apartments like this do? All hang out together? It's not like any neighbours I've ever had. But then again, I haven't exactly lived in very neighbourly places. Sophie gives a wintry smile. Perhaps, Nicolas, you could show Jess the view from the roof garden.
Sure.
Nick turns to me.
Jess, you want to come and have a look?
I feel like Sophie's trying to get rid of me, but at the same time it's a chance to talk to Nick without the others listening. I follow him back past the bookcase, up another flight of stairs. He pushes open a door.
After you.
I have to step past him as he holds open the door, close enough that I can smell his expensive cologne, the faint tang of his sweat. A blast of freezing air hits me first, then the night sky, the lights below. The city spread out beneath me like an illuminated map, bright ribbons of streets snaking away in all directions, the blurry red glow of tail lights. For a second it feels like I've stepped out into thin air. I reel back. No, not quite thin air. But there's not much separating me from the streets 5 floors down besides a flimsy-looking iron rail. Suddenly, uplighters are humming on all around us. They must be on some kind of sensor. Now I can see shrubs and even trees in big stoneware pots. A big rose bush, which still has some white blooms attached to it. Statues not unlike the one that got smashed to pieces in the courtyard. Nick steps up onto the terrace behind me. Because I've been rooted to the spot, staring, I haven't given him any space. He has to stand pretty close behind me. I can feel the warmth of his breath on the back of my neck. Such a contrast to the freezing air. I have a sudden crazy impulse to lean back against him. What would his reaction be if I did? Would he pull away? But at the same time, I have an equally crazy urge to dive forward into the night. It feels like I could swim in it. When you're this high up, do you ever get the urge to jump?
Yes,
Nick says, and I realize I must have spoken the question out loud. I turn to him. I can barely make him out. Just a dark silhouette stitched against the glow from the lights behind him. He's tall, though. Standing this close, I'm aware of the difference between our heights. He takes a tiny step back. I look beyond him and notice that there's an extra layer of building above us. The windows dark and small and dust-smeared, ivy wound all over them, like something from a fairy tale. I wouldn't be surprised to see a ghostly face appearing behind the glass. What's up there? He follows my gaze.
Oh, it'll be the old chambre de bonne, where the former maids' quarters were.
That must be where the wooden ladder leads. Then he gestures back out at the city.
Pretty good view from up here, isn't it?
It's insane, I say. How much do you reckon a place like this costs? A couple million? More than that?
I've got no idea.
But he must have some sort of idea. He must know what his own apartment is worth. It probably makes him feel awkward. I suspect he's too classy to talk about this sort of thing. Have you heard anything? I ask him. From that guy at the police station, Blanchot.
Unfortunately not.
It's strange, not being able to see his expression.
I know it's frustrating, but it's only been a few hours. Let's give it time.
I feel a swoop of despair. Of course he's right. Of course it's too soon. But I can't help panicking that I'm no closer to finding Ben, and no closer to working any of these people out. You all seem pretty friendly in there, I say, trying to keep my tone light. Nick gives a short laugh.
I wouldn't say that.
But do you all get together often? I've never had drinks with my neighbours. I can hear his shrug.
No, not that often. Sometimes. Hey, do you want a cigarette?
Oh, sure. Thanks. I hear the click of his lighter, and when the flame sparks, I see his face lit up from beneath. His eyes are black holes, blank as that statue's in the courtyard. He passes me my cigarette, and I feel the quick, warm touch of his fingers, then his breath on my face as I lean closer for him to light the tip. A shiver of something in the air between us. I take a drag. I don't think Sophie likes me much. He shrugs.
She doesn't like anyone much.
And Jacques? Her husband? The one in that massive portrait? What's he like? He screws up his face.
A bit of a cunt, to be honest. And she's definitely just with him for his money.
I almost choke on my cigarette smoke. It was so casual, the way he said it, but with a real emphasis on the cunt. I wonder what he has against the couple. And if he's clearly not a fan, what on earth is he doing coming for drinks in their apartment? How about that guy from the downstairs flat? Antoine, I ask. I can't believe she'd invite him up here. I'm surprised she even lets him sit on her couch. And when I first arrived, he told me to fuck off. Talk about hostile. Nick shrugs.
Well, it's no excuse, but his wife just left him.
Yeah? I say. If you ask me, she had a pretty lucky escape.
Look,
he says, pointing beyond me.
You can see the Sacré-Cœur, over there.
Clearly he doesn't want to talk about his neighbours anymore. We gaze together at the cathedral, illuminated, seeming to float above the city like a big white ghost. And in the distance, yes, there, I can see the Eiffel Tower. For a few seconds, it lights up like a giant Roman candle, and 1,000 moving lights shimmer up and down its height. I'm suddenly aware of how huge and unknowable this city is. Ben's out there somewhere, I think. I hope. Again, that feeling of despair. I give myself a mental shake. There must be something else I can learn, some new angle to this I haven't explored. I turn to Nick. Ben never mentioned what he was looking into, did he? I ask. The thing he was writing. The investigative piece.
He didn't say anything to me about it, Nick says. As far as I knew, he was still working on restaurant reviews, that kind of thing. But then, that's typical of him, isn't it?
I think I hear a note of bitterness. What do you mean?
Well, you have to ask whether anyone really knows the real Benjamin Daniels.
You're telling me, I think. Still, I wonder exactly what he means by it.
Anyway, it's what he always wanted to do.
He sounds different now. More wistful.
Investigative stuff. That or write a novel. I remember him saying that he wanted to write something that would have made your mum proud. He talked all about it on the trip.
You mean the one you took after uni? The way he said the trip made it sound important. The trip. I think of that screensaver. Some instinct tells me to press him on it. What was it like? You went all across Europe, right?
Yeah.
His tone is different again. Lighter. Excited.
We spent a whole summer doing it. 4 of us. A couple of other guys, Ben and me. I mean, we were really roughing it. Grotty trains with no aircon, blocked loos. Days, weeks of sleeping sitting up in hard plastic seats, eating stale bread, hardly washing our clothes. And then when we did, we had to use laundrettes.
He sounds thrilled. Babe, I think, if you think that's roughing it, you don't know you're born. I think of his minimalist apartment, the Bang & Olufsen speakers, the iMac, all that stealth wealth. I kind of want to hate him for it, but I can't. There's something melancholy about the guy. I remember the oxycodone I found in his bathroom. Where did you go? I ask.
All over, he says. We'd be in Prague one day, Vienna the next, Budapest a few days later. Or sometimes we'd just spend a whole week lying on the beach and hitting the clubs every night, like we did in Barcelona. And we lost a whole weekend to food poisoning in Istanbul.
I nod, like I know what he's talking about. But I'm not sure I could point to all those places on a map. So, that's what Ben was up to, I say. Sounds a long way from a one-bed in Haringey.
Where's Haringey?
I give him a look. He even pronounced it wrong. But of course, a rich kid like him wouldn't have heard of it. North London? It's where we come from, Ben and I. Even then, he couldn't wait to escape, to travel. Actually, it reminds me of something.
What?
My mum. She used to leave us on our own quite a lot. Well, she went out. She did shift work, and she'd lock us in from about 6, so we couldn't get up to any trouble. It can be a rough part of town, and we'd be so bored. But Ben had this old globe. You know, one of those light-up ones. He'd spend hours spinning it round, pointing out the places we might go, describing them to me, spice markets, turquoise seas, cities on mountain tops. God knows how he knew any of that. Actually, he probably made it all up. I pull myself out of the memory. I'm not sure I've spoken to anyone else about all of that. Anyway, it sounds like you had a ball. The photo on your screensaver, that was Amsterdam, right? A look at Nick, but he's staring out into the night. My question is left hanging in the chill autumn air.
Concierge. The lodge. I am watching the roof terrace from my position in the courtyard. I saw the lights come on a few moments ago. Now I see someone step close to the rail. I catch the sound of voices, the faint strains of music floating down. Rather a contrast with the sounds coming from a few streets away, the whine of police sirens. I heard it just now on the radio. The riots are beginning again in earnest tonight. Not that any of them up there will know or care. The radio was a gift from him, actually. And only a few weeks ago I watched him up there on the roof terrace too, smoking a cigarette with the wife of the drunk on the first floor. As the figure next to the rail turns, I realize it's her, the girl staying in his. She has somehow gained access to the penthouse. Invited in? Surely not. If she is anything like her brother, I can imagine she may have invited herself. In a couple of days, she has gained access to parts of this building that I have never entered, despite working here for so many years. It is only to be expected. I am not one of them, of course. In all the time I have worked here, I can only recall the great Jacques Meunier looking at me twice, speaking to me once. But of course, to a man like that, I am barely human. I am something less than visible. But this girl is an outsider too, just as much as I am, maybe more so. Also, apparently given to climbing like her brother, insinuating herself. Does she really know what she has got herself into here? I think not. I see another figure appear behind her. It's the young man from the second floor. I snatch in a breath. She really is very close to the rail. I only hope she knows what she is doing. Climbing so high, so quickly. It only makes for further to fall.
Nick, second floor. Telling Jess about it has brought it back. That thrill. The buzz of shunting between different cities, playing endless rounds of poker with a battered old deck of cards, drinking warm cans of beer, talking shit, talking about the deep stuff, often a mixture of both. Something real. All my own. Something money couldn't buy. It's why I leapt at the chance to reunite with Ben in spite of everything. It's not the first time I've longed to go back there, to that innocence. I catch myself. Talk about rose-tinted glasses. Because it wasn't all innocent, was it? Not when our mate Guy nearly OD'd in a Berlin nightclub and we found him pouring water onto his face. Had to save him from basically drowning himself. Not when we had to pass a bribe to a Hungarian train guard because our tickets had expired and he was threatening to dump us in the middle of a vast pine forest. Not when we nearly got our throats slit by a gang in a back alley in Zagreb after they'd stolen all our remaining cash. Not in Amsterdam. I watch Jess now as she takes a drag on her cigarette. I remember Ben telling me about her in a Prague beer hall. My half-sister Jess. She was the one who found Mum. She was only a kid. The bedroom door was locked, but I taught her how to trip a lock with a piece of wire. An 8-year-old should never have to see something like that. Fuck. I remember how his voice broke a little. It eats me up that I wasn't there. I wonder what that would do to you. I study Jess. Think of finding her yesterday, about to steal that bottle of wine. Or appearing in this apartment tonight, uninvited. There's something reckless about her. It feels as though she might do anything. Unpredictable. Dangerous. And given this morning's outing, she's clearly got issues with the police. I've never been anywhere outside the UK, she says suddenly. Apart from here, of course. And look how well this is turning out. I stare at her. What? This is the first time you've been abroad? Yeah. She shrugs. Haven't had any reason to go before. Or the cash, for that matter. So, what was Amsterdam like? I think back to it. The stink of the canals in the heat. We were a group of young guys, so of course we went straight to the red light district. De Wallen, it's called. The neon glow of the windows. Orange, fuchsia pink. Girls in lingerie, pressing themselves against the glass, signaling that there was more to see if you were happy to pay. And then a sign. Live sex show in basement. The others wanted to do it. Of course they wanted to. We were basically still horny kids. Down a tunnel, down some stairs, the light growing dimmer. Into a small room. Smell of stale sweat, stale cigarette smoke. Harder to breathe, like the air was getting thinner, like the walls were pressing closer. A door opening. I can't do this, I said suddenly. The others looked at me like I'd lost it. But this is what you do in Amsterdam, Harry said. It's just for fun. You're telling me you're scared of a bit of snatch? And anyway, it's legal here, so it's not like we'll get in any trouble if that's what you're worried about. I know, I said. I know, but I can't. Look, I'll hang around and meet all of you afterwards. I could tell they thought I was a pussy, but I didn't care. I couldn't do it. Ben looked at me then, and even though he couldn't know, I felt like somehow he got it. But that was Ben all over, our de facto leader, the grown-up of our little group, somehow more worldly than the rest of us. The one who could talk his way into any nightclub, any hostel that claimed to be full, and out of situations too. He was the one who passed that bribe. I was so envious of that. You can't learn or buy that sort of charm. But I had wondered if maybe just a little of that confidence, that sureness, might rub off on me. I'll come with you, mate, he said. Howls of disappointment from the others. It'll be weird if it's just the two of us. And what's wrong with you both? Fuck's sake. But Ben slung an arm around my shoulders. Let's leave these losers to their cheap thrills, he said. How about we go find a weed cafe? We walked out into the street, and instantly I felt like I could breathe easier. We wandered to a spot a couple of streets away, sat down with our ready-rolled joints. He leant forward. You all right, mate? Yeah, fine. I inhaled greedily, hungry for the weed haze to descend. What freaked you out so much? He asked a moment later. About that place back there. I don't know, I said. It's not something I want to talk about, if that's okay. We'd started with the weaker stuff. It didn't seem to do all that much at first, but as it kicked in, I felt something shift. Actually, now I think about it, maybe it wasn't so much the weed. It was Ben. Look, he said, I get that you don't want to talk, but if you need to get anything off your chest, you know. He put up his hands. No judgment here. I thought of that place, the girls. I'd kept it inside me for so long, my grim little secret. Maybe it would be a kind of catharsis. I took a deep breath, a long pull of my joint, and then I started talking. Once I started, I didn't want to stop. I told him about my 16th birthday present, how my dad had told me it was time for me to become a man, his gift to me, best of the best for his son. He wanted to give me an experience I'd never forget. I remember the staircase leading downwards, opening that door, telling him I didn't want that. What? My dad had stared at me. You think you're too good for this? You're going to throw this back in my face. What's wrong with you, boy? I told Ben how I stayed, because I had to, and how I left that place a changed person, barely a man yet, how it left its stain on me. All of a sudden, it was just spilling out of me, all my secrets, shit I'd never told anyone, like this putrid waterfall, and Ben just sat listening, in the dark of the cafe. Christ, he said, his pupils large. That's seriously fucked up. I remember that clearly. I haven't told anyone else about it, I said. Don't tell the others, yeah? It's safe with me, Ben said. After that, we started on the stronger stuff, egging each other on. That was when it really hit. We'd look at each other and just giggle, even though we didn't know why. We didn't see all that much of the city, I told Jess now. So I'm not exactly what you'd call an expert. If you want a good weed cafe, I could probably tell you that much. If only the night had ended there, without what came next, without the darkness, the black water of the canal.
Jess. Hang on, I say. You told me you and Ben hadn't seen each other for over a decade when you guys bumped into each other again. Yes. And that was after that trip, right?
Yeah, I hadn't seen him since then.
I let it sit a little, wait for him to continue, to explain the long stretch of time. Silence. I have to ask, I say. What on earth happened in Amsterdam? I mean it as a joke, mainly, but it feels like there's something there. The way his voice changed when he spoke about it. For a moment, Nick's face is a mask. Then it's like he remembers to smile.
Just boys being boys, you know.
A gust of icy wind hits us, ripping leaves from the shrubs and tossing them into the air. Oh, Jesus, I say, wrapping my arms around myself.
You're shivering,
Nick says. Yeah, well, this jacket's not really designed for the cold. Primarni's finest. Though I highly doubt Nick knows what Primark is. He stretches a hand out towards me. Such a sudden motion that I jerk backwards.
Oh, sorry, he says. I didn't mean to startle you. You've got a leaf caught in your hair. Wait a second, I'll get it out.
There's probably all sorts in there, I say, casting around for a joke. Food, cigarette butts, the lot. I can feel the warmth of his breath on my face, his fingers in my hair as he untangles the leaf.
Here.
He plucks it out and shows it to me. It's a dead brown ivy leaf. His face is still very close to mine. And in the way you do just know with these things, I think he might be about to kiss me. It's a very long time since I've been kissed by anyone. I find myself letting my lips open slightly. Then we're plunged into darkness again.
Shit,
Nick swears.
It's the sensors. We've been too still.
He waves an arm and they come back on. But whatever was just happening between us has been shattered. I blink spots of light from my eyes. What the hell was I thinking? I'm trying to find my missing brother. I don't have time for this. Nick takes a step away from me.
Right,
he says, not meeting my eyes.
Shall we go back down?
We climb back down into the apartment. Hey, I say. I think I'll just find a bathroom. I need to pull myself together.
You want me to show you the way?
Nick asks. Clearly he's familiar with this apartment, I note, despite what he says about not doing this often. No, I'm good, I tell him. Thanks. He goes back to join the others. I wander down a dimly lit corridor. Thick carpet beneath my feet. More artworks hanging on the walls. I push open doors as I go. I don't know exactly what I'm looking for, but I do know I've got to find something that might tell me more about these people, or what Ben had to do with any of them. I find 2 bedrooms, one very masculine and impersonal, like I imagine a room in a swanky business hotel might be. The other more feminine. It looks as though Sophie and Jacques Meunier sleep in different rooms. Interesting, though maybe not surprising. Off Sophie's bedroom is a room-sized wardrobe, with rows of high heels and boots in sensible shades of black and tan and camel, hanging racks of dresses and silk shirts, expensive-looking sweaters with tissue interleaved between them. In one corner is an ornate dressing table with a spindly antique-looking chair and a big mirror. I thought only the Kardashians and people in films had rooms like this. I find the bathroom too, big enough to hold a yoga class in, with a huge sunken bath encased in marble. His and hers sinks. The next door opens onto the toilet. If you're rich, I suppose you probably don't wee in the same place that you bathe in your scented oils. A quick poke around in the cabinets, but I don't find much beyond some very posh-looking wrapped soaps from somewhere called Santa Maria Novella. I pocket a couple. The room opposite the toilet seems to be some sort of study. It smells like leather and old wood. A huge antique-looking desk with a burgundy leather top squats in the centre. There's a big black and white picture opposite it, which I think is some abstract image at first. But then suddenly, like a magic eye, realise is actually a photograph of a woman's torso. Breasts, belly button, V of pubic hair between her legs. I stare at it for a moment, taken aback. It seems like quite an odd thing to hang in your study. But then I suppose you can do what you like if you work from home. I try the drawers to the desk. They're locked, but these kind of locks are pretty easy to pick. I've got the first open in a minute or so. The first thing I find is a couple of sheets of paper. It looks like the top sheet must be missing, because these are numbered 2 and 3 at the bottom. Some sort of price list, it looks like. No, accounts. Wines, I think. I see vintage at the top of one column. The number of bottles bought. Never more than about 4, I notice. A price next to each wine. Jesus. Some of these single bottles seem to be going for more than 1,000 euros. And then what looks like a person's name next to each of these entries. Who spends that much money on wine? I reach right to the back of the drawer to see if there's anything else in there. My fingers close around something small and leathery. I pull it out. It's a passport. A pretty old one, by the looks of things. On the front it has a gold circular design and some foreign-looking letters. Russian, maybe? It looks pretty old, too. I open it up, and there's a black and white photograph of a young woman. I have the same feeling I did when I looked at that portrait over the fireplace. That I know this person from somewhere, though I can't place her. Her cheeks and lips full, her hair long and wild and curling, her eyebrows plucked into thin half-moons. All at once it hits me. Something about the set of the mouth, the tilt of the chin. It's Sophie Meunier. Only about 30 years younger. I look at the front cover again. So she's actually Russian or something, not French. Odd. I shut the drawer. As I do, something falls with a thud off the desk and onto the floor. Shit. I snatch it up. Not broken, thank God. A photograph in a silver frame. A posh, formal-looking one. I don't know how I didn't notice it before. I must have been so focused on the drawers. There are several people in it. I recognize the man first. It's Jacques Minier, Sophie's husband. The guy in the painting. And there's Sophie Minier next to him. Somewhere between the age she is now and in that passport photo. Wearing what's probably meant to be a smile on her face instead of a chilly grimace. And then 3 kids. I frown, squinting at the faces, then tilt the photograph towards me. Try to see it better under the dim lights. 2 teenagers, boys, and a little girl. The younger-looking boy, with his mop of golden hair. I've seen him before. And then I remember. I saw him in a photograph in Nick's flat, next to a sailing boat. A man's hand on his shoulder. The younger boy is Nick. Hang on, this doesn't make any sense. Except, it does, suddenly. Make a terrible kind of sense. That older boy with the darker hair and the scowl, nearly a man. I think that's Antoine. This tiny girl with the dark hair. I peer at it more closely. There's something about the startled expression that's familiar. It's Mimi. The people in this photograph are... It's then I hear my name being called. How long have I been in here? I put the photograph down with a clatter, my hands suddenly clumsy. I scuttle across the room to the door, peek out through the crack into the corridor. The door at the end is still closed, but as I watch, it begins to open. While there's still time not to be seen, I scurry across the hallway, into the toilet. I hear Nick's voice saying, "Jess?" I open the door to the toilet again, and step into the corridor with my best expression of innocent surprise. My heart is hammering somewhere up near my throat. "Hey," I say. "All good?" "Oh," Nick says. Well, Sophie wanted me to make sure you hadn't got lost." He smiles that nice guy smile, and I think, I do not know this person at all. "No," I say. "I'm fine." My voice, incredibly, sounds almost normal. "I was just coming back to join you." I smile. And all the time I'm thinking, they're a family. They're a family. Nice guy Nick and frosty Sophie and drunken Antoine and quiet, intense Mimi. What the actual fuck?
Sophie, penthouse. They've all left. My jaw is stiff with the effort of maintaining a mask of serenity. The girl turning up here completely derailed my plans for the evening. I haven't managed to achieve anything I wanted to with the others. The bottle of wine is left open on the table. I have drunk far more than I would have had Jacques been here. He would be appalled to see me have much more than a glass. But then, I have also spent many evenings alone here over the years. I suppose I'm not unlike other women of my social standing, left to rattle around in their huge apartments while their husbands are away, with their mistresses, caught up in their work. When I married Jacques, I understood it as an exchange. My youth and beauty for his wealth. Over the years, as is the way with this particular kind of contract,
My worth only diminished as his increased. I knew what I was getting into, and for the most part, I do not regret my choice. But maybe I hadn't reckoned with the loneliness, the empty hours. I glance over at Benoit, sleeping in his bed in the corner. Small wonder that so many women like me have dogs. But being alone is better than the company of my stepsons. I see how they look at me, Antoine and Nicholas. I reach for the bottle and pour the remainder into a glass. The liquid reaches to the very rim. I drink it down. It's a very fine burgundy, but it doesn't taste good like this. The acid stings the back of my throat and nostrils like vomit. I open a new bottle and start drinking that too. I drink it straight from the neck this time, tipping the bottle vertical. The wine rushes out too fast for me to gulp it down. I cough. My throat is burning, raw. The wine pours over my chin, down my neck. The cool of it is strangely refreshing. I feel it sinking into the silk of my shirt. I saw him in the courtyard the morning after our drinks, talking to Mimi's flatmate, Camille, in a puddle of sunlight. Jacques once told me he approved of that girl living with our daughter. A good influence. Nothing to do with that little pink pout, the delicate upturned nose, the small high breasts, I am sure. She was leaning towards Benjamin Daniels, as a sunflower in a Provençal field tilts towards the sun. Vichy check top, slipping off brown shoulders, white shorts so brief that half a bronzed buttock was visible beneath each hem. The two of them together were beautiful, just as he and Dominique had been beautiful. Impossible not to see it. "Bonjour, Madame Mounier," Camille trilled, a little wave as she shifted her weight from one leg to the other. The Madame calculated, no doubt, to make me feel all the cruel power of her youth. Her phone trilled. She read whatever had arrived, a smile forming as though she were reading some secret message from a lover. Her fingers went to her lips. The whole thing was a display for him, perhaps, meant to entice, intrigue. "I have to go," she said. "Salut, Ben." She turned and blew him a kiss. And then it was just me and Benjamin Daniels in the courtyard. And the concierge, of course. I was certain she would be watching all of this from her cabin. "You've made it beautiful out here," he said. How did he know it was all my work? "It's not looking its best," I told him. "This time of year, everything is almost over." "But I love the rich colours," he said. "Tell me, what are those, over there?" "Dahlias, agapanthus." He asked me about several of the borders. He seemed genuinely interested, though I knew he was just humouring me. But I didn't stop. I was enjoying telling somebody, about the oasis I had created. For a moment I almost forgot my suspicion of him. And then he turned to face me. "I've been meaning to ask you, your accent intrigues me. Are you originally from France?" "Excuse me?" I fought not to lose control of my expression, felt the mask slipping. "I noticed that you don't always use the definite article," he said. "And your consonants, they're a little harder than a native speaker's." He made a pinch with his thumb and forefinger. "Just a little. Where are you from originally?" For a moment I couldn't speak. No one had ever commented on my accent, not even the French, not even the Parisians, who are the worst snobs of all. I had begun to flatter myself that I had perfected it, that my disguise was complete, foolproof. But now I realized that if he had guessed, and he wasn't even French, it meant others would have done too. Of course they would. It was a chink, an opening in the shell through which my former self might be glimpsed. Everything I had carefully put in place, all I had worked so hard at. With that one question, he was saying, "You don't fool me." "I don't like him," I told Jacques later. "I don't trust him." "What on earth do you mean? I was impressed by him last night. You can feel the ambition coming off him. Perhaps he'll be a good influence on my wastrel sons." What could I tell him? He made a comment about my accent. I don't like the way he seems to watch all of us. I don't like his smile. It sounded so weak. "I don't want him here," I said. It was all I could think to say. I think you should ask him to leave. Oh, really? Jacques said, quite pleasantly. Too pleasantly. You're going to tell me now, are you? Who I may and may not have in my own house? And that was that. I knew not to say anything more on the matter. Not for the time being. I would just have to think of another way to rid this place of Benjamin Daniels. The next morning, a new note arrived. I know you, Sophie Meunier. I know the shameful secrets hiding beneath that bourgeois exterior. We can keep this between us, or the rest of the world can learn them too. I ask just a small fee for my service of silence. The amount my blackmailer was asking for had doubled. I suppose a few €1,000 should sound like small fry to someone living in an apartment worth several million. But the apartment is in Jacques' name. The money tied up in Jacques' accounts, his investments, his business. Ours has always been an old-fashioned arrangement. At any given time, I have only had what has been handed out to me for housekeeping, for my wardrobe. I did not realize before I became a part of this world how invisible the grease, the money that moves its wheels really is. It is all squirreled away, invested, liquid or fixed, so little of it available in ready cash. Still, I did not tell Jacques. I knew how badly he would react, which would only make things worse. I knew that by telling him I would make this thing real, would dredge up the past. And it would only further underscore the imbalance of power that existed between my husband and I. No. Instead, I would find a way to pay. I still felt able to handle it on my own. Just. I chose a diamond bracelet this time, an anniversary gift. The next morning, I dutifully left another wedge of grubby notes in a cream-coloured envelope beneath the loose step. Now, I look at myself in the mirror across the room, the spreading crimson stain of the wine. I'm transfixed by the sight of it. The red sinking into the pale silk of the shirt, like spilled blood. I rip the shirt from me. It tears so easily. The mother-of-pearl buttons explode from the fabric, skitter to the corners of the room. Next, the trousers. The fine soft wool is tight, clinging. A moment later, I am on the ground, kicking them from me. I am sweating. I am panting like an animal. I look at myself in my lingerie, bought at great expense by my husband, but so seldom seen by him. Look at this body. Denied so much pleasure, still so well honed from the years of dieting. The xylophone of my décolletage, the wishbone of my pelvis. Once my body was all curves and ripeness, a thing to provoke lust or contempt, to be touched. With a great effort I changed it into something to be concealed, upon which to hang the garments made for a woman of my standing. My lips are stained by the wine. My teeth too. I open my mouth wide. Holding my own gaze in the mirror, I let out a silent scream.
Jess. I made my excuses to leave the penthouse as quickly as I could. I just wanted to get out. There was a moment, sensing them all watching, when I wondered if one of them might try and stop me. Even as I opened the door, I thought I might feel a hand on my shoulder. I walked back down the stairs to Ben's apartment quickly, the back of my neck prickling. They're a family. They're a family. And this isn't Ben's apartment. Not really. Right now I'm sitting here inside someone's family home. Why on earth didn't Ben tell me this? Did it not seem important? Did he somehow not know? I think of how impressed I was with Nick's fluent French in the police station. Of course he's bloody fluent. It's his first language. I'm trying to think back to our first conversation. At no point, as far as I can recall, did he actually tell me he was English. That stuff about Cambridge I just assumed. And he let me. Although he did lie to me about something. He pretended his surname was Miller, Why pick that in particular? I remember the results I got when I searched for him online. Did he simply choose it because it's so generic? I marched to Ben's bookshelf, pull out his dog-eared French dictionary, flip through to M. This is what I find. Meunier, pronounced Meunier or Meunier. Masculine noun, Miller. Miller equals Meunier. He gave me a translation of his surname. One thing I can't work out, though. If Nick has got some other hidden agenda, why was he so keen to help? Why did he come to the police station with me, speak to Commissaire Blanchot? It doesn't fit. Maybe he has another more innocent reason for keeping all of this from me. Maybe they're just a really private family as they're so rich. Or maybe I've been taken for a complete fool. A chill goes through me as I think of them tonight at the drinks party, observing me like an animal at the zoo. I think how it didn't make sense that such a random group of people should choose to hang out together, that they seem to have nothing in common. But a family, that's different. You don't have to have anything in common with your family. The thing that binds you is your shared blood. I mean, I assume that's how it is. I've never had much of a family. And I wonder whether that's why I didn't spot the truth. I couldn't read the signs, the important little clues. I don't know how families work. I go to put the dictionary back on the shelf. As I do, a sheet of paper comes loose and falls out onto the floor. I think it's one of the pages of the book, because it's such a ratty old thing, until I pick it up. It takes me a moment to work out why I recognize it. I'm sure it's the top sheet of those accounts I found in the desk drawer in the penthouse apartment. Yes, there's a 1 at the bottom of the page. The same sort of thing. The vintages, the prices paid, the surnames of the people who have bought them, all with the little M in front of them. But what is interesting is what's printed at the top of the sheet of paper. The symbol of a firework exploding, in raised gold emboss. Just like the strange metal card Ben had in his wallet. The one I've lent to Theo yesterday. And what's also interesting is that Ben, in the same scrawl he'd used in his notebook, has written something in the margin. Numbers don't make sense. Wine surely worth much less than these prices. Then, underneath, underlined twice. Ask Irina. My heart starts beating a little faster. This is a connection. This is something important. But how on earth am I going to work out what it means? And who the hell is Irina? I take out my phone, snap a photo, piggybacking off Nick's Wi-Fi again. I send it to Theo. Found this in Ben's stuff. Any ideas? I think of our meeting in the cafe. I'm not sure I entirely trust the guy. I'm not even convinced I'll hear back from him. But he's literally the only person I've got left. My thumb freezes on the phone. I go very still. I just heard something. A scratching sound at the apartment's front door. I wonder briefly if it's the cat, before I realise it's lying stretched out on the sofa. My chest tightens. There's someone out there, trying to get in. I get up. I feel the need for something to defend myself with. I remember the very sharp knife in Ben's kitchen, the one with the Japanese characters on it. I go and get it, and then I approach the door, fling it open. You. It's the old woman, the concierge. She takes a step back, puts her hands up. I think she's holding something in her right fist. I can't tell what it is. The fingers are clenched too tightly. Please, Madame. Her voice a rasp, as though it's rusty from lack of use. Please. I did not know you were here. I thought... She stops abruptly, but I catch her involuntary glance upwards. You thought I was still up there, right? In the penthouse. So she's been keeping an eye on my movements around this place. So you thought, what? You'd come and have a snoop around. What's that in your hand? A key? No, Madame. It's nothing, I swear. But she doesn't open her fingers to show me. Something occurs to me. Was that you last night? Sneaking in here? Creeping around? Please. I do not know what you are talking about. She is cringing backwards, and suddenly I don't feel good about this at all. I might not be big, but she's even smaller than me. She's an old woman. I lower the knife. I hadn't even realised I was pointing it at her. I'm a little shocked at myself. Look, I'm sorry. It's okay. Because how harmful can she be, really? A little old lady like that. Alone again, I think about my options. I could confront Nick about all this, see what he says, ask him what the hell he thought he was doing, giving me a fake name. Get him to explain himself. But I reject this pretty quickly. I have to pretend to know nothing. If he knows I've discovered his secret, their secret, that will make me a threat to him and to whatever else he might be trying to hide. If he thinks I still don't know anything, then perhaps I can keep digging. Invisible in plain sight. When I look at it like this, my new knowledge gives me a kind of power. From the beginning, from the moment I stepped foot in this building, the others have held all the cards. Now I've got one of my own. Just one. But maybe it's an ace. And I'm going to use it.
Mimi, 4th floor. When I get back to the apartment, I just want to go to my room and pull the covers over my head. Crawl deep down into the darkness with Monsieur Goose, the penguin, and sleep for days. I'm exhausted by the drinks upstairs. The effort it all took. But when I try to open the front door, I find my way blocked with crates of beer, bottles of spirits, and MC Solar blaring out of the speakers. Qu'est-ce qui se passe? I call, what's going on? Camille appears in a pair of men's boxers and a lace camisole, dirty blonde hair piled up on top of her head in an unravelling bun. A lit spliff dangles from one hand. A Halloween party? She says, grinning. It's tonight. Party? She looks at me like I'm crazy. Yeah, remember? 9:30 down in the cave for the spooky atmosphere. Then maybe bring a few people up here for an after party. You said before that your papa would probably be away this week. Putain, I totally forgot. Did I really agree to this? If I did, it feels like a lifetime ago. I can't have people here. I can't cope. We can't have a party, I tell her. I try to sound firm, assertive, but my voice comes out small and shrill. Camille looks at me. Then she laughs. You're joking, of course. She strides over and ruffles my hair, plants a kiss on my cheek, wafting weed and Miss Dior. But why the long face, mon petit chou? Then she stands back and looks at me properly. Wait. Es-tu sérieuse? What the fuck, Mimi? You think I can just cancel it now at, 8:30? She's staring now, looking at me properly, as though for the first time. What's wrong with you? What's going on? Rien. I say, nothing. It's fine, I was only joking. I'm, really looking forward to it, actually. But I'm crossing my fingers behind me like I did as a little kid, hiding a lie. Camille is looking closely at me now. I can't hold her gaze. I just didn't sleep well last night. I say, shifting from one foot to the other. Look, I have to go and get ready. I can feel my hands trembling. I clench them into fists. I want to stop this conversation right now. I need to get my costume together. This distracts her, thank God. Did I tell you I'm going as one of the villagers for midsummer? She asks. I found this amazing vintage peasant dress from a stall at Les Puces Market. And I'm going to throw a load of fake blood over it too. It'll be super cool. No? Yeah, I say hoarsely. Super cool. I rush into my room and close the door behind me, then lean against it and breathe out. The indigo walls envelop me like a dark cocoon. I look up at the ceiling, where when I was small I stuck a load of glow-in-the-dark stars, and try to remember the kid who used to stare at them before she fell asleep. Then I glance at my Cindy poster on the opposite wall, and I know it is only my imagination, but suddenly she looks different. Her eyes wild and frightened. I've always loved this time of year, Halloween especially. The chance to wallow in darkness after all the tedious cheerfulness and heat of the summer. But I've never been into parties, even at the best of times. I'm tempted to try and hide up here. I glance at the shadowy space under the bed. Maybe I could climb under there like I did as a child, when Papa was angry, say, and just wait for it all to be over. But there's no point. It will only make Camille more suspicious, more persistent. I know I don't have any other option except to go out there and show my face and get so drunk I can't remember my own name. With a stubby old eyeliner, I try to draw a black spiderweb on my cheek so Camille won't say I've made no effort. But my hands are shaking so much I can't hold the pencil steady. So I smudge it under my eyes instead, down my cheeks, like I've been crying black tears, rivers of soot. When I next look in the mirror, I take a step back. It's kind of spooky. Now I look how I feel on the inside.
Concierge, the lodge. She caught me. It's not like me to be so sloppy. Well, I'll just have to watch and wait and try again when the opportunity presents itself. I'm back in my cabin. The buzzer for the gate goes again and again. Each time I hesitate. This is my tiny portion of power. I could refuse them entry if I wanted. It would be so easy to turn the party guests away. Of course, I do not. Instead, I watch them streaming into the courtyard in their costumes. Young, beautiful. Even the ones who aren't truly beautiful are gilded by their youth. Their whole lives ahead of them. A loud whoop. One boy jumps on another's back. Their actions show the truth. They are children, really, despite their grown bodies. My daughter was the same age as them when she came to Paris. Hard to believe, she seemed so adult, so focused compared to these youths. But that's what being poor does to you. It shortens your childhood. It hardens your ambition. I talked to Benjamin Daniels about her. At the height of the September heat wave, he knocked on the door of my cabin. When I answered warily, he thrust a cardboard box towards me. On the side was a photograph of an electric fan. "I don't understand, monsieur." He smiled at me. He had such a winning smile. "Un cadeau. A gift for you." I stared at him. I tried to refuse. "No, monsieur. It's too generous. I cannot accept. You already gave me the radio." "Ah," he said. "But this was free, I promise. A 2-for-1 offer at Mr. Bricolage. I bought one for the apartment, and now I have this second going spare. I don't need it, honestly. And I can tell it must get pretty stifling in there." With a nod to my cabin. "Look, do you want me to set it up for you?" No one ever comes into my home. None of the rest of them have ever been inside. For a moment I hesitated, but it was stifling in there. I keep all the windows shut for my privacy, but the air had grown stiller and hotter until it was like sitting inside an oven. So I opened the door and let him in. He showed me the different functions on the fan, helped me position it so I could sit in the stream of air while I watched through the shutters. I could see him glancing around, taking in my tiny bureau, the pull-down bed, the curtain that leads through to the washroom. I tried not to feel shame. I knew at least that it was all tidy. And then, just as he was leaving, he asked about the photographs on my wall. "Who's this here? What a beautiful child." "That is my daughter, monsieur." A note of maternal pride. It had been a while since I had felt that. "When she was younger, and here when she was a little older." "They're all of her?" "Yes." He was right. She had been such a beautiful child. So much so that in our old town, in our homeland, people would stop me in the street to tell me so. And sometimes, because that's the way in our culture, people would make the sign against the evil eye, tell me to take care. She was too beautiful. It would only bring misfortune if I wasn't careful. If I was too proud. If I didn't hide her away. "What's her name?" "Elira." "She was the one who came to Paris?" "Yes." "And she still lives here too?" "No, not anymore. But I followed her here. I stayed after she had gone." "She must be, what, an actress? A model? With looks like that?" "She was a very good dancer," I said. I couldn't resist. Suddenly hearing his interest, I wanted to talk about her. It had been such a long time since I had spoken about my family. That was what she came to Paris to do. I remembered the phone call, a month in. Not much email back then, or texting. I would wait weeks for a call that would be cut short by the bleeping that would tell us she was running out of coins. "I found a place, Mama. I can dance there. They'll pay me good money." "Are you sure it's all right, this place? It's safe?" She laughed. "Yes, Mama, it's in a good part of town. You should see the shops nearby. Fancy people go there, rich people." Now I watch as one of the partygoers staggers over to the nearby flower bed, the one that has just been replanted. and relieves himself right there on the soil. Madame Meunier would be horrified if she knew, though I suspect she has rather more pressing matters to concern herself with at the moment. And usually the thought of her precious boarder being soaked with urine would give me a dark kind of pleasure. But this is not a normal time. Right now, I am more anxious about this invasion of the building. These people shouldn't be here. Not now. Not after everything that has happened in this place.
Jess. I'm pacing the apartment, wondering, are the rest of them still up there, in the penthouse, drinking wine, laughing at my stupidity? I open the windows to try and draw in some fresh air. In the distance, I can hear the faint wailing of police sirens. Paris sounds like a city at war with itself. Otherwise, it's eerily quiet. I can hear every creak of the floorboards under my feet, even the scuttle of dry leaves in the courtyard. Then a scream rips through the silence. I stop pacing, every muscle tensed. It came from just outside. Then another voice joins it, and suddenly there's loads of noises coming from the courtyard. Whoops and yells. I open the shutters and see all these kids piling in through the front gate, streaming across the cobbles and into the main building, carrying booze, shouting and laughing. Clearly there's some sort of party going on. Who the hell is having a party here? I take in the pointed hats and flowing capes, the pumpkins carried under their arms, and the penny drops. It must be Halloween. It's kind of hard to believe there's a world, time passing, outside the mystery of this apartment and Ben's disappearance. If I were still in Brighton, I'd be dressed as a sexy cat right now, serving Jaeger bombs to stag doos down from London. It's not much over 48 hours since I left that life, but already it feels so far away, so long ago. I see one bloke stop and pee in one of the flower beds while his friends look on, cackling. I slam the shutters closed, hoping that'll help block out some of the noise. I sit here for a moment, the sounds beyond the windows muffled but still audible. Something has just occurred to me. There's a chance someone going to that party might know Ben. He's been living here for a few months after all. Maybe I can learn more about this family. And frankly, anything is better than sitting here, feeling surrounded and spied upon, not knowing what they might be planning for me. I don't have a costume, but surely I can make use of something here. I stride into the bedroom, and while the cat watches me curiously, sitting tucked into its haunches on top of Ben's chest of drawers, I tug the sheet off the bed. I find a knife in the drawer, stab some eye holes into it, and then chuck the thing over my head. I march into the bathroom to have a look, trying not to trip over the edges of the sheet. It's not going to win any prizes. But now I've got an outfit and a disguise in one. And frankly, it's a hell of a lot better than a sodding sexy cat, the basic bitch of Halloween costumes. I open the door to the apartment. Listen. It sounds as though they're heading into the basement. I creak down the spiral staircase, following the music and the stream of guests down the stairwell into the cave, the thump of the bass getting louder and louder, until I can feel it vibrating in my skull.
Nick, second floor. I'm on my third cigarette of the evening. I only took up smoking when I came back here. The taste disgusts me, but I need the steadying hit of the nicotine. All those years of clean living, and now look at me, sucking on a Marlboro like a drowning man taking his last breaths. I look down from my window as I smoke, watch the kids streaming into the courtyard. I almost kissed her this evening, up on the terrace. That moment stretching out between the two of us, until it seemed like the only thing that made sense. Christ. If the lights hadn't gone off and shocked me out of my trance, I would have done. And where would I be now? His sister. His sister. What was I thinking? I wander into the bathroom. Stub out the cigarette in the sink where it fizzles wetly. Look in the mirror. Who do you think you are? My reflection asks me silently. More importantly, who does she think you are? The good guy, eager to help, concerned about his mate. That's what she sees, isn't it? That's what you've let her believe. You know, I read somewhere that 60% of us can't go more than 10 minutes without lying. Little slippages to make ourselves sound better, more attractive to others. White lies to avoid causing offense. So it's not like I've done anything out of the ordinary. It's only human. But really, the important thing to stress is I haven't actually lied to her. Not outright. I just haven't told her the whole truth. It's not my fault she assumed I was British. Makes sense. I've honed my accent and my fluency pretty well over the years, made a big effort to do so when I was at Cambridge, and didn't want to be known as that French guy. Flattening my vowels, hardening my consonants, perfecting a kind of London drawl. It's always been a point of pride for me, a little thrill when Brits have mistaken me for one of them. Just like she did. The second thing she assumed was that the people in this building are nothing more than neighbors to one another. That was all her, honestly. I just didn't stand in the way of her believing it. To tell the truth, I liked her believing in him. Nick Miller. A normal guy. Nothing to do with this place beyond the rent he paid on it. Look, can anyone say they've really never wished their family were less embarrassing or different in some way? That they've never wondered what it might be like to be free of all those familial hang-ups, that baggage. And this family has rather more baggage than most. I've heard from Papa this evening, incidentally. Everything okay, son? Remember, I'm trusting you to take care of things there. The son was affectionate for him. He must really want me to do his bidding. But then my father excels at getting others to do his bidding. The second part is classic Papa, of course. Ne merde pas. Do not mess this up. I think of that dinner during the heat wave. All of us summoned up to the roof terrace, the light purplish, the lanterns glowing among the fig trees, the warm scent of their leaves. The street lamps coming on below us. The air thick as soup, like you had to swallow it rather than inhale. Papa at one end of the table, my stepmother beside him in eau de Nil silk and diamonds, cool as the night was hot, profile turned towards the skyline as though she were somewhere else entirely, or wished she were. I remember the first time Papa introduced us to Sophie. I must have been about 9. How glamorous she seemed, how mysterious. At the other end of the table sat Ben, both guest of honor and the fatted calf. Papa had invited him personally. He made quite an impression at the drinks party. Now, Ben, my father said, walking over with a new bottle of wine. You must tell me what you think of this. It's clear you have an excellent palate. It's one of those things that cannot be learned no matter how much of the stuff you drink. I looked over at Antoine, well into his second bottle by now, and wondered, had he caught the barb? Our father never says anything accidentally. Antoine is his supposed protégé, the one who's worked for him since he left school. But he's also Papa's whipping boy, even more so than I am, especially because he's had to take all the flack in the years I've been absent. Thank you, Jacques. Ben smiled, held out his glass. As Papa poured a crimson stream into one of my mother's Lalique glasses, he put a paternal hand on Ben's shoulder. Together they represented an ease that Papa and I had never had. And looking at them, I felt a kind of ridiculous envy. Antoine had noticed too. I saw his scowl. But maybe this could work to my advantage. If my father liked Ben this much, someone I had invited into this house, into our family, perhaps there was some way he would finally accept me, his own son. A pathetic thing to hope, but there you have it. I've always had to hunt for scraps where paternal affection's concerned. I see that peevish expression of yours, Nicolas, my father said, using the French word maussade, turning to me suddenly in that unnerving way of his. Caught out, I swallowed my wine too fast, coughed, and felt the bitterness sting my throat. I don't even particularly like wine. Maybe the odd biodynamic variety, not the heavy, old-world stuff. Quite incredible, he went on. Same look exactly as your sainted dead mother. Nothing ever good enough for her. Beside me, I felt Antoine twitch. That's a fucking wine you're pouring, he muttered under his breath. My mother's was an old family, old blood, old wine from a grand estate. Chateau Blondin-la-Vigne. The cellar with its thousands of bottles was part of her inheritance, left to my father on her death. And since her death, my brother, who has never forgiven her for leaving us, has been working his way through as many of them as possible. What was that, my boy? Papa said, turning to Antoine. Something you'd care to share with the rest of us? A silence expanded, dangerously. But Ben spoke into it with the exquisite timing of a first violin entering into his solo. This is delicious, Sophie. We were eating my father's favorite, of course, rare fillet, cold, sautéed potatoes, a cucumber salad. This beef might be the best I've ever tasted. I didn't cook it, Sophie said. It came from the restaurant. No fillet for her, just cucumber salad. And I noticed that she didn't look at him, but at a point just beyond his right shoulder. Ben hadn't won her over, it seemed. Not yet. But I noticed how Mimi snatched furtive glances at him when she thought no one was looking at her, almost missing her mouth with her fork. How Dominique, Antoine's wife, gazed at him with a half-smile on her face, as though she'd prefer him to the meal before her. And all the while, Antoine gripped his steak knife like he was planning to ram it between someone's ribs. Now, of course you've known Nicolas since you were boys, my father said to Ben. Did he ever do any work at that ridiculous place? That ridiculous place meaning Cambridge, one of the top universities in the world. But the great Jacques Meunier hadn't needed a college education. And look where he'd got himself. A self-made man. Or did he just piss away my hard-earned cash? Papa asked. He turned to me. You're pretty good at doing that, aren't you, my boy? That stung. A short while ago, I invested some of that hard-earned cash in a health startup in Palo Alto. Anyone who knew anything was buzzed about it. A pinprick of blood, the future of healthcare. I used most of the money Papa had settled on me when I turned 18. Here was a chance to prove my mettle to him, prove my judgment in my own field was just as good as his. I can't speak for how hard he worked at uni, Ben said, with a wry grin in my direction, and it was a relief to have him cut the tension. We took different courses, but we pretty much ran the student paper together. And a group of us traveled all over one summer. Didn't we, Nick? I nodded. tried to match his easy smile, but I had the feeling suddenly of sighting a predator in the long grass. Ben went on. Prague, Barcelona, Amsterdam. I don't know if it was a coincidence, but our eyes met at that moment. His expression was impossible to read. Suddenly I wanted him to shut the fuck up. With a look, I tried to convey this. Stop. That's enough. This was not the time to be talking about Amsterdam. My father could never find out. Ben glanced away, breaking eye contact. And that was when I realized how reckless I had been, inviting him here. Then there was a sound so loud, it felt like the building itself might be collapsing under us. It took me a couple of seconds to realize it was thunder, and immediately afterwards a streak of lightning lit the sky violet. Papa looked furious. He might control everything that happens in this place, but even he couldn't order the weather what to do. The first fat drops began to fall. The dinner was over. Thank Christ. I remembered to breathe again. But something had shifted. Later that night, Antoine stormed into my room. Papa and your English pal. Thick as thieves, aren't they? You know it would be just like him, right? Disinherit us and leave it all to some random fucking stranger. That's insane, I said. It was. But even as I said it, I could feel the idea taking root. It would be just like Papa, always telling us, his own sons, how useless we were, how much of a disappointment to him. But would it be like Ben? What had always made my mate intriguing was his very unknowability. You could spend hours, days in his company. You could travel across Europe with him, and never be sure you'd got to the real Benjamin Daniels. He was a chameleon, an enigma. I had no idea, really, who I had invited under this roof, into the bosom of my family. I reach into the cabinet under the sink and grab the bottle of mouthwash, pour it into the little cup. I want to wash away the rank taste of the tobacco. The cabinet door is still open. There are the little pots of pills in their neat row. It would be so easy. So much more effective than the cigarettes. So helpful to feel a little less present right now. The fact of the matter is that while I've been pretending to Jess, I could almost pretend to myself that I was a normal adult, living on his own, surrounded by the trappings of his own success. An apartment he paid the rent on. Stuff he'd bought with his own hard-earned cash. Because I want to be that guy. I really do. I've tried to be that guy. Not a 30-something loser forced back to his father's house because he lost the shirt off his back. Trust me. As much as I've tried to kid myself, it doesn't make a difference having a lock on the front door and a buzzer of your own. I'm still under his roof. I'm still infected by this place. And I regress being here. It's why I escaped for a decade to the other side of the world. It's why I was so happy in Cambridge. It's why I went straight to meet Ben in that bar when he got in touch, despite Amsterdam. Why I invited him to live here. I thought his presence might make my sentence here more bearable, that his company would help me return to a different time. So that's all it was, when I let her think I was someone and something else. A little harmless make-believe. Nothing more sinister than that. Honest.
Jess. The voices are a roar of sound over the top of the music. I can't believe how many people are packed into the space down here. It must be well over 100. Fake cobwebs have been draped from the ceiling and candles placed along the floor, illuminating the rough walls. The scent of the burning wax is strong in the tight, airless space. The reflection of the dancing flames gives the impression that the stone is moving, wriggling like something alive. I try to blend into the crowd. My costume is by far the worst one I can see. Most of the guests have gone all out. A nun in a white habit drenched in blood is kissing a woman who has painted her entire semi-naked body red and is wearing a pair of twisted devil horns. A plague doctor dressed from head to toe in a black cloak and hat lifts up the long, curved beak of his mask to take a drag from a cigarette and then lets the smoke blow out of the eye holes. A tall, tuxedo-clad figure with a huge wolf's head sips a cocktail through a straw. Everywhere I look, there are mad monks, grim reapers, demons and ghouls. And a strange thing, the surroundings make all these figures seem more sinister than they would up above ground, in proper lighting. Even fake blood somehow looks more real down here. I'm trying to work out how to insert myself into one of these groups of people and start a conversation about Ben. I also desperately need a drink. Suddenly, I feel my sheet wrenched off my head. A dead cowboy puts up his hands. Oops. He must have tripped over the trailing fabric. Crap. It's already grimy from the ground, wet with spilled beer. I scrunch it up into a dirty ball. I'll just have to do it without the disguise. There are so many people here, I'm hardly going to stand out. Oh, salut. I turned to see a stupidly pretty girl wearing a huge flower crown and a floaty white peasant dress, splattered with blood. It takes me a moment to place her. Mimi's flatmate. Camille. That was it. It's you, she says. You're Ben's sister, right? So much for trying to blend in. I hope this is okay. I heard the music. Plus on est des fous, plus on rit, you know? The more the merrier. Hey, such a shame Ben isn't here. A little pout. That guy seems to love a party. So, you know my brother? She wrinkles her tiny freckled nose. Ben? Oui, un peu. A little. And they all like him. The Minier, I mean. The family. But of course, everyone loves him. Jacques Minier likes him a lot, I think. Maybe even more than his own children. Oh. She stops, like she's remembered something. Antoine, he doesn't like him. I remember the scene in the courtyard that first morning. Do you think there might have been something, well, between my brother and Antoine's wife? The smile vanishes. Ben and Dominique? Jamais. A fierceness to the way she says it. They flirted, but it was nothing more than that. I try a different tack. You said you saw Ben on Friday, talking to Mimi on the stairs. She nods. What time was that? What I mean is, did you see him after that? Did you see him that night at all? A tiny hesitation. Then, I wasn't here that night, she says. Now she seems to spot someone over my shoulder. Coucou, Simone. She turns back to me. I must go. Have fun. A little wave of her hand. The carefree party girl seems to be back. But when I asked her about the night Ben disappeared, she didn't seem quite so happy-go-lucky. She suddenly seemed very keen to stop talking. And for a moment I thought I saw the mask slip. A glimpse of someone totally different underneath.
Mimi, 4th floor. By the time I get down to the cave, there are already so many people crammed inside. I'm never good with crowds at the best of times, with people invading my space. Camille's friend, Henri, has brought his decks and a massive speaker and is playing La Femme at top volume. Camille is greeting newcomers at the entrance in her midsummer dress, the flower crown wobbling on her head as she jumps up and throws her arms around people. Ah, salut Gus! Manu! Coucou Dédé! No one pays me much attention even though it's my place. They've come for Camille. They're all her friends. I pour 10 centimeters of vodka into a glass and start drinking. Salut, Mimi. I look down. Merde. It's Camille's friend, Loulou. She's sitting on some guy's lap, drink in one hand, cigarette in the other. She's dressed as a cat. A headband with black lace ears, silk leopard print slip dress falling off one shoulder. Long brown hair, all tangled like she'd just got out of bed. And her lipstick? Smudged, but in a sexy way. The perfect Parisienne. Like those Instagram cretins in their bobo espadrille and cat eyeliner doing fuck me eyes at the lens. That's how people think French girls should look. Not like me with my home-cut mullet and pimples round my mouth. I haven't seen you for so long. She waves her cigarette. She's also one of those girls who lights cigarettes outside cafes, but doesn't actually inhale. Just holds them and lets the smoke drift everywhere while she gestures with her pretty little hands. Hot ash lands on my arm. I remember, she says, her eyes widening. It was at that bar in the park. August. Mon Dieu, I've never seen you like that. You were crazy. A cute little giggle for weirdo Mimi. At this moment, the music changes. And I can barely believe it, but it's that song, Heads Will Roll, by the Yeah Yeah Yeahs. It feels like fate. And suddenly I'm back there. It was too hot to be inside, so I suggested to Camille we go to this bar, Rosa Bonheur, in the Parc des Buttes-Chaumont. I hadn't told Camille, but knew Ben might be there. He was writing a piece on the bar. I'd heard him talking to his editor through the apartment's open windows. Since he lent me that Yeah Yeah Yeahs record, I'd Googled the lead singer, Karen O. I tried dressing like her, and when I did, I felt like someone else. I'd spent the afternoon cutting my hair into her short, jagged style. And that evening, I put on my Karen O outfit, a thin white tank top, painted my lips red, ringed my eyes in black eyeliner. At the last moment, I took off my bra. Wow! Camille breathed when I came out. You look so different. Oh my God, I can see your nénés, she grinned. Who's this for? Va te faire foutre. I told her to fuck off because I was embarrassed. It's not for anyone. And it was hardly anything compared to what she was wearing. A loose-knit gold mesh dress that stopped just below her chatte. Outside, the streets were so hot. You could feel the burning pavement through the soles of your shoes. And the air was shimmering with dust and exhaust fumes. And then the most horrible coincidence. Just as we were leaving through the front gate, there was Papa, coming in the other direction. Despite the heat, I felt cold all over. I wanted to die. I knew the exact moment when he saw me, his expression shifting dangerously. Salut, Camille said, a little wave. He smiled at her, always a smile for Camille, like every other guy on earth. She was wearing a jacket buttoned over her dress so you couldn't see that she was pretty much naked beneath. I've noticed that she has this way of being exactly what men want her to be. With Papa, she has always been so demure, so innocent, all oui, monsieur, and non, monsieur, from beneath her lowered eyelashes. Papa turned from Camille to me. "What are you wearing?" he asked, his eyes glittering. I stammered. "It's so hot, I thought." "Tu ressembles à une petite putain." That's what he said. I remember it so clearly because I felt the words like they were being burned into me. I can still feel the sting of them now. "You look like a little slut." He'd never spoken to me like that before. "And what have you done to your hair?" I put my hand up, touched my new Karen O fringe. "I'm ashamed of you. Do you hear me? Never dress like this again. Go and change." His tone scared me. I nodded. "D'accord, Papa." We followed him back into the building. But as soon as he had disappeared into the penthouse, Camille grabbed my hand and we ran out of there and along the street to the métro. And I tried to forget about it. Tried to be just another carefree 19-year-old out for the night. The park felt like a jungle, not part of the city. Steam rising up off the grass, the bushes, the trees. A big crowd around the bar. This buzz, this wild energy. I could feel the beat of the music deep under my ribcage, vibrating through my whole body. There were people wearing way less than me, less than Camille even. Girls in tiny bikinis who'd probably spent the day sunbathing on the Paris plage, those artificial beaches by the river they construct in the summer. The air smelt like sweatness and suntan lotion and hot, dry grass and the sticky sweetness of cocktails. I drank my first Aperol Spritz like it was lemonade. I still felt sick about the look on Papa's face. "A little slut." The way he spat out the words. I drank the second one quickly too. Then I didn't care so much. The girl at the decks turned the music up and people started dancing. Camille took my hand and dragged me into the crowd. There were some friends of ours. No, hers, from the Sorbonne. There were pills going round from a little plastic baggie. That's not me. I drink, but I never take drugs. "Allez, Mimi," Loulou said, after she'd placed the tab on her tongue and swallowed it. "Pourquoi pas? Come on, Mimi, why not?" Just a half? And maybe I really had turned into someone else because I took the little half of the tab she held out to me. I kept it on my tongue for a second. Let it dissolve. After that, it got blurry. Suddenly, I was dancing and I was right in the middle of the crowd, and I just wanted to carry on forever in the middle of all those sweaty bodies, these strangers. It seemed like everyone was smiling at me, love just pouring out of them. People were dancing on tables. Someone lifted me up onto one. I didn't care. I was someone different, someone new. Mimi was gone. It was wonderful. And then the song came on, Heads Will Roll. At the same moment I looked over and I saw him. Ben. Down there in the middle of the crowd. A pale grey t-shirt and jeans despite the heat. A bottle of beer in his hand. It was like something from a film. I'd spent so much time watching him in his apartment, watching him across the table at dinner. It felt so weird to see him in the real world, surrounded by strangers. I had started to feel like he belonged to me. And then he turned. Like the pressure of my eyes had been enough for him to know I was there. And he raised a hand and smiled. There was a current running through me. I went to step towards him, but suddenly I was falling. I had forgotten about the table, and the ground was rushing up to meet me. Mimi. Mimi? Who are you here with? I couldn't see the others. All the faces that had seemed to be smiling before weren't now. I could see them looking, and I could hear laughter, and it seemed like I was surrounded by a pack of wild animals, teeth gnashing, eyes staring. But he was there, and I felt like he would keep me safe. I think you need some air. He put out his hand. I grasped hold of it. It was the first time he had touched me. I didn't want to let go, even after he had pulled me up. I didn't ever want to let go. He had beautiful hands, their fingers long, elegant. I wanted to put them in my mouth, to taste his skin. The park was dark, so dark away from the lights and sounds of the bar. Everything was a million miles away. The further we went, the more it felt like none of the rest of it was real. Just him, the sound of his voice. We went down to the lake. He made to go and sit on a bench, but I saw a tree right next to the water, roots spreading beneath the surface. Here, I said. He sat down beside me. I could smell him. Clean sweat and citrus. He passed me an Evian bottle. Suddenly I was thirsty, so thirsty. Not too much, he said. Steady on. That's enough. He took the bottle away from me. We sat there for a while in silence. How do you feel? Want to go back and find your friends? No. I shook my head. I didn't want that. I wanted to stay here in the dark, with a hot breeze moving the tall trees above us, and the lapping of the lake water against the banks. They're not my friends. He took out a cigarette. You want one? I suppose it might help. I took one, put it between my lips. He went to pass me the lighter. You do it, I said. I loved watching his fingers working the lighter, like he was casting some spell. The tip lit, glowed. I sucked in the smoke. Merci, I said. Suddenly, the shadows under the next tree along seemed to move. There was someone there. No. 2 people, tangled together. I heard a moan, then a whisper. Je suis ta petite pute. I'm your little whore. Normally, I would have looked away. I would have been so embarrassed. But I couldn't take my eyes off them. The pill, the darkness, him sitting so close, that most of all, it loosened something inside me, loosened my tongue. I've never had that, I whispered, looking towards the couple under the tree. And I found myself telling him my most embarrassing secret. That while Camille brought back different guys every week, sometimes girls too, I'd never actually had sex with anyone. Except right then I didn't feel embarrassed. It felt like I could say anything. Papa's so strict, I said. I thought of how he had looked at me earlier, the little slut. He said this horrible thing this evening, about how I looked. And sometimes I get this feeling like he's ashamed. Like he doesn't really like me that much. He looks at me, talks to me like I'm an imposter or something. I didn't think I was explaining very well. I'd never said any of this to anyone. But Ben was listening and nodding, and for the first time, I felt heard. Then he spoke. You're not a little girl any longer, Mimi. You're a grown woman. Your father can't control you anymore? And what you just described, the way he makes you feel, use it to drive yourself. Use it for inspiration in your art. All true artists are outsiders. I looked at him. He'd spoken so fiercely. It felt like he was talking from experience. I'm adopted, he said then. In my opinion, families are overrated. I looked towards him, sitting so close in the darkness. It made sense. It was part of that connection between us, the one I'd felt since the first time I saw him. We were both outsiders. And you know what? He said, and his voice was still different to usual, more raw, more urgent. It's not about where you came from, what kind of shit might have happened to you in the past. It's about who you are, what you do with the opportunities life presents to you. And then he put his hand gently on my arm, the lightest touch. The pads of his fingertips were hot against my skin. The feeling seemed to travel straight from my arm right to the very center of me. He could have done anything to me right there in the dark, and I'd have been his. And then he smiled. It looks good, by the way. Quoi? Your hair. I put my hand up to touch it. I could feel where the hair was sticking to my forehead with sweat. He smiled at me. It suits you. And that was the moment. I leant over and I grabbed hold of his face in both hands and kissed him. I wanted more. I half clambered on top of him, tried to straddle him. Hey! He laughed, pulling back, pushing me gently away, wiping his mouth. Hey, Mimi. I like you too much for that. I got it then. Not here. Not like this. Not for the first time. The first time between us had to be special. Perfect. Maybe you could say it was the pill, but that was the moment I felt myself fall in love with him. I thought I had been in love once before, but it didn't work out. Now I knew how false the other time had been. Now I understood. I'd been waiting for Ben. The song ends and the spell is broken. I'm back in the cave, surrounded by all these idiots in their stupid Halloween costumes. They're playing Christine and the Queens now, everyone howling along to the chorus, people shoving past me, ignoring me, like always. Wait. I've just spotted a face in the crowd. A face that has no business being at this party. Putain de merde. What the hell is she doing here?
Jess. I move through the cave, deeper into the crowd of masked faces and writhing bodies. The party's getting wild. I'm pretty sure I spot a couple up against the wall having sex or something close to it. And a little way on, a small group doing lines. I wonder if the room full of wine has been locked. I reckon this many people could put quite a dent in those racks of bottles. Veux-tu un baiser de vampire? A guy asks me. I see that he's dressed as Dracula in a plasticky cape and some fake fangs. It's almost as crap a costume as my ghost outfit was. Sorry, what? I say, turning towards him. A vampire's kiss, he says in English with a grin. I asked if you want one. For a moment I wonder if he's suggesting we make out. Then I look down and realize he's holding out a glass swimming with bright red liquid. What's in it? Vodka, grenadine, maybe some Chambord, he shrugs. Mostly vodka. Okay, sure. I could do with some Dutch courage. He hands it over. I take a sip. Jesus, it's even more grim than it looks. The metallic hit of the vodka beneath the syrupy raspberry liqueur. It tastes like something we might have served at the Copacabana, and that's not a good thing. But it's worth it for the vodka, even if I'd really prefer to take it neat. I take another long glug, braced this time for the sweetness.
I've never met you before,
he says, sounding almost more French now he's speaking English.
What's your name?
Jess. You?
Victor. Enchanté.
Thanks. I get straight to the point. Hey, do you know Ben? Benjamin Daniels? From the 3rd floor? He pulls a face.
Non, désolé.
He looks genuinely sorry to have let me down.
I like your accent, he adds. It's cool. You're from London, no?
Yep, I say. It's not exactly true, but then where am I from, really?
And you're a friend of Mimi's?
Yes, I suppose you could say that. As in, I've met her precisely twice, and she's never seemed exactly delighted to see me, but I'm not going to go into particulars. He raises his eyebrows in surprise, and I wonder if I've made some sort of mistake.
It's just, most people here are friends of Camille. No one really knows Mimi. She, how do you say it in English? Keeps herself to herself. Kind of intense, a bit.
He makes a gesture that I take to mean cuckoo. I don't know her that well, I say quickly.
Some people don't get why Camille is friends with Mimi, but I say you just have to look at Mimi's apartment to know why. Mimi's got rich parents. You know what I'm saying?
He points up towards the apartment.
In this part of town? Seriously expensive. That is some sick crib.
He attempts to do the last 2 words in a kind of American accent. In other circumstances, I could almost feel sorry for Mimi. That people would assume someone's only friends with you because of your money. That's rough. I mean, it's never a problem I've had to deal with, but still.
So, what are you?
He asks. What? A beat. And then I realise he means my costume. Oh, right. Shit. I look down at my outfit. Jeans, an old bobbly jumper. Well, I was a ghost, but now I'm just an ex-barmaid who's sick of everyone's shit.
Quoi?
He frowns. It's, a British thing, I tell him. It might not translate.
Oh, right, he nods. Cool.
An idea hits me. If Camille and Mimi are down here, then no one's up there, in the apartment. I could take a look around. Hey, I say. Victor, could you do me a favour?
Tell me.
I really need to pee, but I don't think there's an, toilette down here. He looks suddenly uncomfortable. Clearly French boys get as embarrassed about such matters as their British counterparts. Could you ask Camille if we can borrow the key to the place? I smile my most winning smile. The one I'd use on the big tippers at the bar. Little hair flip. I'd be so grateful. He grins back.
Bien sûr.
Bingo. Maybe Ben's not the only one with the charm. I sip my drink while I wait. It's growing on me now. Or maybe that's the vodka kicking in. Victor comes back a few minutes later, holds up a key. Amazing, I say, holding out my hand. I'll come with you, he says, with a grin. Crap. I wonder what he thinks is going to come out of this. But maybe it helps me look less suspicious if we go together. I follow Victor up out of the cab, up the dark staircase. We take the lift, his suggestion, and we end up pressed against each other, as there's barely room for one person. I can smell his breath, cigarettes and vodka. Not a totally unappealing combination. And he's not bad looking. But too pretty for my liking. You could cut a lemon on his jawline. Besides, he's basically a child. I have a sudden flashback to Nick and me a couple of hours ago on the roof terrace. That moment, after he'd taken the leaf out of my hair, when he didn't move away as quickly as he should have. That snatched piece of time, just before the lights went out, when I was convinced he was going to kiss me. What would have happened if it hadn't suddenly gone dark? If I hadn't gone sneaking into the rest of the apartment and found that photograph? Would we have gone back to his apartment? Fallen into his bed together? You know, I've always wanted to be with an older woman, Victor says, earnestly, jolting me back into the real world. Steady on, mate, I think. And besides, I'm only 28. The lift grinds to a halt on the 4th floor. Victor unlocks the door to the apartment. There are a load of bottles and crates of beer stacked in the main room. Must be extra party supplies. Hey, I say, why don't you fix us a couple more drinks while I go and pee? This time, big on the vodka, please. Less of the red stuff. There's a corridor leading off the main room with several doors. The layout reminds me a little of the penthouse flat. Only everything here is more cramped, and instead of original artworks on the walls, there are peeling posters. Cindy Sherman, Centre Pompidou, and a tour list for someone called Dinos. The first room I come to is an absolute tip. The floor scattered with clothes, lace lingerie in bright sorbet colours and shoes, bras and thongs tangled around the sharp points of heels. A dressing table covered in makeup, about 20 mashed lipsticks all missing their lids. The air's so heavily scented with perfume and cigarette smoke, it gives me an instant headache. A huge poster on one wall of Harry Styles in a tutu, and, on the opposite, Dua Lipa in a tux. I think of Mimi and her scowl, her jagged, grungy fringe. I'm pretty sure this isn't her vibe. I close the door. The next room has to be Mimi's. Dark walls, big black and white angry prints on the walls, one of a freaky, blank-eyed woman, lots of serious-looking arty tomes on the bookshelf, a record player with a load of vinyls in a special case next to it. The one on the turntable is by the Yeah Yeah Yeahs. It's Blitz. I creep across to the window. It turns out that Mimi's got a perfect diagonal view into the main living space of Ben's apartment, across the courtyard. I can see his desk, the sofa. Interesting. I think of her dropping her wine glass earlier when I spoke about Ben. She's hiding something. I know it. I open the cupboard, search through drawers of clothes. Nothing to note. It's all so neat, almost anally so. But the problem is I don't know what I'm looking for. And I suspect I don't have much time before Victor starts wondering why I'm taking so long. I get on my knees and grope around under the bed. My hand connects with what feels like material wrapped around something harder. Wood, maybe. And I just know I've found something significant. I get a hold of the whole lot, pull it towards me. a piece of grey material falls open to reveal a ragged pile of artists' canvases, slashed and torn into pieces. So much mess and chaos compared to the rest of the room. I look more closely at the material they were wrapped in. It's a grey t-shirt with acne on the label, an exact match for the ones in Ben's cupboard. I'm sure it's one of his. It even smells like his cologne. Why has Mimi been keeping her art stuff in one of Ben's t-shirts? More importantly, why has she got one of Ben's t-shirts at all? "Jessie?" Victor calls. "Are you okay, Jessie?" Shit. It sounds like he's getting closer. I start trying to fit some of the scraps of canvas back together as quickly as I can. It's like doing a really messy jigsaw puzzle. Finally, I've pieced enough pieces of the first one together to see the picture. I stand back. It's a really good likeness. She's even managed to get his smile, which others have called charming, but I'd definitely tell him makes him look like a smarmy git. Here he is, right in front of me. Ben. Just as he is in life. Except for one terrible, terrifying difference. I lift a hand to my mouth. His eyes have been removed. "Jessie?" Victor calls again. "Où es-tu, Jessie?" I fit the next image together, and the next. Jesus. They're all of him. There's even one of him lying down and, Christ alive, that's way more of my brother than I ever needed to see. In every single one, the eyes have been destroyed, punched or torn out with something. I had a feeling Mimi was lying about knowing him the first time I met her. I suspected she was hiding something as soon as her wine glass hit the floor in Sophie Meunier's apartment. But I never expected anything like this. If these are anything to go by, if that nude painting is any clue, she knows Ben very well indeed, and feels strongly enough about him